Delayed start by 1 hour because of a very damp outfield, it's got to be said, but the umpires have decided that it is now fit for play. We have, quote, a minimum of 80 overs to be played on this final day here in the East Midlands, light permitting. Happily, the floodlights are not on at the moment, and although there's a lot of grey heavy cloud around still, which was one of the reasons for the delayed start, just no wind or sun. There are a few breaks in it now, so fingers crossed that the light will be okay for a good while yet. The two umpires Newell and Ramage, heading out into the middle, followed by the Sussex side, led by Tom Haynes. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 291 for 2, still trailing Sussex by 68 on first innings. The two not-out batsmen, Hassan Azad on 122 and Lewis Hill on 109. So Leicestershire will be looking to score very quickly this morning. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary for the last time this season from the Uptonsteel County Ground. That is Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentators. And Adrian, it's frustrating that we had that delayed start, but it isn't quite all over in terms of a positive result for the game as a whole.
No, absolutely. I think there were two scenarios I thought of. Either Leicestershire carry on batting, which they're clearly going to do, and get themselves a lead of, maybe 130, 140, 150, declare and give themselves enough time to bowl Sussex out, or they might have declared overnight, stuck Sussex in and try to, because Sussex are down to just 10 batsmen. Finn Hudson-Prentice walking around with his arm in a sling, so he won't play. But it's always tinged with sadness the last day of a home season, Richard, isn't it? I'm looking at the spectators, a long winter ahead of us, perhaps longer than usual with everything that's going on. But at least we're going to get some cricket, and for that we should be very pleased.
We are. It is a little bit dank out there at the moment. I think that would be the best description.
Yeah.
There'll be updates for BBC Radio Leicester every half an hour. Adrian, likewise, for BBC Radio Sussex. He'll be popping next door from time to time. Jack Carson is going to open the bowling for Sussex from the Bennett end. 19 overs, none for 65 for young Jack at the moment, and he's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, whose century, his unbeaten century, came off, well, it's so far 109 off 133 balls for Hill. He has been positive from the start. I suspect will be even more so now.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Richard.
He's got long on and deep square and cover point on the boundary. Carson goes in, bowls to Hill, who just leans forward, turns it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So if we've got 80 overs in the day, you'd have thought Leicestershire will probably want to allow themselves at least 40 overs, wouldn't you, too?
Oh, minimum, yeah.
But if they've got a lead of 150, they may think, well, that's,
Carson tosses one up, Hill drives, slaps it rather, doesn't quite time it, but it rolls quite slowly out towards mid-off, who feels on his knees out there. I think that's Ben Brown who sort of fielded that one. That was the side of the ground that the umpires were most concerned about in terms of its dampness.
Yes.
But that said, Leicestershire were playing a sort of game of foot volleyball down below us, and we can see that the ground is marked up considerably where they were playing. Round the wicket goes Carson, bowls to Azad, who pushes firmly, slightly across the line, but again only as far as Brown at mid-on now to the left-hander.
Yeah, so Leicestershire aren't going to lose this game. This is that thing. This we do know, but two other results are possible.
Carson is in, tosses it right up to Azad, who drives, but only as far as short extra cover, and there's no run. I suppose what may have pushed Leicestershire into keeping batting now rather than getting Sussex straight back in is the possibility of still picking up a couple of quick bonus batting points. In goes Carson and bowls. Azad is off the mark for the day. He plays it firmly and pleasantly out to Adkins, who's out there fielding in place, presumably, of the all-rounder.
Yes, although young...
Hudson Prentice? Or is somebody else off as well?
Someone else off, because our young Bertie Foreman...
Is he still out there? Yes, of course he is, at Deep Square.
So someone
Or
else is
Deep
off.
Point as well. Carson back over the wicket to the right-handed Hill, who is clipping firmly through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on. Joe Sarrow is down there, the single taken. So a relatively sedate start to proceedings today. Just the 3 singles taken from Carson's first over. Leicester have moved on to 294 for 2. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, hopefully just between the overs. Here it comes. Pleased to say play has now started. We started at 11:30. 80 overs, the umpires said, might be possible. Fingers crossed, that depends on the light and the weather. Leicester have resumed their first innings. They resumed it on 291 for 2. They've gone on to 294 for 2. They'll be looking to score quickly this morning, try and get a lead of about 130 or maybe even 150, get Sussex in, and hopefully from their point of view try and put them under a little bit of pressure, but the wicket is still flat. It should be therefore an exciting day down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, the final day of the county cricket season here in Leicester at any rate. Leicester have moved on to 294 for 2.
Here comes Tom Haynes, bowls to the right-handed Hill, who plays that into the offside, and there is no run. Now, I just don't know whether I've missed this, but that looks to me as if, I may be mistaken. Oh, it's Ali Orr who's off the field, yeah, so he's just down below. So I thought for a minute it didn't look as if it was Ollie Carter behind the stumps, but it is. So Alistair Orr is off the field, but I think he's just about to come back on. The Sussex opening batsman, as in comes Haynes over the wicket bowls. And a little paddle by Lewis Hill. Is he going to get run, or is that off the bats? They are runs. Tickled nicely down to fine leg. The fine leg is very wide. The ball races away, and Hill goes to 115. Sussex 298 for 2. I probably ought to zip next door and just do my update.
Hill started this innings on 757 runs in the Championship, so he has moved on to 857 plus 15, 867, 873 now. Possibility of going like Tom Haynes last week to 1,000 Championship runs. Unlikely to be in this innings, but Leicestershire finish the season against Worcestershire next week. Haynes is in. Hill is driving. Good stop by Rawlins, diving to his right at short extra cover, but deflected it out a few feet away from him, so Hill called Azad through for a single, and having done so, picks up the ball, tosses it to Haynes, who in turn immediately tosses it to Carson to do a spot of polishing and drying. Haynes was arguably the pick of the Sussex bowlers on day 2. 7 overs, 1 for, I think it was 1 for 7. Now 7.3 overs, 1 for 12. He's going to go around the wicket to Zad, who goes back and stays a little bit low. He jams it back down the pitch towards young Mr. Foreman, who picks it up and underarms it to the Sussex skipper. Look a little bit perkier. They looked absolutely exhausted, some of Sussex's young players, on Tuesday evening, but they've had a day off to recover. In goes Haynes, bowls, and down the leg side, swung around to long leg by Azad on one knee, but can't get it past long leg, so just the single for Azad. But that brings up the Leicestershire 300. And another batting bonus point. It's come off 73.5 overs, so good rate pretty much throughout the entire innings. 4.1 it is now. Haynes over the wicket to Hill, who goes back and plays firmly, but only as far as Rawlins, who is at extra cover. He presumably will be going straight on to Birmingham, possibly from here. Whether he'll go back to Hove, I don't know, but obviously Sussex preparing for Saturday and T20 finals day. Good luck to them. Almost an entirely different squad, I would think. Rawlins will be part of it. I don't know who else might be. The wicket-keeper possibly as a backup to Phil Salt. Otherwise, curious arrangement, really. Almost two entirely separate squads. So 300 for 2, another bonus point. So Leicestershire on to 6 bonus points. Sussex have 4, yet to pick up a bowling bonus point, obviously with just the 2 wickets falling. Adrian did a sterling thing this morning. He left the ground and went off to find a proper coffee. And oh, my word, it's a good one.
Is it? No, it's a lovely little coffee shop just down the bottom of Duncan Road.
Right, you are. I shall.
We can
favour it with my
through.
custom.
In comes Carson round the wicket bowls to Azad, who flicks this back at a square on the leg side. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but it wasn't there as Tom Hindley comes into field. And one more to the total, 301 for 2. It is pretty gloomy, there's quite a lot of cloud around, but the weather forecast for today is dry. So now we've started, I mean, we may well get the lights, and at this time of year you're never quite sure how long we're going to play for. But the good news is that we are playing, and we could have an interesting afternoon here as it comes Carson. Bowls swept away by Lewis Hill, and that's going to be 4 runs just straying down the leg side there, Jack Carson. Lewis Hill is making sure that anything wide of the stumps, that he's going to make sure it goes for 4. He didn't miss out there. He goes to 120, and Leicestershire to 305 for 2, and the arrears now just down to 54. Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking of scenarios here. Yeah, I mean, that seems the likely thing, doesn't it? You know, even a lead of maybe Leicestershire will just say, well, we need 50 overs to bowl Sussex
exactly.
out.
It
And
may need a certain amount of time,
things,
don't they? Yeah.
So they might say, even if the lead is only 80, they might think, well, we're going to declare. Let's just see where it takes us.
Yes.
In comes Carson over the wicket bowls, and Hill has more runs here as he flicks this down towards fine leg. There's 2 runs here. Sean Hunt is racing around the boundary, but he won't be able to prevent the second run. And Hill goes to 122, the total to 307 for 2. So I think the intent very clear here from Leicestershire this morning. Now there will be a new ball available in 5 overs after this one, which in these instances can be a double-edged sword, because it can disappear quickly, it can bring wickets. It's only brought wickets for Leicestershire when Sussex were batting. Carson. And a reverse, or attempted reverse sweep from Lewis Hill, which he doesn't execute correctly, and the ball dribbles away onto the leg side.
Hill actually captained the side in the Royal London Cup this year,
right?
With Ackerman at the 100 and Parkinson at the 100 as well. So he can play all these little clever, innovative shots.
Carson in again, flicked away by Hill. 3 mid-wicket. They've taken one. They might think about 2, but there isn't a second there because Henry Crocombe is fairly quickly running. He sort of got his hat perched on his head, Henry. Oh, now he's put it on properly. It was sort of perched on the top of his head. And that's the 200 partnership between Azad and Hill, of which Hill has been the primary scorer. He's made 123. It's come in 174 minutes, so they're going at more than a run a minute. It's been a very quick partnership in county championship terms. Carson in bowls to Azad, who plays that one to backward point, fielded by Hunt. I'm not really sure there was a single there, and actually, if looks could kill, Jack Carson giving Sean Hunt the stare. I mean, there really shouldn't have been a single there. I mean, you're at backward point, you're there to save the single. It went to his left hand, and Jack not happy about conceding that single. End of the over. Leicestershire 309 for 2, and these two continuing on their merry way. Azad 126, Hill 123, and it's that sort of stage when you start to sort of think we perhaps ought to start sort of sifting through the record books a little bit for third wicket partnerships for Leicestershire against Sussex, because this is turning into a big one. Well, it's a big one already.
A very good point, and I shall look it up after this Tom Haynes over. Round the wicket comes the Sussex captain, Sussex even, bowls to Azad, who jams it out towards backward point, gets there quite quickly, so no chance of a single, and gets Mr. Hindley, who's fielding there, and change in the field. Brown leaves, slip goes out to sort of deep-ish gully, short third man. They know that's a favourite scoring area for Azad. So he's quite close to Tom Hindley. In goes Haynes, bowls, and it's dabbed down towards slip, and he's going to have to chase in pursuit of that one. Ben Brown just picks it up inside the ropes, flips it, picks it up and throws back. It is Brown who chased that back, but he threw left-handed then, didn't he?
Yes, he is. Left-handed thrower
Yes,
is
of
Ben.
course he is.
Yeah. The one we get very confused is there's Tamal Mills, who bowls left-handed and throws right, so that's always very complicated. Ben looks like he's got a big smear down his trousers now. Shows how wet it is.
It is, indeed. In goes Haynes, bowls slightly short and forced out into the gap between Hindley and Brown for 4 by Azad, showing that he too can pick up the scoring rate at the moment. He's moved on to 132. His strike rate had it was very quick early on, but it slipped back to about 50. It's going back up now. It's up to 55. Hills is a spectacular by championship terms, 85 at the moment, 315 for 2, 44 now the arrears.
Just very briefly looking at other games, the first division match, Yorkshire 97 for 7 at Headingley, so it looks like they're going to lose to Warwickshire.
Haynes is in, Azad back foot, pushing it out into the offside. Off the cover boundary comes Joe Sarrow, so just a single on that occasion for Azad, just keeping his nose ahead of Hill at the moment. Azad's 133 has come off 240 deliveries, Hill's 123 off just 144. Hill it is who is now on strike. Over the wicket to him goes Haynes, onto his legs. He waits for it and just turns it calmly, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Bertie Foreman picks up.
So I think that would do for Yorkshire's chances of winning the championship. I think it's really a three-way, well, two-horse race almost.
Haynes is in and bowled slightly short outside off stump, cut away by Hill. Has cover on the boundary out there in the form of Ali Orr, who's obviously back with us at the moment. So it is just a single. Right, highest partnership for Leicestershire against Sussex.
Okay, I'll natter away while Richard's doing the research to my question that I probably should have known the answer
they have
to.
broken the third wicket partnership. We should really have noted that, and they broke it some time ago. It was 163 between Messrs Watson and Tompkin at Hastings in 1947.
We were
Were you there?
Hastings. Steady. You're within touching distance, Richard.
And after you got the coffee as well.
Well, Jack Carson's going to carry on. Leicestershire are now edged in arrears by 42, and these two have certainly gone about their business in a very positive fashion. They haven't been slogging the ball, but they play proper cricket shots. As in comes Carson, a looping delivery that's drilled to long off, fielded right down in the distance by Tom Haynes. Just a single to Hill, who goes to 124. I'm not a great fan, I have to say, of captains captaining from out at long off. That's just me. And now Tom's come up to mid-on for the next delivery. The field spread far and wide. Sussex on the defensive in that there are no close catches at all for the off-spin of Carson, who's in and bowls. And Azad clips this through mid-wicket. They've taken one, and I think that's all they'll take because Tom Hindley is in, sends a good throw right over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. Nonetheless, Azad picks up a single. He goes to 134. 319 for 2. Ben Brown just coming across, the former championship skipper, and having a word with Carson, maybe about a field changes. Now the long off has gone back out again. So there's a long off and a long on for the right-handed Hill, and Lewis Hill plays up deftly. That's a lovely shot. He's going to get 4 runs as well. He just leant back, rocked back, and just played the ball through the vacant slip cordon and picks up another boundary, does Lewis Hill, who's gone on to 129. And Leicestershire to 323 for 2. And those arrears are coming down at quite an alarming rate as far as Sussex are concerned. Already it's down to 36. And Richard and I were speculating just how many runs. Now there is a change. Now that's better. That's got to be better for the captain to be in at extra cover. He sent young Bertie Foreman out to long off. And then you're in the heart of the action there, Tom at extra cover, as in comes Carson again. And it's played to the offside. They might think of a second. No, they don't, because Rawlins was at backward point, and there is 1 run to Hill. Sorry, he goes to 130, 324 for 2.
Just as a matter of interest, the second and indeed opening wicket partnership records both involved J.C. Balderston for Leicestershire, who also, as you know, was a very prominent footballer.
Yes.
Of the 70s and 80s.
Carson in bowls, forward comes Azad, plays to mid-wicket. It's a dot ball.
I mentioned that simply because I switched on the TV yesterday to find a big match revisited on it, featuring Carlisle United with J.C. Balderston playing. It was they were beating Everton 2-0.
In comes Azad, who clips this one to a wideish mid on. Good sliding stop by Bertie Foreman, who fields well and gets a round of applause from the bowler Jack Carson, but not for Azad. Has nipped through for a single. So 325 for 2. Azad 135. Hill 130. He was a good footballer, wasn't he? Chris Balderston.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was playing for Carlisle. Huddersfield, I think, possibly. One of because he was born in Huddersfield.
Right. And didn't he play in the Michael Holding Test match at the Oval when Holding got 14 for Lots in '76 in that long summer?
He did. He played 2 Test matches for England, 4 innings, 39 runs, a high score of 35, and that was indeed in 1976. Well remembered.
Actually,
an annus mirabilis for J.C. Balderston. John Christopher, I think he was known as Chris, wasn't he? Chris Balderston.
But imagine making your debut against that West Indies attack.
Nope,
I mean,
I can't.
That's not fair, is it? 2 England matches against the likes of Holding and co. Andy Roberts, crumbs.
Yeah, Holding absolutely nothing back either, did they? They just, that's, yeah. In goes, it's Tom Hindley who's having a little bit of a bowl. Didn't have much of a bowl last time. That one is worked away by Azad out into the offside for a single. Moves on to 136, 326 for 2. Although he's down as Haynes at the moment, but unless Tom Haynes has transmogrified into a left armour bowling a leg spin, but with a lot of wrong-uns. In he goes, tosses it right up, horrible full toss down the leg side that Hill misses out on. Hill just tried to nibble it down to the fine leg and somehow missed it, and it was taken by the wicket keeper. In go, and another one from Hindley, and this one Hill has turned wide of Brown. He's going to pick up a couple of runs because Sarrow is going to run around from deep, sort of wide long leg to long leg, deep backward square, 2 long leg, pick up and get his throw away. So a couple of runs to Hill, who moves on to 132.
Both of those could have gone for 6.
They could. Hindley is in. Hill is driving, edging past the gloves of the wicketkeeper's going to run down to find third man for 4. No, didn't edge. Maybe it just turned a little bit.
Maybe.
Leicestershire might not be too disappointed about that. Went for the drive, and if it did turn away from the attempted drive, it certainly was a little bit too good for the keeper. So 4 byes signalled.
These runs are really coming down at an alarming rate for Sussex. I mean, the lead is down to 27 now. So the arrears down to 27, or lead, whatever way you want to look at it.
Carter, we're a little bit disappointed.
No, I agree.
But as I say, might be even more disappointed if it actually turned. Hindley tosses it up. It's another full toss, not quite as rank a full toss as the earlier couple. Turned out into the leg side. Hill takes on the arm of Sarrow and beats it. Completes 2. Moves on to 134. Now the deficit, which has just switched from sort of green at the bottom to blue. That's interesting.
Yes. I was just watching Tom Haynes' reaction. I mean, Sussex really do need to sharpen up in the field here because there was never 2 there.
Hindley is in.
Crumbs.
Another full toss onto the leg stump. Again, Hill is just working it out towards deep mid-wicket, taking on the arm of the youngster Foreman on this occasion, but he did have a lot of ground to make up to the ball. It was sort of deliberate. I don't think he tried to hit that too hard. But that said, Hill is puffing a bit now. He went down on his haunches after those runs. But he has drawn level with Azad now. Both batsmen have 136. Leicestershire 336 for 2. The deficit just 23. 3 minimum overs remaining, 2 for the change of innings, 74, so 72.
Well, there were 11 off of that over from Tom Hindley.
And he got away with it as well.
And he did, and he bowled 2 balls down the leg side that in a T20 match would have probably gone for 6. But of more concern, I think, was the fielding, because there were 2 instances there where it should have, not the one to Bertie Foreman, I think he had a long way to come, but the one to Sarrow, really, that should have only been a single. In comes Carson, bowls clipped away to the leg side by Azad. Young Foreman comes running into field and just takes a single as Azad. He goes to 137, 337 for 2. But both bowler and fielders looked at Joe Sarah as if to say, come on, that really should have only been 1. But I think Sussex do look flat here in the field this morning. I know it's been a tough few weeks for Sussex, but they've just they've got one more session here. And Ben Brown is sort of directing affairs out there as well at the moment. He probably realises that these arrears are going down very quickly as in comes Carson, bowls to Hill, plays that to Foreman again, who comes running in from sweeping on the cover boundary. 1 more to the total.
Should add that this is Lewis Hill's highest first-class score, beating his previous best. Now, was that his first?
Carson in, bowls to Azad. Azad clips this through mid-wicket. They might think about 2 here, because Foreman has got a long way to come in, but he does really well, actually, Bertie Foreman, and gets in the throw. So well-fielded young man. He's alert in the outfield.
Yeah, beating the 100, I think it was 123 he got in his very first-class century quite a while ago now, back in 2015 at the Oval, the game in which Kevin Peterson scored 300.
I suspect we'll see the new ball taken after in 9 balls time as Hill plays it onto the onside. Oh, there could be a run out here. Ben Brown gets in the throw. Oh, he misses with the throw. I think had he hit, Azad might have been struggling. It was played into the onside by Lewis Hill. Ben Brown fielded, threw the ball at the stumps, missed, but Azad was stranded. He was on his way back, but I think that would have been mighty tight had Brown's throw hit the stumps, but it didn't. Much ado about nothing. Carson in again, bowls to Hill, who just dabs this one away on the offside and picks up a single as Haynes needs to run from extra cover. And there is 1 more to Lewis Hill, who goes to 138. Score that both batsmen are on, 340 for 2. Arrears down to just 19. Carson in again, bowls to Azad, who punches through the covers. There's runs coming very quickly and very easily for Leicestershire here this morning. Azad to 139. That's the end of a Jack Carson over, an over in which he conceded 5 singles, which is better than conceding boundaries. Looks a bit down in the dumpsters, Jack, as he wanders back. Part of the Sussex squad that's heading to finals day. He hasn't played in a T20 match, so...
Oh, he's in this.
As far as I understand, he is.
I was speculating in your absence which of these...
As far as I understand, he is. And actually, I've had an email in this morning from Sean, who's... Hello, Sean. He says, morning, Adrian. Has David Visa's time at Sussex come to an end? I presume he won't be involved in finals day, given he's playing in the CPL. My understanding is he is involved and he's due back. I think the team that David plays for has made it to the final.
Which is today.
Yes, and I think he's due back later this week. So my understanding is, I guess... everything working out, and who knows with COVID and everything else, but my understanding is that Sussex are expecting him back for finals day. So I guess there's 2 ways of looking at that, Richard. Is it good to be playing some cricket where others haven't been, because he's been doing very well in the CPL, or is he going to come back a bit jet lagged and tired? I guess we'll only find out on Saturday. But no, sure, my understanding is David Visa is due back. And if he's due back, you'd imagine he'd be in the side. So
poor Tom Hindley just got 1 over. Rawlins is in now. He too drops short and is pulled around the corner by Hassan Azad. Got a fielder out there. Well, I think is Hindley out there. And the single is taken. 342 for 2. Do tweet us at Adrian Harms, at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E. Martin Barry has. Good morning. He says, hard to see a positive result from the game now, sadly, but feel free to give me some hope. Well, if Leicestershire can get a quick 140, 150 ahead, you never quite know. Rawlins is in to Hill, nice and straight, just dabbed down, and again, Azad is interested in the possibility of a quick single, takes 4 or 5 steps down the wicket, is sent back. Rapping call of no from Hill. There is no run. The deficit 17. Rawlins is in. Hill is forward, playing it out into the gap in the covers. chasing in is Alior from the cover boundary, underarms the ball back in. Yeah, some of the Sussex youngsters won't, I suspect, remember this game too fondly. The likes of Hindley and Sarrow and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, I'd agree.
Hopefully it'll go into their bank of experience. Well, it will. Whether positively or negatively, who knows. A little bit short from Rawlins and a risky little pull from Azad, but only again as far as the fielder at deep backward square, who's Hindley. And the single is taken. The two batsmen proceeding in singles at the moment. They probably need a few boundaries though, Leicestershire. They're really going to crack on with it. Azad 141 now, Hill 139. Azad's best, I think, is 144 not out, so he too approaching his first class career best. Rawlins in 2, Hill outside off stump, went back, tried to steer it away, missed, and taken by Carter, a couple of inches wide of off stump. Rawlins, a couple of steps and bowls, again a little bit wide. Hill has connected this time, but he's cut it straight to the man at short third man. So there is no run. 344 for 2, so that's 6 overs, which means on comes the sanitising spray. So they've gone from 291 for 2 to 344 for 2 in 6 overs. So that is
44
plus 9, 53 in 6 overs. Is that correct? 8 overs.
8 overs.
So why is this?
But even so...
Why is the spray coming on now? It should be every 6 overs, shouldn't it?
I mean, even so, if that's the case, so 9 plus 44 is 53.
53 in 8 overs.
So 8 sevens are 56. They're still going at 7 and over. I mean, the new ball is now available for Sussex. I see no reason why they wouldn't take it. And in fact, I can see Sean Hunt is peeling off his sweat. A couple of other emails have come in. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk on the final away day of the season in the County Championship for Sussex. So get your messages in. John Harrison sent a very kind email. Hello, John. You're a regular contributor and lovely to hear from you. He says, I was wondering what has happened to Aaron Thomason, who's had such a good start to the season. Thank you for the commentary throughout the season. I shall be at all of the Derbyshire game next week. And I did see a sort of a long-range-ish weather forecast last night, John, that suggested the weather in the south may be quite good next week. So fingers crossed we get 4 nice days to finish the season at Hove. And the answer to your question is that Aaron hasn't been around the side for weeks. We had an emailer last week saying that they thought he was playing some club cricket up in East Anglia. I know whether that's true or not, but he's certainly not around the club. And my understanding, although there's been nothing official from the club at the moment, is that Aaron Thomason's time at the club will be finishing at the end of the season. I'm presuming he's contracted to the end of the season, but he's not here. I haven't seen him for weeks. So my assumption, and unless someone can correct me otherwise, is that he won't be, that his time with the club has finished. And I agree, he had a very good start to the season, Aaron. Opened the batting with Tom Haynes, but hasn't really figured since the middle part of the season. With the here and now, Sussex will be desperate to stop leaking runs in. They'll also be desperate not to allow Leicestershire too big a league and then face a tricky, 40 or 50 overs tonight. The deficit is just 15. Leicestershire 344 for 2, and Sean Hunt is running in from the Bennett end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Azad, who plays firmly down the ground. There is no run. That doesn't look like a new ball to me. I didn't see the umpire signal, or did I miss the signal for the new ball?
He might just have 1 or 2 with the old one, I suppose, just to...
That's a bit of a looser. Yeah, he's now saying to the umpire, I think he's just said to the umpire, that's okay, I'll have it now. There we go. So he just had that little loosener, and now the new ball is taken, and the arrival of the new ball coincides with the arrival of the sunshine, which is rather nice.
So we'll see it glinting for a little while. It's not going to be with us for too long, I don't think, the sun. The cloud is a little bit broken up. The smoke from that factory chimney indicates that the wind, such as it is, has turned direction, but it's very slight.
Hunt in bowls, and Azad eases that through the covers. Picks up 1. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Here's Alistair Roar, and I'm amiss for not describing the field, which is defensive for Sussex, apart from the one slip who is in place, which is Ben Brown. Mindful Richard will have an update in a moment, so if we change commentators halfway through, that's the reason why. But there's a slip and a third man, a sweeper on the point boundary, extra cover mid-off, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, And a fine leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary and a third man. So 4 men out, a slip, and then 2 men on either side of the wicket saving 1.
Yeah, Sussex not rushing through their overs, and who can blame them at the moment?
Yeah.
Nothing to gain.
Hunt, left arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Hill swings that away, and that's gone many a mile, and I suspect that's probably gone for 6 runs. No, just for 4. Belted away, and often the new ball can disappear. It was pitched up by Sean Hunt, and Lewis Hill just drilled the ball through the offside. Perfectly safe shot. There was a deep mid-wicket, but goes for 4. Hill's 143, Leicestershire at 349 for 2. Arrears now of just 10.
Advanced down the wicket, clipped it away through, absolutely scooted away through mid-wicket, and he's managed to find it on the other side of the covers in front of your friend in the Melton Building Society family stand.
I'm really glad that guy's seen some cricket. I walked in this morning, he was there, and I thought, last day of the season, there was a chap over there, he's got his flask of coffee, he's got a baguette, he had his bag by his side, and I thought, there is an avid county championship fan, you know, last day of the season.
Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. That nice new ball is now nice and wet, which would be frustrating as far as Sussex are concerned. Hunt is going to go around the wicket. Bowls to Hill, who's down the wicket again. He drops it short. He cuts it away down towards wide third man. It will be just a single on that occasion. But Hill takes the lead. He moves ahead of Azad for the first time. Brings up the 350 for Leicestershire, another batting bonus point. So they have every chance of getting maximum batting bonus points. Here comes the update. Well, after an hour's delay because of a damp outfield, looks like it could be a really exciting final day's county cricket down here at the Upton County Ground this season. Leicestershire are looking for quick runs, and at the moment they are getting them. They've moved from 291 for 2 onto 351 for 2 in just under 10 overs. Hassan Azad has moved on to 143 not out. He's 1 short of his first-class career best. Lewis Hill is 144 not out. He has passed his first-class career best, and that's come at a really good run rate off just 163 balls for Hill. They're looking to get about 150 ahead. Leicestershire get Sussex back in and see if they can make inroads. The pitch is still pretty flat, but it could be, as I say, a really exciting finish to the game, with Leicestershire now 351 for 2. And that last ball of the over from Hunt was a bouncer which Hill ducked under, allowed to go through.
Yeah, I mean, he bowls with no great pace, Sean Hunt. I mean, he's got all the attributes for me to be a good bowler. He's got height. Left arm over gives him slightly different angles. But I think it's by Sean's own admission, we were talking about this on Monday, that he's a young man who, the rigours of county cricket. I'd imagine he's got a fairly hard winter ahead of him. A lot of fitness work, which he knows, and he's spoken very candidly about. So we wish him well with that. But he's looked very tired in this match. Someone who hasn't looked tired is Henry Crocombe, who Ian Salisbury described as being a Trojan for Sussex this season. He has bowled a lot of overs, young Henry Crocombe. He's only 19 years of age. In fact, he's 20 next week, is Henry. But he's running around the wicket now to bowl to Hassan Azad, who drives through the covers. They've taken one. They'll look for 2 here. Foreman is racing in. There probably was 2 in the end. It was fielded by a sliding Carson in front of Foreman. 1 more to Azad. He goes to 144, 353 for 2.
He's bowled now 176 overs and 1 ball.
Yeah.
H.T. Crocombe.
So he's carried a fair load. He's actually...
He's picked up 13 wickets.
Yeah.
It was 45, so it'll be just maybe 46 now, something like that.
Yes, I think he's a better bowler than that. And of the crop of young bowlers, in comes Crocombe. Bowls, clipped away by Hill to deep mid-wicket, fielded there by Carson. 1 more to the total. Hill to 145. Arrears now down to 6. I just, he spoke earlier in the season about, Ollie Robinson being an inspiration. He's nowhere near that standard, but he just, he took that hitting the top of off stump. I think he's got a nice action, but he's carried a heavy workload, and Sussex need just to be a little careful. As in comes Crocombe. Bowls clipped away by Azad through mid wicket, and that's going to go for 4 runs. I suspect Olra is in hot pursuit. In fact, he manages to grab the ball literally inches inside the rope. And Azad comes back for a 3rd run. Good running between the wickets. There wasn't that much wrong with the ball, to be honest. But the problem that Sussex have here is that Leicestershire are really on the march. 356 for 2, with the arrears now just 3, and Azad to 147. And no matter where you bowl at the moment, Leicestershire are looking to score runs, and they're scoring them quickly. Crocombe in bowl short down the leg side, taken by a tumbling Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
As far as we're aware, lunch will be at the normal time because of the minimum overs requirement. 80 overs are going to be bowled, light permitting, come what may, so weather permitting and light permitting, so there isn't really much mileage in shifting the time of lunch, I suppose, on that basis.
In comes Crocombe and bowls. Short, pulled away by Hill. Is it going to be caught? He is caught. That's a very good catch by young Bertie Foreman. Down at deep backward square. He had to move smartly to his right-hand side. And that's well fielded. A good catch. And a wicket for Henry Crocombe. But more significantly, it ends the end of a wonderful innings from Lewis Hill, who's batted magnificently. 145 in 167 deliveries. And he and Hassan Azad have really put together a partnership which has put Leicestershire in a position where they may be able to declare and set Sussex an interesting couple of hours. But let's listen to the applause, and that's a wonderful innings from Lewis Hill, Richard.
Yeah, and the Leicestershire staff have all come out of the dressing room to applaud him in. 145 came off 167 balls, included 15 fours and 2 sixes.
I reckon a partnership of 248.
Which, as you say, is a record for Leicestershire's 3rd wicket against Sussex, beating a record set in 1947 at Hastings by Messrs Watson and Tompkins. Tompkin, no S.
Well, you would imagine the assault is probably going to continue. I mean, there's nothing like taking wickets to stem a run flow, a run chase, such has been happening here for Leicestershire. So for that, Sussex will be delighted. And they've probably got the man they wanted as well, with all due respect to Hassan Azad, who has batted since the start and hasn't been quite as aggressive as Lewis Hill. But nonetheless, there are still, as you say, 70 overs left after this one. We'll lose 2 for a change of innings, but from here, if Leicestershire over the next 20 overs could score at maybe 6 and over, they'll have a lead of 120. They might think, well, that gives them 50 overs to bowl Sussex out.
Well, Louis Kimber, as his size suggests, is a big hitter of the ball. Who's coming next?
Comes Crocombe bowls, and Kimber lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So a wicket taking over for Henry Crocombe, and Leicestershire 356 for 3, Azad 147. Crocombe 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. And over which saw the demise of Lewis Hill for a wonderful innings of 145, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I thought he hit the ball very cleanly. I thought he paced it nicely when he came into bat. And you have to tip your hat to a player who played really well past his previous first-class score, and a very good way for him to finish the season here at Grace Road, or I should say the Uptonsteel County Ground.
It is, indeed. 902 first-class runs, so still got a chance of going past his 1,000 against Worcester next week. In comes Hunt, bowls on off-stump to Louis Kimber, who leans forward, deflects it down into the huge gap at the backward point, takes the single. Bit of a hiding to nothing in a way for Kimber. On the other hand, he hasn't got too much to lose in terms of what is expected of him. New to the first-class side, this is just his 3rd appearance and just his 4th innings. Played in the Royal London Cup and played a couple of spectacular innings in that as Hunt goes around the wicket to Azad, who pulls a slightly short delivery, cloths it slightly, which means that diving to his left at mid-wicket, Jack Carson can make the stop. 357 for 3. Kimber, like so many of these young men, broad-shouldered, tall, big units, hits the ball a long, long way. In goes Hunt and bowls to Azad, who again is pulling, and again Carson is falling away to his left to make the stop at mid-wicket. So Azad trying very hard, having passed now his previous first-class career best of 144. Trying very hard to get on with it, just struggling a little bit at the moment to get Hunt away, with the new ball coming on that little bit more quickly. Carson very much in the game at mid-wicket. Hunt is in and bowls and hit over mid-wicket this time by Azad, out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and that is, for the first time in first-class cricket, 150 for Hassan Azad. 151 not out. It's come off 258 balls, includes 13 fours.
Well batted. And perhaps as significant as that, so well done to Hassan Azad, but it takes Leicestershire now into positive territory, leading by 2. So the charge is definitely on and has been since we started play, less than 45 minutes ago.
Carson goes back to deep mid-wicket. Hunt is in to Azad, and Azad is whipping it away down towards deep backward square. The catcher, young Mr. Foreman, is out there and quickly moves to the ball and fields. I suspect he's rather enjoyed himself over the last couple of days in a way, being part. It was a good catch, and he never looked really like missing.
No, I would agree.
In position, he looked confident and cool, not unflustered.
No, Leicestershire have added 71 this morning, Richard, in what?
Well,
this is the 11th over.
Yeah, 10.5 balls. Hunt around the wicket to Kimber, who's driving and missing. At that one, went trying to hit through the line of the ball. No reaction from Hunt or from wicketkeeper Carter. Just, expected almost that he's going to be going for it from the off Louis Kimber. End of the over. Announcement of Hassan Azad's figures. Whistles and toots and applause.
Yes, and well batted. It is a long winter, and I'm sure these players will be spending a lot of times in indoor schools and batting against bowling machines and that sort of thing. But I think there is something in this going into a winter break, knowing you're in good nick. I know next April, perhaps how much it counts for, I don't know. But I think if you finish the season well, you feel confident going into the following season rather than on a trot of poor scores. 152 he is. He faces Henry Crocombe short, and he sort of flat bats that away. Is it going to be another catch? It is another catch. And again, it's young Bertie Foreman who takes the catch. So, safe pair of hands. It was flat batted away down to deep backward point, where Bertie Foreman came running in and picks up his second catch straight to him. But, he had to run in, and he never looked like missing it, as Richard said with the previous dismissal when he caught Lewis Hill. So a very good innings from Hassan Azad comes to an end. 152 in 260 deliveries. He makes his way off, and we'll listen to the applause for a very, very fine innings.
Vuvuzela sounding increasingly like a liner coming into port, isn't it, really? Or a tug or something like that. But, 2 for 46 now for Henry Crocombe, so he's improved his figures this morning. A little bit of blue sky above, but still plenty of dark clouds around as well. Harry Swindle's coming to the wicket now at number 5 for Leicestershire. So this will put the brakes on a little bit, you feel?
Yes.
2 new men at the crease. But they're used to it these days, aren't they? The young batters having to score quickly from the off. They're both members of the white ball side. Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles, so they know how to sort of push the ball around to get their innings going a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll see any change in the approach for the Leicestershire batsmen, and any sort of a lead here, they may think there's nothing to be lost for Leicestershire. They'll probably think they can stick fielders around the bat and just see where it takes them. And in a sense, Richard and I were saying you'd probably want to allow 50 overs. It's still a good batting track to try and bowl Sussex out. They may get nowhere near, but they'll want to give themselves a chance. So I don't really think there's going to be a change in the way Leicestershire are playing. And we have to say both Hassan Azad and Lewis Hill were out trying to accelerate the scoring rate. Well done to young Bertie Ford. I'm sure he's very pleased to have taken a couple of catches. As Henry Crocombe is in again from the pavilion in, bowls to the new batsman who is Swindles. Oh no, actually they've changed hands. It's actually Kimber who's on strike, isn't it?
Yeah, they crossed while it was in the air.
The scoreboard is showing Swindles, but it is. There we are, back on the right person now. So it's pronounced Louis, is it? Louis Kimber?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unlike Lewis Hill,
yes.
Louis Kimber. L-E-W for Lewis Hill, L-O-I-U-S for Kimber.
Crocombe in bowls, and Kimber lets that go through to keeper Ollie Carter. There are now 2 slips in place. Sussex with a far more orthodox field in that there are 2 slips and a third man, a backward point cover mid-off, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg.
And they have their first bowling bonus point, giving them 5 bonus points for the game, Sussex.
In comes Crocombe, bowls and driven to mid-off, fielded there by Haynes. And there is no run. That's the first bowling point that Sussex have collected, because they didn't get any last week in the game against Middlesex, where Middlesex racked up 676 for 5. This is the first one they've collected in this game, in the 84th over of the innings, as Crocombe is in bowl. Short down the leg side, and that's going to be... Well, in fact, Carter did well to get a hand to that, because that looked like it was going away for 4 byes, but he managed to prevent it going for 4 byes. He got a hand on it and just allowed Ben Brown to run back from first slip, and just a single as a bye.
If they give themselves 50 overs, Leicestershire, then they declare with 52 remaining. They could have another 16 overs on that basis of batting. They are only 4 ahead at the moment, so they do need to keep scoring at 7 or 8 and over, really. Yeah,
I was going to say, I mean, 6 and over would give them, that would give them a lead of 80. They probably want to more, but I'm sure they're just thinking, well, any sort of a lead, just a bit of scoreboard pressure. But I agree with you. I guess what they won't want to do is just throw wickets away here and end up falling in a heap for sort of 380 or something, which could happen.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't make too much difference really to them.
In comes Crocombe, bowls wide outside the off stump, let go by Swindles. And there is no run. I'm sure these two will just want to have a little look at the bowling for an over or two. A wicket maiden from Henry Crocombe, and we haven't seen too many maidens in this innings. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46 for Henry, who I was saying when he came on to bowl, I think his averages and statistics don't really reflect. I think he's a good young bowler who's bowled a lot of overs for Sussex this season. His birthday is, I think, Monday next week. Let's have a little look at my records. Henry Crocombe, yeah. And we should wish a happy birthday to Delray Rawlins, whose birthday it was yesterday when he was 24.
One of the old men of the team.
He is, yes, he is. So congratulations to Delray.
Sean Hunt around the wicket to the right-handed Kimber, outside off stump, inside edge, just past the stumps, runs down to long leg. And the single is fortuitous and taken gratefully, I'm sure, by Kimber, who moves on to 364 for 4, brings the relatively diminutive Swindles down to face Hunt for the first time.
BBC Sport website is showing the catches as being taken by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Well, I can assure you they're not, because Finn Hudson-Prentice is in a sling.
It would have been an impressive effort on his part to have taken them one-handed with his left hand, while his right arm was in a sling. But,
indeed.
Why on earth would they be showing that?
I have no idea. I've just seen it on the screen.
Hunt is in line and length on off stump. Swindle just leans forward, pushes it out into the offside.
Yorkshire bowled out in their second innings for 117 in the county championship. That's the one remaining game in Division 1.
So are they beaten?
I think they're out of it now. Warwickshire have won by 106 runs. So the final round of matches, Hampshire against Lancashire next week. Hampshire top, Lancashire worst second. I wonder if Warwickshire might go second. I'll just double check the tables.
Hunt is in and bowls cut away. Down backward of point, down towards wide third man, and Swindles is going to take on the arm there and take it on successfully as well. Crocombe, it is down there at wide third man. Had a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Long goal throw for the young man from there, and Swindles scurrying between the wicket. The wickets made his ground pretty comfortably in the end, so he's off the mark with a couple. 366 for 4, the lead 7. Overs remain 67 and a half. Sky fills in again as Hunt is in to Swindles, who's just trying to nibble one down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, it swings away. Nicely taken by Carter, falling away to his left. Umpire Ramage, who I didn't realise had such a pronounced Scottish accent, but that's fair enough because he is a Scot. When he was saying this morning about the times of the inspections, holds out his hand to indicate that's for just 2 left in the over. To fellow umpire Mark Newell. Hunt is in and bowling onto off stump. Swindles is leaning forward, head right over the ball, pushing it out towards mid-off where Brown is the fielder. Picks up.
Yeah, so the championship is really very exciting. There are 4 sides within 6.5 points of each other going into the final round of matches. So Hampshire, Warwickshire, Lancashire and Nottinghamshire all in contention to win the county championship going into the final round.
Hunt is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Swindles, back with the ball. It just about holds its own a little bit. Defensive prod from Swindle, so they've clearly got licence just to play themselves in a little bit, these two, so it may be, as we've been speculating, and that's all it is, about the number of overs left that Leicestershire are going to give themselves, whatever the situation of the game in terms of how far they're ahead. If they are able to bowl Sussex out in 48 overs or whatever, then Sussex are not, even if they start just 100 behind, they're not going to be that much further ahead, are they? Leicestershire might have time to go out and knock them off, but I think the pitch is still playing pretty well, and bottom line is Sussex should save this game.
Yes, yeah, they should. I mean, Sussex would have to bat poorly to lose this game. Probably 2 overs to go until lunch. The clock clicking on to 12:23 as in comes Crocombe running in over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Kimber, plays down the track. Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So just to sort of wrap things up of the county championship, Hampshire 58.5 points, Warwickshire 55, Lancashire 54.5, Notts 52. So 4 sides covered by 6.5 points going into the final round of matches which start next week. And the top 2, well, just come back on that in a minute as in comes Crocombe. Bowls and up on his toes as Kimber driving firmly into the covers, and there is no run. Hampshire are top. If they win and win with maximum points, they will win the championship. They're away at Lancashire, who are currently 3rd. That game being played at Aigburth in Liverpool, not at Old Trafford.
Can get a bit damp there.
Well, I wondered
sometimes.
that. Yeah,
I mean,
will
be a factor.
Yeah, I'm quite. We were discussing this. Yeah. In comes Crocombe bowls, clipped away by Kimber, but straight to mid-on, fielded by Hindley, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a concert or something at Old Trafford next week. I'm sure both sides would have rather played at Old Trafford.
Gary tweeted, didn't he, to tell us there was, I have to admit, it was a popular beat combo I hadn't heard of, so whether Gary had made it up, I don't know.
Yeah.
could have done, but I'm sure he didn't. Sure you didn't, Gary.
In comes Crocombe again, rolls up on his toes again. Good over this from Henry Crocombe. 3 dot balls so far, 366 for 4.
He's getting it just to wobble a little bit in the air. Only 5 overs, obviously 5 overs old, so it should be just right now. A bit of the lacquer's coming off,
yes,
and nice and hard and shiny.
Nottinghamshire at home to Warwickshire, so that's on a test ground. And Nottinghamshire at home to Yorkshire, Warwickshire at home to Somerset. So it could go anywhere, could the Championship. Crocombe in bowls, pulled away by Kimber, but it's fielded by Foreman out at deep square leg. Who gets in the throw? One more to Kimber. He goes to 365.
Neither Notts nor Yorkshire could win it.
I think Notts can win it.
Yeah. Notts theoretically could they?
Yes, they could. So the two who can't win it are Yorkshire and Somerset. So I think, if Lancashire and Hampshire draw, and Notts or Warwickshire, there's only 6.5 points between the four of them.
Okay, goodness.
So it's mighty close. Crocombe in and bowls, and worked nicely by Swindles down to third man, fielded by Hunt. He'll pick up a single. Good over though from Henry Crocombe, who at the end of that over has bowled 17 overs, 3 maidens, and has taken 2 for 48. Leicestershire 368 for 4, leading by 9. Well, we might get 2 more overs in before lunch. Sean Hunt is certainly not running in to bowl the next over.
Won't be.
in fact, it's slower than an amble. So I think Sean has decided he doesn't want any more. This over will do. Thanks very much. So still 66 remaining in the day. And maybe Leicestershire would get through this over, get to lunch and say right, and decide exactly where they are in this game.
Well, 64 would be right, wouldn't it, in terms of the usual 32 session division?
It would.
But, motorbike, what if it's one of the outlaws? No, it's not. Round the wicket comes Hunt and bowls to Harry Swindles, who gets a delivery outside off stump, just guides it, dabs it down to third man, jogs this single. Crocombe fields. Swindles on to 4. Leicestershire's lead into double figures, 10. 369 for 4. Hunt walks back to the top of his mark like a young man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Heavy cloud over the ground at the moment. No sign of any rain as Hunt is into Kimber, who's driving, and again he's inside edging past the stumps down towards long leg. Tom Hinley is the fielder. Single taken.
What is interesting, Richard, there is quite a bit of cloud cover. I don't think we're going to get a gloriously sunny afternoon, and the ball has just sort of nipped around a little bit here, and Leicestershire just might feel if they get some sort of lead, they could put Sussex under a little bit of pressure. I agree with you totally. I think this is still a good pitch, and I think Sussex will have to bat badly. The one thing I would say is there is no Hudson Prentice, so Sussex are batsmen down.
Yeah, if they lose Haynes early or Brown early, or both of them, then suddenly it really does become a very different game with the ages of the side. If one or both of those two can just get in early, as far as Sussex are concerned, then it should be reasonably straightforward saving the game. As Hunt is in, is advancing across his stumps a little bit, Swindles, and he follows him. Hunt and bowls well and squares Swindles up a touch, gets a little bit of a leading edge, and it bounces out into the offside, and there's no run.
I think, this is going to be the last over, because the clock now says 12:29, and there are still 3 deliveries to be bowled in this over, but still 65 overs to be bowled today. We have the benefit of the lights. I think it's fair to say once you get to about 6 o'clock at this time of year.
Well, we stopped at 5:30, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
The first 2 days.
Yeah, we did.
As Hunt is in and bowling, Swindles is driving pleasantly through deep extra cover for 4. Really nice shot from Swindles. It wasn't a half volley, but obviously Leicestershire are going to chase it sometimes, and it didn't do anything. He hit through the line of the ball, and it came right out of the screws, out to deep extra cover for 4. So Swindles on to 8. Leicestershire's lead 15, 374 for 4.
So they've added 74 plus 9, which is 83 in
14.4. updates time. Just coming up to lunch, the Foxes continuing to bat nicely. They've moved on to 374, but they have lost 2 wickets. The 2 men out, Lewis Hill, who made 145 off just 167 balls, his first class career best. Soon afterwards, Hassan Azad was out for 152, his first class career best, making the Foxes 362 for 4. As I say, they've moved on to 374 for 4. They're looking for a lead of about 100 before declaring and getting Sussex back in this afternoon. Coming up to lunch, the Foxes 374 for 4. Hunt around the wicket as Adrian heads next door to update BBC Radio. Sussex bowls short outside off stump, up on his toes Swindles, steering down to third man, thinking about a second, but Crocombe gets his throw away quickly, so it will be just the single. And is that over? It is, and that is lunch. So Leicestershire will take lunch on 375 for 4, with Harry Swindles 9 not out, Louis Kimber 4 not out. 2 wickets this morning for Henry Crocombe. He has 2 for 48 from 17 overs, more than respectable figures. Sean Hunt in that over actually brought up his 100, so he's got 1 for 102 from 17. All those figures mean that Leicestershire now lead by 16 runs, with potentially, as I say, I'm not entirely sure we'll get them all because of the light, 65 overs left to be bowled. It could be a very interesting afternoon. It will be, I'm sure, a very interesting afternoon here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Hopefully you'll join myself, Richard Ray and Adrian Harms for the denouement of the game. But there's going to be a little ceremony now on the outfield, which I can tell you about. The first team squad coming out there, and applause, because 2 players are going to be capped by Leicestershire. And the 2 men to be capped are Lewis Hill and Chris Wright. Lovely to see. They shake hands with James Whittaker, former Leicestershire captain, former Leicestershire County Championship winning captain, former chief executive of the club as well. He's telling Hill and Wright what it means. It is a big gesture from the club. First time since 2019, when Colin Ackerman was capped by the club, that a cap has been awarded. Applause from the lined up Leicestershire first team squad and backroom staff, and big cheers for Lewis Hill and for Chris Wright. They put on their caps, and they are different. The caps, if you're a capped player, your fox on the front of it is gold, not red. It is a really significant moment for Lewis Hill and for Chris Wright. So just on that note, that very happy note as far as Messrs Wright and Hill are concerned, we will leave you now from the Uptonsteel County Ground. We'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes time for the resumption on this final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex.
10, 289 and 211 for 2 to left, Derbyshire 156 and requiring 341 on 55 and 4. Resulted card. Rewarded 309 and 124, Gloucestershire 419 and 15 minute loss, Gloucestershire lead by 10 wickets. At Worlds, Middlesex 144 and 247, Worcestershire 171 and Settlers 39 for 3, requiring a further 182. Northamptonshire 183, Durham 400, and second at Northamptonshire 95 for 3, and trail by 127. At the Oval, in regard to Essex 439, Surrey 144 for 8, and the result from anywhere, Warwickshire 155 and 176, Yorkshire 108 and 117, Warwickshire win by 106 runs.
I'm here. I don't know whether you wanted to do something or not, just in case. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it could be an exciting one as well. The Foxes added 84 runs in just 15 overs this morning. We did have an hour's delay due to a damp outfield. They've moved on to 375 for 4, which means they lead Sussex by just 16 runs. But if they can add another quick 100 or so after lunch and get Sussex in, they could give themselves around 50 overs to bowl their opponents out again. Just 2 men out this morning. Lewis Hill for 145, his first-class career best, and Hassan Azad even for 152, his first-class career best. And during the luncheon interval, caps were awarded to Lewis Hill and Chris Wright, greatly deserved for those two very popular members of the side. So it could be an exciting afternoon at the Uptonsteel County Ground when Leicestershire resume on 375 for 4. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this final day of the LV Insurance Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex is about to start. Leicestershire will resume in their first innings on 375 for 4 that, in reply to Sussex's first innings of 359. The Foxes lead by 16. There are potentially 65 overs left to be bowled. The light is now pretty good, I can say that. Certainly we'll have a full afternoon session as the two umpires, Mark Newell and Ian Ramage, head out into the middle, followed by the Sussex side. We can expect Leicestershire to really try and press on in the first 10 overs. He would have made 15 fours and 2 sixes. And Hassan Azad, who passed 150 for the first time in his first class career, 152 he made. And obviously that was also his first class career best. They were both caught by the young Sussex substitute Bertie Foreman off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. And during the interval, in case you weren't aware, I'm pleased to say that Leicestershire awarded 2 caps to Messrs Hill and Chris Wright. First Leicestershire caps since Colin Ackerman in 2019. Henry Crocombe is in 2 swindles, gets a delivery outside off stump, just off the back foot, steers it down towards third man. It's intercepted en route by Delray Rawlins, moving across from second slip because Swindles didn't time it as well as he would have liked, but nonetheless he picked up a single. Moves into double figures on 210. Harry Swindles has had a very good season with the bat, a breakthrough season, if you like, with the bat. He's scored, coming into this game, 624 first-class runs as Crocombe bowls, and he's caught. No, not caught. It was a caught and bowl chance. It wobbled, it swung away, it took a leading edge, it went past Crocombe, around about chest high. He got 2 hands to it, diving to his left. He couldn't hang on. Almost a 3rd wicket for Henry Crocombe. Arguably should have been. He just seemed to slightly misread it. It lobbed off the outside edge of the leading edge of Kimber's bat. So Kimber has led a very charmed life in getting just 4 runs. Crocombe is in, bowls to him, finds a thick outside edge. This time it runs away through the vacant gully down towards third man, and Kimber, who has had a couple of inside edges past the leg stump off Sean Hunt, well, he must have thought that was it there. Crocombe couldn't quite hang on. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex.
I agree. He was really disappointed, Henry, wasn't he? But it just the interesting thing is that since the new ball's been taken up, batting does look a little different. And I think it is just moving around a little bit, which is slightly worrying from a Sussex perspective.
Crocombe in again, 2 swindles, nice shape to it. Swindles defends on off stump and makes all sorts of very strange gestures with his bat, having done so. One was partly to make sure Kimber understood there wasn't a single in it, but I think also it was his way of showing that, as Adrian has just said, there was just a little bit of movement there.
Yeah, I think there is.
It's in the air, it's not off the pitch, but it is in the air. As the sun is starting to come out, it's getting a little bit more humid, and maybe that's it. Crocombe is in outside off stump, Swindles off the back foot, steers down to third man for a single.
I mean, to be honest, there shouldn't be too many alarms in Sussex. You know, there's 64 overs after this one left. We'll lose 2 for the change of innings. Leicestershire would have to bowl brilliantly and Sussex pat poorly. This is going to end in anything other than a draw, but you just never know. Sussex do look a very tired side. These younger players have played a lot of cricket, and that's not an excuse, but they do look tired.
Crocombe to finish his 18th over. He is in, and on the back foot Kimber gets a delivery just outside off stump. He stands up tall and plays it firmly down the pitch. Crack of leather on willow. Bit too high pitched, so it wasn't right off the middle. Down into the pitch it went, and Crocombe, who's still cross with himself for not taking that caught and bowled, stalks, having fielded the ball, rather stalks off down to third man, where he's going to be fielding for the next over.
Yeah. So yes, there's just the caveat that, and I'm sure there's some people saying, come on, they're young men, they're playing county cricket, they shouldn't be tired. I kind of get that as well. But Sussex are without Finn Hudson-Prentice, who won't bat. He batted, 4 in the first innings. Jack Carson will be coming into bat, I would imagine, at number 6. So, it is a longish tale for Sussex in this game. Certainly, and Leicestershire were thinking, well, Haynes and Brown are the key men. If either of those goes early or both, then Leicestershire may feel they're in business. But that's a little way away yet. Sean Hunt is on his way from the Bennett end, that's the far end from where we're commentating bowls, to Swindles, who nudges that into the onside, and there is no run. For the time being, Sussex with a relatively attacking field. There are 2 slips, a third man, a deep backward point, extra cover and a mid-off. There's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. So having said it's an attacking field, there are still 4 men out on the boundary. 3 men in front of square, saving the singles. There's still plenty of singles available as in comes Hunt. Around the wicket bowls, and a good delivery from Sean Hunt, which Swindles looks to force away into the offside. And there is no run. Swindles on 11, 378 for 4. I just wonder whether, Leicestershire will be wanting to pick up maximum batting bonus points here. 22 runs away. And we were talking earlier on this week, Richard, about prize money that might be available in the Championship, but no one, I was speaking to a couple of people last night about it, saying, can anybody find out what the prize money is? And nobody seems to know, which is bizarre, really. In comes Hunt around the wicket bowls, played into the offside by Swindles, and he picks up a single, footed by Rawlins, who runs from slip towards gully. And I don't mean that as a...
If I'd thought about it, I would have emailed... I forgot. If I'd thought about it, I'd have emailed the ECB press guys.
Last night. I've heard various suggestions that it comes right the way from 1 to 18 with diminishing amounts. Clearly, others have said no, it's only the first 2 who finish in Division 3. No one really seems to know, which I think it's not great communication across the game, really. Maybe there's nothing, but in which case we should know. In comes Hunt and bowls, and played firmly by Kimber to mid-off, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. I'm sure it isn't fortunes, but it may be a. Leicestershire are currently 4th in Division 3. The difference between finishing 4th and 6th may be, a couple of £1,000, something like that. It may be a little bonus for the players. Certainly not, as we were saying the other day, Premiership football, Premier League football money or anything like that, but I think it should be advertised somewhere. As in comes Hunter Bowles. Oh, thick inside edge, that did swing, and it comes all the way down here to fine leg fielded by Hindley, a thick inside edge. One more to Kimber, who hasn't looked as if he's finding this particularly easy. He's on 6. Leicestershire 380 for 4. Leading by 21. Looks like it could be quite a pleasant afternoon. There's a few patches of blue sky above the Uptonsteel county ground here. And to perhaps some of our other listeners known as Grace Road, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Swindles plays it slightly in the air to mid-on. It was perfectly safe, fielded at mid-on by Joe Surrow. One more to the total. Nice tidy over by Sean Hunt, who's 18 overs at 1 for 105. He was expensive on Monday. Of course, we were rained off yesterday. The lead is 22. Swindles on 13, Kimber on 6. The other important statistic is that there are 63 overs left to be bowled today.
So 84 runs in 15 overs this morning, 6 in 2 so far this afternoon. Kimber's 6 has come off 18 balls. They're not playing with a huge degree of urgency, Leicestershire. They're not jumping down the wicket and trying to smash it everywhere yet. So interesting to see what the approach is. Crocombe is in to Swindles, bounces and just wobbles away from him. Twitches at it, Swindles, and lets it, and then it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and Swindles indicates again that there's a little bit of, there was a little bit of movement. That the new ball, the first sort of 10-20 overs of the Sussex reply, as and when it comes, is going to be where the match will be won, lost or drawn, more likely.
I agree entirely.
The last. In goes Crocombe and bowls onto the legs of Swindles. It's worked away by the youngster out towards mid-wicket. He's interested in the possibility of a second. Hindley gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent any such possibility. Swindles moves on to 14 with that single, 382 for 4. The lead 23. they might pull out at 400, I suppose, and then, you know, if they need overs at the end, then to bat, well, so be it. But Crocombe is in line and length. Half forward is Kimber, just defending it back down the pitch. Certainly one assumes the sort of young man is playing to instructions, and perhaps he's been said, you just play your own game. And quite sure. In goes Crocombe, bowls, back foot defensive shot through, very straight mid-on. In fact, he's hit that so cleanly, it's going to go all the way 4-4. Hit that rather harder than I thought he had, and timed it rather better. It went past the stumps on the onside. I thought for a minute mid-on was going to get across and make the stop. In fact, he was nowhere near it in the end, and it ran away down to the longer, very straight long on for 4. So a nice shot off the back foot by Louis Kimby, moves him into double figures. He's a strong young man, and having seen that shot, Delroy Rawlins is brought out of second slip to mid-wicket. Crocombe in again to Kimber, who pulls him down towards long leg, straight to Joe Sarrow down there. So it is just 1 on that occasion, starting to time the ball rather better, Louis Kimber.
Yes, he is, just a little bit more urgency. I think they're decent figures from Henry Crocombe. 19 overs, 2 for 57. He's only gone at 3 and over.
Very respectable in the context of 400 for 4 or whatever, you know, close to 400 for 4.
I would agree.
As you said, the good impression he's made this season, he continues to make. In he goes, bowls to Swindles, outside off stump, just worked away by Swindles. He's what is he, about a foot shorter than Kimber? Something around that sort of, and probably a foot narrower as well, something like that. I exaggerate, of course, but there isn't that much, quite that much in it. But he's much closer to the ground, and he can wait on the back foot and just nurdle it away, and did. Getting warmer.
It is. Yes, it is. He's actually taller than he looks, Henry Crocombe. He's just holding his right shoulder. I hope he's okay. He's 6'2" is Henry, born in Eastbourne. Product of the Bede School. So many of the Sussex players seem to end up going to Bede School. It's a school known for its cricketing prowess.
Well, it seems to produce half this Sussex side.
Well, I think it does, and often these are young players who in many cases, I think, are offered scholarships or part scholarships to go and play. Eastbourne College is another private school in the area as well. Here comes Sean Hunt. He's coming in from the Bennett end, much more blue sky now. He's in and bowls, and up on his toes. That's a nice looking shot by Harry Swindles. Is going to quite possibly bring in 4 runs. Joe Sarrow is in hot pursuit, but I don't think he's going to make it. Onto the back foot, pulled away through wideish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Swindles to 15, and Swindles to 19, I do apologise. Leicestershire to 392 for 4, and the lead is now 33.
That was a really nice piece of time,
It was.
By Swindles. Rawlins again leaves second slip and heads out to mid-wicket, as he did in the previous over.
Yeah.
I don't think Sussex will mind in fact, where the weather is coming from today, which is the other opposite direction, it's looking increasingly good now, isn't it?
I agree.
Lots of blue sky around.
Hunt, there you go, bowls, and Swindles with a play and a miss. He was looking to run that one down through the slip area or backward point, but he didn't get a nick through to the keeper, for which he'll be pleased about. I agree, Richard, and the skies are a lot lighter, and you would think that when Sussex's turn comes to bat, conditions will be even better for batting.
Yeah, exactly. Just thinking that, I think Sussex will be quite happy to see those blue skies appearing from the northwest over the back of the meet.
Yep, I agree. Just the one slip in place. Again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That was a good delivery by Sean Hunt around the wicket, pitching around middle and off, and he drew Swindles into a little nibble outside of the off stump, and the ball goes through to Carter. There is no run. At the field, apart from the slip, there is a third man, a backward point, both of those on the boundary, a fine leg and a deep square leg, so 4 men on the boundary. And then apart from the slip, 2 men saving one on the offside, a cover and a mid-off, then a mid-on and a mid-wicket as Hunt is in again. Bowls and Swindles drives. He's going to get runs here, down to third man. Crocombe quickly around the boundary, but he can't do anything about that. And it's an edged boundary down to third man. I just thought for a moment, I just saw Ben Brown look rather anxious as Henry Crocombe chased that one around the boundary, because he was in full flight as he ran towards the boundary board. And there's an advertising hoarding down here as well, and I think he thought Henry was going to collide with the advertising board, but fortunately he didn't. Swindles picks up another boundary, slightly fortuitous. He goes to 23, nonetheless, 396 for 4, so Leicestershire 4 runs away from a 5th batting bonus point. And the lead, which is the other important statistic, is now 37, and Ben Brown is actually just taking the ball to umpire Newell and saying, I think that may be out of shape, umpire. And umpire Newell immediately throws the ball to umpire Ramage, who presumably umpire Ramage will make the decision, will he?
Looks that way.
He's looking at the ball, and he's decided that there is
fairly perfunctory inspection.
Nothing wrong with it.
Still, a few seconds for Ben.
much ado about nothing. Good try by Ben Brown to get the ball changed, but the umpire was having absolutely none of it. 396 for 4. As in comes Hunt, bowls, and forward comes Swindle, plays back down the track. Hunt fields off of his own bowling, and there is no run. Just a scattering of spectators around the ground today on the final day of county cricket at Leicester for the season.
A few more coming in, though.
Yes,
there's a sniff of a possibility. There's
and
a few down the bottom away to our left.
Yeah, and actually the fact that people think, well, we're going to get we could get 3 or 4 hours of cricket here. There's blue skies making their way in. Hunt in bowls, Swindles drives handsomely into the covers, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. Into Sean Hunt's 19th over, 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 113. He's going at 5.9 an over, and in comparison to Henry Crocombe, whose 19 overs have gone for 58. So Henry Crocombe going at 3.1 an over, roughly half the runs conceded by Sean Hunt. And only mention that because we think Crocombe has bowled really nicely. He's pitched the ball up. He's picked up a couple of wickets today. Both wickets, has to be said, when both Azad and Hill were on the charge and may not have played those shots on another occasion. But nonetheless, I think he's warranted picking up those 2 wickets. It has to be said the Sussex attack hindered by the loss of Hudson Prentice, who would have certainly bowled a number of overs. Would have probably opened the bowling, in fairness.
Yes. Crocombe then will continue. 20th over of the innings from the pavilion end. Edges just short Kimber of first slip. Brown actually didn't take the ball cleanly on the bounce. It was, I say, just short, maybe 1.5 foot, something like that. But on the back foot and finding the edge, he is getting it to wobble around a little bit. Henry Crocombe, which, as I say, the likes of the newly capped Chris Wright and the Leicestershire seamers won't be entirely displeased to see Kimber and Swindles having a few issues out there. Crocombe in again to Kimber, gets squared up again, thick outside edge along the ground, through gully down towards third man. So just a single for Kimber. He moves on to 12, 397 for 4. 3 more runs for another batting bonus point for Leicestershire. The 5th and last, obviously.
I just made myself 10 minutes ago the most revolting cup of tea I think I've ever made for myself. I left the tea bag in and forgot it was in there, and I thought I thought I'd rectify it with a bit more milk, but I have to say it looks horrible and it tastes disgusting. So
no, I don't think they're rectifiable, really.
It's beyond. It looks like mud.
It's beyond rectification.
It is. It really is.
I'm sorry about that. In goes Crocombe and bowls down the leg side. Nice little tickle by Swindles down to fine leg for 4, and that brings up the Leicestershire 400 and picks up that 5th batting bonus point, the 8th of the Foxes' innings. The 400 has come up off 91.3 overs, so a brisk rate indeed. And glancing at the, well, they'll go to the end of the over, whatever, but it doesn't look as though 400 is necessary, or that the bonus points at any rate is the moment of declaration.
No, well batted, nice looking shot, although Henry Crocombe, we know that wasn't a great delivery, and you could just tell he was irritated with himself that he'd bowled one down the leg side, and really all Swindles had to do was just help the ball on its way.
42 now the lead. Crocombe in again to Swindles. Much better delivery on off stump. Swindles can only defend. Back down the wicket to Crocombe. 401 for 4. It looks though it's going to be a fairly pleasant afternoon.
No, I agree.
At the Uptonsteel county ground.
I think if I was Henry Crocombe, I'd want my fine leg a bit finer, not just because he's conceded 4 runs down there, but he does bowl wicket to wicket, and he's always going to get nudged in that area.
In he goes and bowls on to middle and leg. Swindles defends as far as Rawlins at mid-wicket. Sometimes think much the same. It is a different position to that occupied in club cricket, isn't it? When you're sort of long leg is usually pretty much a long stop sometimes.
Yeah.
in
No, I agree.
Village and club cricket, aren't they? They go very fine sometimes.
Certainly the level I played at, there often was a backstop.
Crocombe is in, short pulled by Swindles out towards mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it, deep mid-wicket that is, and chasing around the boundary is Bertie Foreman. Yeah. Held 2 very good catches this morning. I say very good, they were straight to him, but they were from a distance. And I'm sure they'll have been spinning, and he looked to be in complete control as he took them, as the sun comes blazing out for the first time for, what, day and a half? Yeah. 2 days?
Get those sunglasses on, I think. I better disappear. We've got to do an update.
An ambulance or a police car goes down Saffron Lane, I think, which is around about 100 yards. It runs parallel to Milligan Road. It's the road from sort of Ayleston in and out of the city centre. Sean Hunt, 1 for 113 from his 19 overs, round the wicket to Swindles on off stump, just dabs it out, defends it out into the offside, and it's Jack Carson who fields. Still got the slip in. Sussex, Ben Brown is still in there next to Ollie Carter, the man who has taken the gloves, or been given the gloves. Ahead of Brown, in goes Hunt and bowls, worked out off, just about off stump by Swindles, off the back foot down towards third man. The single is taken. Swindles on to 29, 403 for 4. It's not an in-out field as such, because Leicestershire don't really look like they're going for any big hits at the moment. Kimber might change that. Mid-on and mid-off are both in their conventional positions, if you like. Ditto extra cover and mid-wicket. There is a deep backward square, long leg and third man. Also a deep backward point, as in comes Hunt and bowls. Kimber drives, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way down towards third man, where Crocombe fields. Again, the single is taken. Kimber on to 13. This hasn't quite got going yet. Swindles has been busy, 29 off 34 for him. 85 his strike rate, up there with sort of Lewis Hills. Kimber's 54 at the moment, the lead 45 now. Bright sunshine, lovely to see, as in goes Hunt and bowls, and Swindles tries to hit him away off the back foot. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball, of course, and misses it, just bounces through without deviating at all to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Umpire Ramage comes out and semaphores some sort of signal to his fellow umpire Mark Newell. Then he has a word with Tom Haynes. Not sure what that was about. In goes Hunt and beats the outside edge of Swindle's back, because Swindle's off the front foot was trying again to work it down to third man and missed it. Went through to Carter, who didn't take it cleanly. Umpire Ramage is now signalling at the pavilion. And he's sort of doing a hand-washing motion, so presumably after this delivery it will be a sanitising break. I suspect that's what all the semaphoring has been about. Hunt is in. Swindles is playing firmly off the back foot, pulling slightly, hitting sort of fairly straight though, and it goes out to mid-on. That is the end of the over, and indeed on come the 12th men with the sprays. Messrs Atkins for Sussex. Is a Leicestershire 12th man coming on? No, not at the moment anyway. Sussex wandering rather than marching briskly towards the 12th man, because they have nothing to gain. Out comes the Leicestershire 12th man now, somewhat belatedly, with drinks for the two batsmen. Looks like Scott Steele running out there. Well, we're playing minimum overs anyway, so time lost isn't necessarily too much of an issue if, and it's a heck of a big if given what happened on days 1 and 2, the light stays playable sort of to permit all of those. What are left now? 59 overs left potentially in the day, so we've had 21 of the 80 that umpires Ramage and Newell decided would be the minimum number to be bowled today. An hour lost this morning to a damp outfield. The sun has gone in again now, so this sort of little patch of blue is all it was. The grey cloud behind it, though, it does seem a little bit higher. Crocombe continues from the pavilion end, bowls. Good delivery on off stump, forward goes Kimber, defends out into the offside, and there is no run. I suspect BBC Radio Leicester may just have forgotten the half-past update. Delroy Rawlings hands rather than throws Henry Crocombe the ball from mid-off. Crocombe is in again, outside off stump, forced away for 4 off the back foot by Kimber. Lovely shot by Louis Kimber, threaded the needle between the man at extra cover, who is Jack Carson, and Rawlins, who's at mid-off. Punched it away. Nice piece of timing. Round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful. Kimber moves on to 17, 408 for 4. The lead 49. Bonus points at the moment. Leicestershire 8, Sussex 5. In goes Crocombe, bowls, and Kimber this time gets a delivery on middle and leg. He turns his wrists on it as he looks to work it into the leg side, but it is quite straight and he can't take too many liberties, and doesn't. Fielded at mid-wicket by Hindley. He hasn't had the greatest of games so far. Been a tough one for him on a good wicket. In comes Crocombe and bowls, clipped firmly out towards mid-on, slightly wide of him by Kimber Atkins, who is Atkins or Atkin. Atkins with an S, I beg his pardon. Fields moving to his right, and actually a fairly comfortable single for Kimber. 18 to him, 409 for 4. The lead is now 50. Crocombe is in to Swindles again. A little bit of shape, a little bit of outswing, but it's a bit from the arm. It's not late, so fairly easy for Swindles to read and defend off stump. Crocombe turns and is in, outside off stump, slightly short on this occasion, punched away off the back foot by Swindles. Knew there was probably just going to be the one in it, and there was, so he keeps the strike with that single. He moves on to 30. Leicestershire 410 for 4, lead by 51. 58 overs remain. Remember, 2 off for the change of innings. If they were to declare now, then it would be 56 overs left to... Well, it wouldn't be 56 left to bowl Sussex out, because if Sussex were to occupy 50 of those overs, they'd be presumably well ahead of the 51 by which Leicestershire lead at the moment. So, juggling the equation, the Foxes at the moment, but the pitch showing no real signs of, well, giving the bowlers anything, to be quite honest. It looks like any assistance is going to be solely through the air. Been different if it would have been different if we'd played yesterday. Leicestershire could have got up to 550, sort of, and got 200 ahead, no problems, and got Sussex back in last night sometime, but that's how cricket is sometimes. Hunt to continue, 21st over, in he goes. Down the wicket goes Swindles, a huge agricultural mow and a miss. Hit wildly over the top of the ball. Got away with it. Went underneath his bat through to Carter. And seeing that, Haynes sends Sarrow back from mid-on to long on. At the moment he's 10 yards inside the ropes. Haynes himself heads back towards long off. He too, though, isn't going quite all the way back, as Hunt is in to Swindles. Gets a fullish ball on his legs that he clips away down to long leg, interested in the possibility of a second, but long leg gets there quickly, gets his throwaway. It's Tom Hindley down there at the moment, so just the single to Harry Swindles. He moves on to 31, 411 for 4. Adrian back alongside. At least they remembered you. BBC Radio Leicester completely forgot me, but at least I can stay on commentary.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
Sean Hunt is in. Third ball of his over, bowls to Kimber off the front foot, square drive, slightly behind square on the offside. Should be a comfortable 2, because Foreman has to make up 10-15 yards away to his left, gets there ahead of Crocombe running the other way, gets his throwaway, but 2 to Kimber brings up the 50 partnership for the 5th wicket. Kimber has got 19 of them, the busy Swindles 31 of them, and the blue has turned back to green at the bottom of the scoreboard as Hunt is in. Kimber smashes it back. Kimber not very far from Swindles, off the back foot. Shows the power of the young man. He just stood up tall there and off the back foot clubbed it back through a very straight mid-on, and Swindles had to dodge smartly out of the way there as it fairly whistled past him, and although Sarrow is out at long on, he had absolutely no chance of getting anywhere near it. And Kimber picks up 4. Hunt in again to Kimber down the leg side. It's pulled for 4 round the corner, and a tired delivery got what it deserved. I'm afraid it was a bit of a long hop down the leg side from Sean Hunt, and his figures are looking a bit ugly now. Adrian, 1 for 126 from just 20.5 overs.
Well, that was a horrible delivery, wasn't it? I mean, no, you know, no one's suggesting Sean Hunt's not trying his hardest, but he looks very demoralised, doesn't he? And that was a half tracker really, and I mean, he is going at 6 and over, which you just can't do in first class cricket. You've got to do better than that.
Kimber's moved on to 28 with those 2 blows. Hunt is in again to him. Slightly better delivery off the back foot, punched out towards mid-wicket. The Sussex players now pretty much all on the boundary, with the exception of Atkins, who was at mid-off, and Brown, who was at backward point. The charge, one would conclude from those 2 thumping blows from Kimber, is very much on. 422 for 4. The lead is 63. Overs remaining 57. Call it 55.
Yeah. I mean, the charge is definitely on. You're absolutely right, Richard. But I think in this situation, you've got to make the batsman work for runs, and sadly there were a couple of deliveries in that over which were gimmies, really poor deliveries. But I think this is not a bad tactic from Tom Haynes. Ooh.
1:45. Well, that's an interesting time for an update. Okay, they've remembered. Squeeze it in between overs, hopefully. Now the charge is on for the Foxes. They're trying to build the lead quickly towards 100 and maybe up towards 150. Get out there and try and bowl Sussex out again. Harry Swindles and Louis Kimber are at the wicket. Swindles has 31 off 41 balls. Kimber 29 off 32. Leicestershire 422 for 4.
So it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's back into the attack. Now I think this is a decent tactic by Tom Haynes, because Delray just bowled line of length to keep the batsman quiet. The first delivery is driven down to long off. And just a single taken by Kimber, who goes to 30. Leicestershire 423 for 4. Out the back of the pavilion towards the city. When I went round to do my updates, you'd go out of one commentary box. Over the city, it's really dark. It looks like it's almost sort of two separate, it's almost like it's a curtain above the ground. It's sunny here, but behind us it's really dark. Rawlins is in, bowled and driven down the ground by Swindles to long on. Footed down below us by Tom Hinley, one more to the total. Which probably is bad news for Sussex, because, we thought that cloud was going to melt away, which generally means batting becomes a little easier. Lead of 65. A couple of singles off the first two balls of the over. Delray Rawlins, who bowls of a full length, so that's right up in the block hole and just driven to extra cover.
Right, Adrian, I contacted the ECB press office.
Thank you.
About prize money, and I quote, "Total prize money for the county championship is £1.5 million.
Rawlins in bowls, clipped onto the leg side by Kimber. They've taken one, they'll look for two here, because Foreman's got a long, long way to come in, but well-fielded young man. He was in quickly, picked it up, got in the throw, and just a single. Total goes to 425 for 4.
And the prize money runs from winner of Division 1 through to second place in Division 3. So I think it's probably fairly safe to say that neither of these two counties are going to pick up any prize money this season.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for finding out, Richard. Would you be able to forward that on to me, because then I'll remember.
Just those two sentences.
In comes Rawlins, bowls and swept by Swindles down towards fine leg, footed by Carson, and there is no run. Then I'll remember next week when we're discussing it. But I think the two top sides in this group are likely to be Middlesex and if Leicestershire were to win here, you never know with the game to go, Richard. In comes Rawlins, bowls and reverse swept, and that's going to go for 4 runs, and that's a very fine shot by Harry Swindles. Now that was a shot of a player who plays a bit of limited overs cricket. It was just the reverse sweep. You don't see it too often in county championship cricket, but it's an authentic shot that batsmen, probably 2 or 3 years ago, I think we might have said, that was a risky shot, but these players practice these shots, and he just reverse swept the ball down to fine leg, picked up a boundary. He goes to 36. Leicestershire 429 for 4. Lead now 70. Overs remaining 56. Make that 54 for the change of sides. Richard and I were speculating that Leicestershire might want 50 overs to bowl Sussex out in.
They do, don't they? Surely.
You'd have thought so.
Minimum.
Yeah, they don't want to find. Yeah, you'd have thought so.
Which means 4 more.
Yeah.
Let us see, but.
And it's a little, a lead of maybe 100, and they can afford to stick everyone around the bat and give it a go. And if they get a couple of early wickets, we could be in for an exciting finish.
Well, Joe Sarro's drawn the short straw. He's going to take, I say short straw. He didn't have the greatest of days on day 2 either. None for 42 from 7. I say short straw because they're going to go after him, everybody on the boundary, but could be a couple of cheap wickets if it's knocked up in the air. Sean Hunt retires, hurt, I think we can say, mentally if not physically, although he's feeling it physically as well. And Sarro is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Kimber, who gets a good length delivery on off stump. He just comes down on it, steers it, but only as far as Rawlins, one of only 2 players in single saving positions. He's at backward point. The other is Ben Brown, who is at sort of extra cover, really. Everybody else, as far as I can see, with the obvious exception of Ollie Carter behind the stumps, is on the boundary. Sarro is in. Kimber clubs him down towards long on. It will be just the one. It should be just the one, and is just the one. Good throw on the bounce back to Sarro from down there. Bounces above the stumps. Kimber moves on to 32, 430 for 4. Still, theoretically, a possibility of Sussex picking up another bowling bonus point if they can pick up a couple more wickets. We're still well within the 110. Sarro is in, bowls to Swindles, who works it back down the pitch, and Sarro almost sort of falls on the ball. He had to do so. He did so very wearily. He had to do so because it isn't a mid-on and mid-off.
And yet he's only in his 8th over. He's bowled very little in this innings. Sean Hunt and Crocombe has done the majority of the work. And he's had a day to put his feet up as Joe Sarro, isn't he?
Yes. In he goes and bowls to Swindles, who thumps it out towards wide mid-wicket. He's found the gap and it's going to run away for 4. Two of Stench's Vuvuzela.
I reckon we're spot on here. I reckon they're going to give themselves 50 overs. And just whatever the lead is at 50 overs, they'll take that, because they are really going for this declaration now.
Swindles on to 40 of 46 balls, 434 for 4. Swindles this season, I mentioned it's been a real breakthrough season for him with the bat. He's scored 2 centuries, including a really fine 171 not out against Somerset at Taunton. He's also got a couple of 50s to his name as well. Possibility of a third here. Sarro taking his time, and why not? Runs in and bowls to Swindles, who forces out into the offside, thick outside edge through gully down towards third man. It's usually Crocombe down there. It is. Gets his throw away. Swindles on to 41. The lead 76. Smoke from that factory chimney is moving quite swiftly away to the east now, so the breeze is under the darker cloud has gotten up a little bit, but it's helped dry the ground. Sarro is in down the leg side. May have just flicked the thigh pad of Kimber as he tried to help it down to fine leg. Raised his eyes to the heavens after failing to do so. End of Sarro's over. None for 48 from 8, maintaining his 6 runs per over conceded record. Ray Rawlins looks not very enthusiastic about the prospect of bowling the next over, does he?
That's probably the understatement of the year, Rich. He looks distinctly underwhelmed, doesn't he? He's always looking so to his skipper, do I have to?
Yes, if not actually not actually disgruntled, he's certainly not gruntled.
No, he's got his fielders scattered far away. I mean, I think in terms of Delray, he's used to bowling in limited overs cricket, so I think this is a good decision to bowl him, because he'll know what to do to try and keep the batsman quiet. He'll certainly pitch the ball up. He's coming in from the pavilion end, bowls and clipped away to the onside. They're going to look for 2 though. Henry Crocombe is steaming in. They will come back for 2. Crocombe gets in the throw. He's poked to the right end. Good bit of fielding, good bit of running. Actually, good cricket. Nothing wrong with that bit of fielding from Crocombe. He had a long way to come in. He got in a good throw right over the top of the stumps, but very good running by Swindles, who was running to the danger end and picked up a couple of runs. He goes to 43, 37 for 4. Lead of 78. Rawlins in again, bowls, they're short, clipped into the leg side. They're going to go for 2 here again, because Carter is racing out to field the ball at square leg, gets in the throw, and that's intelligent batting by Harry Swindles. He nudged the ball onto the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. The keeper was the nearest to the ball, and that's really good batting to pick up 4 in 2 balls. and with low risk, really, Richard.
Yeah, no, perfect placement, wasn't it? Just saw that huge gap at square leg next to the umpire, next to umpire Ramage, just played it towards him, and it was the fact that Carter got there first, 40 yards from the wicket, 30 yards from the wicket. Wicketkeeper's never going to turn and throw down the stumps from 40 yards, is he?
Rawlins in again, bowls, played away by Swindles, this time to the offside. Picks up a single footed by Orr, sweeping on the cover boundary. And there is a bit of score, or there will be a bit of scoreboard pressure on Sussex, because they'll know that there is a lead. They're under pressure to save the game. When they come to batting, comes Rawlins again down the wicket, driven, lofted drive through the offside. That could well be forward. I have to say that's a poor bit of fielding by Sean Hunt.
Interesting.
I think you have to. I'm always, and perhaps a little too fair in my judgment of some of these young players, but that was a shocking bit of fielding. It was lofted off drive through the offside. Sean Hunt had no further to run than probably a couple of metres, and he just held out a left hand, and I saw Tom Haynes just looked away in disgust. That wasn't a great bit of fielding. 4:44 for 4. In comes Rawlins again, played away again by Kimber on this occasion, out to or more to the total, and this is an expensive over now. 4, 2, 4, 5, 9, 10 off the over, but really that 4 should have been just 1, Richard, to be honest.
2 at the most, but he should have stopped it for sure.
Rawlins in again, bowls and clipped onto the leg side, and they'll take another single because everybody's back on the boundary. End of a very productive over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. An over that cost 11.
Oh, I thought that might be it for a minute because the batsmen were heading off, but they're heading towards the Leicestershire 12th man. It's sanitising time. Yeah. But even the laid-back Rawlings gave it the double teapot there.
Well, I don't blame him. That I think you have to cut. You don't have to at all. But they're young cricketers, and you can cut them a bit of slack. But I'm afraid that was a really poor bit of fielding.
Waved limply at it with his leg. I mean, it was travelling. It would have stung if he'd stopped it for sure. But you've got to try.
Yeah, that was in complete comparison to young Foreman, who's chased around and.
He's fed up, isn't he, Hunt? Because he's gone round the park with the ball in hand. It started beautifully, didn't it? With a wicket in his first over, I think it was. Picked up Evans, but
I think in this situation,
a long time ago for him now.
Yeah, you've got to put that behind you, haven't you? You're playing for the team here. I mean, Sussex are under the pump. They're going to have to face an awkward sort of 50 overs probably to save this game. And you need everyone on board in situations like this.
Sarro is in to Kimber, a little bit short, and he's up on his toes, working it out towards Hunt, but and there shouldn't have been 2 there either, but there have been 2 there. There was a sort of, both Hunt and I think it's Hindley kind of looked at each other. Hindley got there first, but seeing the hesitation from the far end, having reached it, Swindles immediately called Kimber back for a second and made his ground, so it's tough. I know it's tough for the youngsters at the moment, but fielding is kind of one of the basics they can keep doing, isn't it, really? And they've got
I agree.
Sarro is in again to Swindles, goes too low. He hopped across the wicket and it went down, it didn't squat, but it didn't really get up, and he dabbed at it a little ineffectually. It went past his inside edge, bounced before reaching, this for a second time, before reaching Carter behind the stumps. Carter's got his head down with his gauntlets on his knees at the moment. They look a tired team. Sussex, they're kind of waiting for the declaration as Sarro is in to Swindles, who's up on his toes.
2 here as well.
Could be 2 if Kimber turns straight away, and there will be 2. He just played it firmly. Everybody is out on the boundary on the leg side, and it was Brown who came running in from long on, and that is 50 for Harry Swindles, his 3rd of the season, to go with his 2 centuries. It's come off just 54 balls and includes 6 fours. So like Hill, he has been busy and effectively so, and it brings up the Leicestershire 450. So the lead is approaching 100. If they declared at the end of this over, they would have 51 overs. In goes Sarro, bowls to Swindles, thick outside edge, down on the ground all the way towards wide third man, picked up by Crocombe, and the single is taken.
Just looking at these games, I mean the top two in this group, Richard, are Middlesex and Kent. Both have games ongoing today, but if Leicestershire were to win this game, and they would take 22 points, is that right? No.
8 points plus 16 would be 24.
24. Yeah, so they would, they'd be up and around. They play Worcestershire next week, so it's not not inconceivable.
Sarrow into Kimber,
Oh, wow.
who pulls the no ball high over mid wicket for 6. Is he signalling a no? Well, I'm waiting for the signal.
It was
4. Did he? Where was mid?
Well,
was he 10 yards in then?
Well,
Yeah,
and I've got to say.
Well, Ali Orr should have been back on the boundary.
Well, I think he's a big boundary out there, but he's 10 yards in, and they're keeping him there as well. And now Tom Haynes is saying go back.
What on earth's the point being 10? I know.
Well, I agree. I'm a big believer. You're either in on the one or you're on the fence, and I don't think that's Ali Orr's fault. I think they just got him in the wrong place.
Sarrow into Kimber again. He looks for the Yorker. Puff of dust as Kimber reaches down, clips it out towards Brown, who's down there at long gone, comes in to meet the ball, single taken. Kimber on to 42 at a runner ball. So he was 6 off 18, Louis Kimber.
Yeah.
And now he's 42 off 42.
I mean, it looks like Kent are actually going to win at Derbyshire, because Derbyshire are 102 for 7. So you'd think they're unlikely to hang on for the rest of the day. So Derbyshire, because that would probably put Kent in a very good position in the group.
Sarrow is in, bowls, leg side, clipped away down towards wide long leg for 4, absolutely off the stumps. He stepped across there. Had he missed it, it would have hit middle stump, but he made it into a sort of leg side delivery and flicked it away. Brings up the 100 partnership of 96 balls. Swindles on to 56, Kimber on to 41. Sussex at the moment are chasing leather, but there are only 53 overs left to be bowled as on comes the spray. So if Leicestershire declare after this over, then they will have 50 overs. So our guess, and that's what it is that the declaration is 1 over away. The lead now is over 100. It's 103. So.
And actually today, Richard, and I've left my book next door, I'll go and get it at the end of the next over. Leicestershire have scored at an alarming rate. I'll work it out in a minute, but they...
291 at the start of the day.
OK, so that's 9. So they've scored 171 runs.
And they've had, considering there were 80 left, there are now 53, 27 overs.
171 in 27 overs. I mean, Sussex are leaking runs here at about 7 and over. In comes Rawlins, hammered away, and that's another huge blow, and that I think has gone for 6 runs. Over extra cover, and it is indeed signalled 6, belted away by Kimber. Over extra cover.
Should say this comfortably Kimber's first class best. Did get a couple of good 50s in the Royal London Cup, but this is just his 3rd first class match and 4th first class innings, and his previous best was 13, so obviously left that behind a long time ago.
So Rawlins again comes in, bowls, cut away by Kimber again, this time fielded out in the deep by Tom Haynes at deep extra cover. I mean, the field now, there are 4 men back on the fence on the leg side.
Kimber's really cross with himself, so I think they may I think he may know it's the end of this over.
Yeah.
And he's on 49. So.
3 men saving one on the offside, a sweep on the cover boundary, and a mid-off as in comes Rawlins. Bowl swept away. That's going to be 4 runs. Another reverse sweep by Harry Swindles brings another boundary, and this is pretty much as demoralising as it gets when you're in the field, because
they just can't stop it.
They just can't stop it. I mean, the runs are coming wherever Tom Haynes
are coming now. Yeah,
wherever Tom Haynes turns, it's a big outfield. He's probably thinking to himself as well, we're going to have to, we're going to have to bat now. And
in a way, the amount of runs may not make too much of a difference. It's about batting overs, isn't it, for Sussex when they go out there? So, update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. It sounds. Did you have one at the top of the hour? In goes Rawlings, reverse swept down towards wide third man. Going to get 2, Swindles. and does get 2. 475 for 4. Swindles on to 62. The lead 116. 7-6-13 off the first 4 balls of the over. Rawlins is in to Swindles, who clips out towards deep mid wicket. Should be just 1. Kimber's turning for the second, and he's going to get there, and Swindles is going to get there too. So they made 1 into 2. 15 off the over. Runs coming at a will. Absolute charge on at the moment by Leicestershire. They have moved on to 477 for 4. Harry Swindles has 64. Louis Kimber has 49. It means they lead Sussex now by 118. We suspect the declaration is coming at the end of this over. It will leave Leicestershire 50 overs to bowl Sussex out and win the game. The Fox is now 478 for 4. As Swindles clips that one out to deep mid-wicket. Crocombe is the fielder, and the declaration isn't coming. So, well, Sussex won't be too gutted about that now, I don't think, because every over now that Leicestershire bat on is an over less to be batted by Sussex.
Yes, I would agree, but I don't think it's far away, Richard.
It can't be if they're going to have a chance.
You know, they've got to allow themselves enough time here, Leicestershire. But they'll want to stick people around the bat because they'll know that's the best chance of picking up wickets. I just can't see it going on much longer. But Sussex do look, and now young Tom Hindley's coming on to bowl.
Oh, thanks, Skip.
I mean, he's bowled 5 overs for 29. He's making his debut. He's only 18, but he's coming into bowl. I mean, and that's when the slog is really on here, and this isn't going to be easy for the young man. I mean, Sussex, we have to say Sussex are down a bowler, but they're getting hammered around the ground here. 478 for 4, lead of 119, in a day that we thought would probably dribble out into a draw. It may well still do, but this is a pretty chastening experience for these young Sussex bowlers. No one's saying they're not trying, but it's just when you feel you need 1 or 2 experienced heads out there, really, somewhere for the skipper to turn, and he hasn't got that. With Hudson Prentice off the field as in comes Hindley, bowls and worked by Swindles to backward point. Picks up a single fielded there by Ben Brown. There is no run. Brings Kimber on to strike on 49. Would you like to do this one, Richard?
You're okay, don't worry. 50s are
Okay.
50s, but even the first one's for Louis Kimber, if he gets it.
49 of 44 balls. In comes Hindley, bowls and played onto the onside, and there is a half century for Louis Kimber. Well batted, sir. He gets a nice round of applause from his batting partner. And a nice round of applause. As you said earlier, Richard, that is a bigger crowd than we thought. They're well scattered, but the level of and volume of the applause suggests there's a few more spectators probably sitting down behind us, in front of us, that we can't actually see.
There's a lot down in those red seats down below us we can't see either.
Yeah.
Well, as I say, there's just a you never quite know feeling about the afternoon.
Hindley again, well swept away, and then more runs. That's going to just be a single. It should just be a single. It's a misfield by Hunt, who, to his credit, recovers well and gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Swindle 67. Leicestershire 481 for 4. As we await the declaration, which cannot be far away. Lead of 122. Hindley again bowls, hammered away by Kimber down to long on. Another single. He goes to 51. 482 for 4. Lead 123. 2 balls remaining in the over. Just 4 singles off the over so far. So well done to young Tom Hindley, who's prevented any boundaries so far. He's in and bowls and clipped away. That'll be another single. And again, this time it's Orr who comes racing in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Swindles is a little annoyed he didn't get more than a single there, but he goes to 67. 483 for 4. Lead 124. Hindley in bowls, and Kimber's going to get another single. Didn't quite time that through on the onside. Again, all is called into action. It is the end of the over. I saw a signal towards the dressing room there. I wonder whether that is going to be it. No, it isn't. They're carrying on. So, 484 for 4, Swindle 68, Kimber 52. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex. If I forget before the close of play, a big thank you here to everybody at Grace Road. Always well looked after by the people here for lunch and car parking and everything else. So, thank you to everybody here.
It's been a while, hasn't it? A couple of 2-3 years since you were here last.
Very helpful press officer Dan, thank you, and thank you to you as well, Richard. And always good fun coming to Grace Road, and we could be in for an interesting couple of hours cricket here this evening. Sussex have, on a good pitch, as we said earlier on today, will feel they really ought to see this out comfortably enough. But when you've been out in the field for a while, and it's been a little demoralising for Sussex the last hour or so, we shall see.
So the sun comes out as blue sky appears away to our right. Rawlins is in outside off stump. A huge blow. Is it heading our way? It is heading our way for a huge 6. Hit by Louis Kimber over long off. Sean Hunt just turned on the boundary and looked behind him as it soared yards over his head. My car's over there somewhere in the car park, so fingers crossed. Didn't hear any tinkling glass or anything like that.
No.
But Sean Hunt has managed to retrieve it. So it was at the back of the red seats. It thumped into just before the hoardings, and it is therefore going to have to be sanitised. Is it? No, it's just inspected. So the wise Leicestershire crowd just sort of kicked it back. In goes Rawlins again, bowls very wide, and Kimber looks hopefully at the umpire, but it was not a 4-day wide. It was well within bounds in that respect. Rawlins is in, tries to repeat it, has to reach for it and slaps it away. Kimber out towards long off. Hunt runs around the boundary again, but it's Brown running around from wide sort of extra cover who gets there. No, it's not Brown. In goes Rawlins again. This time Swindles has to reach for it, deliberately bowling very wide. Delray Rawlins at the moment, and effectively as well in his own way. Tom Haynes, of course, was the fielder. Beg your pardon. As Rawlins is in, bowls much straighter this time, and almost a Yorker jammed back to him with a great huge puff of dust by Louis Kimber, who's now on 59. As Rawlins bowls very wide to him, spears it 1.5 foot outside off stump. Kimber cannot get there, and again there is no... I can see all the Leicestershire players out warming up now.
I think they're coming off. I think that's it.
And that's it. That is the declaration. So it's 2 overs less than we suspected. We do lose 2 for the change of innings,
yes, we
don't
do.
we?
Yes,
so
we do. Yes.
Although there are 50 remaining, there are in fact 48. Leicestershire have declared with their score on 492 for 4. Harry Swindle 69 not out, Louis Kimber 59 not out. They lead by 133, and it may be relevant because if Sussex score at 3 runs and over, then they will sort of make life a little bit easier for themselves, because Leicestershire will need to come back out, score runs again, and there'll be another 2 overs off. So it could just be relevant, but it's all about batting out the next 40 overs, really. If they do that, Sussex, then they should be okay. So it's all about the next
I think
2
it
hours.
is, and I think, as you highlighted earlier, Richard, I think, Leicestershire will be thinking here that the keys to winning this game are the wickets of Brown and Haynes. Leicestershire will feel, with Sussex only with 10 players, that if either of those 2 or both were to get out relatively early on, Leicestershire may well fancy their chances here. Having said that, it's a good wicket, it's a sunny afternoon, and I see no reason really why Sussex shouldn't bat out these overs and see this to a draw. But well batted Leicestershire, they've timed it beautifully. Super knocks from Swindles and Kimber, also from Azad and Lewis Hills, and they've put Sussex under pressure.
So, chance to make a cup of tea, and we will be back with you here for the end of the game, essentially, really. We will know, I suspect, by tea, really, what direction the game is going to take going forward, and unsurprisingly, perhaps, the heavy roller is going on, ordered by Sussex. The lead, 133 overs remaining, 48. They did lose a bit of control at the end. They should stop. I mean, if they save it, then they take 11. Is it 6 points? Is it 4?
It used to be 5, didn't it?
Yeah.
But you see, you've got to say, I mean, it's just been you know.
You've got a side who have reached finals day, which is all fantastic, seen as like the culmination of the season. But you've got the county side getting Leicestershire 492 for 4 last week, Middlesex 676 for 6. That's not a good situation.
If we'd had yesterday, they'd have got 600 for
bloody hell,
nothing.
Absolutely.
So Adam Hill will still be batting.
Well, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You know, and you've got to say that doesn't reflect. You know, that whatever you say, that doesn't reflect well, does it? There's a members forum on Monday.
Kids, no fun for them at all.
Well, they're doing this.
I don't think they learn from it either that much.
I don't think they learned anything last week. I think they just get demoralised.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's a few of them are thinking now, we're not going to make it in first class cricket. You know.
Let's see if I can make myself a decent cuppa.
Yes, I'm sorry about. I
You should be sorry. It was a very stupid thought. I was sitting here doing something and suddenly thought, I'll make myself a cup of tea.
Well, while you're doing that, have I got time to? Have I got an update or anything like that? What time is it? No. Got one? Yeah, please.
I'm going to need to find a way to get myself logged into this members forum on I think they're doing it on Zoom, which is probably a good idea. Right.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Resumption of play on this final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. A potentially fascinating afternoon ahead of us. 48 overs remain in the day's play, potentially. And Sussex trailing by 133, about to start their second innings. It should, Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, be reasonably straightforward on a flat pitch which has just received a heavy roller for the visitors to save this game, but they are at the moment a side that's been under the pump for a couple of games, and if Leicestershire, bearing in mind that Sussex effectively start on 0 for 1, having lost their key all-rounder Finn Hudson-Prentice to a broken bone in the game. If Leicestershire can pick up a couple of early wickets with the new ball, who knows?
Well, absolutely. And, a scenario looked very unlikely after a washed-out day yesterday. Sussex with it all to do if they're going to save this game. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-onward wicket and a fine leg, and it's going to be Abby Sakandi, the former Sussex man, running in bright sunshine to bowl the first ball of the innings to Alistair Orr, who lets it go outside of the off stump, and immediately you can tell the difference. The Leicestershire players roaring encouragement to each other as they sense that maybe they could have an exciting. Say Sussex got to negotiate 48 overs here, and the light's good, so there's every chance we're going to get those overs in.
Very unusual that it's not Chris Wright opening the bowling.
That's a Candy in bowls, or covers up to bowls. Good length, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Final day of cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. If you want to get in touch, it'd be lovely to get your views. Supporters of either side or cricket fans, just drop us a note, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email. You can email at Rich Ray, R-A-E.
It's Rich M. Ray.
Sorry.
But it's okay, because I can't. Chris Wright is not out there at the moment.
That's not
Will
good news.
Davis is at backward point.
Comes Sir Candy, bowls short and balloons over the head of Orr, and there is no run. From a Sussex perspective, and we wish Chris Wright no ill, of course, that would make life a little easier, well, a lot easier for Sussex, because Wright picked up 6 wickets in the first innings for Leicestershire. So we'll have to wait and see. It's perhaps slightly ominous that he's not out here at the start of the reply. Sir Candy in again, bowl, full toss and played away by Alistair Orr, and that's 4 runs, and that was a wild delivery by Abby Sir Candy. It was a swinging full toss away outside the off stump, and Orr just helped it on its way through backward point for a boundary. So Sussex, and there was a no ball in that over as well that I missed. Sussex are 6 without loss, now trailing by 127. So we await the news on Chris Wright, who's out warming up at Gully. You'd imagine it's either going to be Ben Mike who's going to bowl in that case, or
Mike is at mid on. Well, it's George Rhodes who's actually warming up, but he won't be bowling. I can promise you that. Azad at first and Kimber at second. If Wright is not available, then I would imagine it has to be Ben Mike, unless it's Eddie Barnes. Barnes is down at long. He's at mid wicket, so.
in comes Sir Candy. Bowls driven again, and a nice looking shot by. Oh, that's going to be 4 more runs. Runs rather more slowly this time towards the cover boundary, but enough pace for it to dribble over the rope. So a couple of nice looking shots from Alistair Orr. A couple of fairly friendly deliveries from Abby Sir Candy. The first one was a full toss. The second one was over pitched, and all very quick to place the ball through the covers.
Well, the deficit will be wiped off in 15 overs at this rate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sussex will have time to declare and get Leicestershire under the pump themselves. Perhaps not.
10 without loss. Still 1 more ball to go in this over. As Sir Candy again in lovely afternoon sunshine. Runs away from us, in and bowls to Orr, who plays us into the offside. This time doesn't beat the fielder, who is Sam Evans, who was out first ball for Leicestershire, which is had a long time to reflect as Leicestershire racked up 492 for 4 declared. Sir Candy is back to his mark. Bowled the final ball of this opening over to the left-handed Alistair. It is indeed Ben Mike who's warming up. Bowls outside the off-stump, better delivery by Sir Candy, let go by Orr. So Sussex have safely negotiated 1 of the 48 overs they need to negotiate. Orr on 8, Haynes yet to score. Sussex 10 without loss, needing 123 more runs to avoid an innings defeat.
Well, it is going to be Ben Mike, so something is amiss with Chris Wright. It can only have happened today. He was fine at the end of his outstanding bowling in the first innings. He was fine when he spoke to us last night. So, who knows? Unfortunately, Leicestershire supporters, top wicket taker Chris Wright is not out there, and I have no idea why not. But it does remove a huge threat and a huge danger to Sussex.
Yes.
If they were going to be put under pressure on this good wicket. There was no necessary reason why they really should be, unless Leicestershire had bowled really well. But Chris Wright is the man who has bowled really well for Leicestershire this season. Picked up his cap during the lunch interval, but unfortunately he's not out there sporting it at the moment. Can Ben Mike step into his big shoes? Bowls, and it's a leading edge just short of George Rhodes in the gully from Tom Haynes. They tried, the left-hander, just to turn his wrists on it. Looked to come off a little bit of a leading edge and loop, I suspect, off that leading edge towards George Rhodes in the gully. Didn't get there, so a little bit of hope. It could have gone, could have flown to him.
Absolutely.
I'm saying leading edge. He's got his back to us, Haynes, but it did sound very wooden, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Thigh pads these days sound quite wooden, don't they?
No, I think no, it was definitely off the
Pretty
back.
sure it came off the
No,
back.
I agree.
But it was just the lack of... Rhodes has actually taken a step closer now as Mike is in and bowls, and that one is clipped away down to long leg. Fielder down there is Sakande. They have got a leg gully in, Will Davis, Leicestershire, because they know Haynes likes the shot, but he was right on top of it and turned it past Davis, and it ran along the ground to Sakande. Yeah, that's Wright's absence really changes the whole feeling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he
of
bowled
the
beautifully.
afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, he particularly on that second morning with the new ball, I mean, he was excellent. Figures of 6 for 94.
Might explain why Leicestershire went on for a couple more overs. Who knows? Mike is in to Haynes, who's turning it away past the diving Davis again. It's on the ground. Again, he's in control of the shot as it swings back towards his legs, and he picks up a single. Oh, I beg your pardon. So of course it's all because obviously Haynes did likewise the previous delivery. So Ali Orr has 9 off 8. Tom Haynes 1 off 2. Sussex 12 without loss. Deficit 121. Sun glinting off the newly rolled pitch. Now, bright sunshine. What a difference it makes. Mike is in, bowls very wide,
Well, it was wide.
and taken almost in front of, well, between first and second slip by Harry Swindles diving away to his left. Impressively, Hassan Azad didn't flinch or move. He trusted Swindles to get there.
did.
I think if I'd been at first slip, I'd have been hopping out of the way just to make sure Swindles got there.
Just looking at that Leicestershire innings, I mean, they added 201 runs today.
Mike is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot, played forcefully, positively by Tom Haynes, out to backward gully, and there's no run. 201 runs in 80 minus 50, 30 overs.
Yeah, so
Because they're two off,
Sussex
yeah.
were going at 7 and over.
2 wickets taken in that time. Adrian's going to pop next door to update BBC Radio Sussex. Well, Leicestershire have now declared on a massive 492 for 4. They've given themselves 48 overs to bowl Sussex out on what is essentially a flat track, but there is a bit of bad news for the Foxes. Their leading wicket taker, Chris Wright, 46 wickets for Wright so far this season, including 6 in the first innings, is not out there. We don't know why. We can only assume he's picked up a niggle or an injury of some kind, but it is a huge blow for the Foxes if they were hoping, seriously hoping, to enforce victory on, as I say, what is a flat track. So Ben, Mike and Abi Sakande have opened the bowling for Leicestershire. They have yet to take a wicket, the Foxes. Sussex are 12 without loss in their second innings. There are 46 overs remaining. They trail the visitors by 121. Sakande will then continue from the pavilion end to bowl to Ali Orr. Bowls or gets a delivery that leaves him, and which he leaves. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go. So it did seem away from him, as he indicates with his left hand. But he played it well, i.e. he lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Tough for Leicestershire's acting captain, Callum Parkinson. He's doing a lot of stretching, Parkinson, so I think he's going to get himself on fairly early as Sakande goes in and bowls, tucked off his legs by Orr. Foolish delivery out backward off square. Barnes scrambles in pursuit. By the time he gets there, picks up and turns. Orr has picked up a second run. He's been very positive, as he was in the first innings, in which he made 40. he says, looking back through his notes before being quite brilliantly caught by Barnes off the bowling of right. One of the catches of the season that was not captured on camera. Unfortunate for Eddie Barnes, as in goes Sakande, bowls outside off stump or defends on the back foot, bit inside edgy. Might just have moved away a touch or straight, but it did so quite slowly off this now pretty docile track. 14 without loss. Sussex, third over of their reply. Bango Fox down in Melbourne wants Parky to get himself on ASAP as Sakande is in, bowls short, goes for the hook and misses. Ali Oil was a fairly straightforward bouncer, didn't deviate or climb up too quickly. He went for the hook and missed it. Simple as that. It bounced over the top of his the edge of his bat, went through to Swindles behind the stumps, and once again Parkinson decides to have a leg gully in for these two left-handed batsmen. Well, certainly for Orr, at any rate. It's Davis who's there. He's also got now a deep square leg. He sent Barnes back, having seen that shot. Sakande is in, and it's pulled out, and it's in the air, and it's dropped. It is dropped by Eddie Barnes, who took that brilliant catch I was talking about just a few balls ago. Barnes got there low to his left, not dissimilar, completely dissimilar to the catch he took off Orr last time. This time he cannot hang on, and if Leicestershire were going to win this game, then they were going to have to take every chance, and Orr is put down. A very difficult chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And in comparison to the brilliant catch that he held to get Orr out in the first innings, that was comparatively straightforward.
Sakande bowls to Orr, who just turns him calmly. Orr was cross with himself, understandably, for having sort of fallen into the trap.
No,
really.
he did, absolutely he did.
You know, they put Barnes back. Sakande dropped short. He pulled it in the air, and it was a chance. It got there. It was about a foot off the ground, maybe just to his left, and I think he got two hands to it. And as you say, he only managed to get one hand to the previous one. And he's holding his left wrist now, so maybe just overstretched, reaching for it, thumped into the wrist, and down it went.
It did. And he knows, doesn't he? He's standing at hands on hips, and that was an opportunity. But Sussex still needing another 117 to wipe off these arrears. The next over being bowled by Ben Mike, who's charging in from the Bennett end, bowls to Tom Haynes, and that's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. That was wide of the off stump, and the inform Haynes helped himself to that through backward point for 4 runs. That's a very strong area for Tom Haynes, and he picks up a boundary. He goes to 6, so far so good for Sussex, but it could have been different. 20 without loss. Haynes goes to 6. Nice looking shot.
That feels like quite a big moment, really.
No, I would agree. Sussex lose a wicket then.
Well, they'd have been effectively 15 for 2.
Yes, they would.
With Hudson Prentice out, and then just Haynes, really.
Mike, and again, bowls, and clipped away by all more runs here down to fine leg. So Candy has got a fair way to come in from fine leg, and gets in the throw, which isn't the best. And a couple of runs, and a couple of looks towards Abby Sakande, as if to say maybe that shouldn't have been 2, but to be fair, he had to come in a fair way from fine leg. But Haynes picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 8, and the total to 22 without loss. A quick look around the scores in the other games which are going on today, just to keep everyone up to date in this division. Derbyshire 154 for 7 against Kent at Derby, so it looks like Derbyshire haven't won a game all season. In comes Mike and bowls, clipped away by Haynes through square leg. More runs here for Sussex, have made a very positive start. 2 more for Haynes. He goes to double figures. He goes to 10, and Sussex 24 without loss. Derbyshire head to Hove next week for the final round of matches of the season. The other game in this division, very much look like Middlesex are going to beat Worcestershire at Lords. Worcestershire 116 for 8, still needing another 105 to win. Ethan Bamber picking up 3 wickets. I think that would be Middlesex's 5th championship win in a row, actually. I mean, they had a desperate first half of the season, but It's certainly picked up in recent weeks, so it very much looks like Middlesex and Kent will fill the top 2 berths in this division, and whatever prize money there is, as in comes Mike and Bowles, and played by Haynes into the covers. And there is no run. The total remains 24 without loss. If you missed it earlier on today, Warwickshire beating Yorkshire by 106 runs at Headingley, which means that Yorkshire and Somerset are pretty much out the running for the championship. It will be decided between Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, Lancashire and Hampshire in the final round of matches next week. It's very close, just 6.5 points separating those counties. Mike halfway into his run-up, but then has to abort and goes back to his mark. Gloucestershire have beaten Glamorgan by 10 wickets in Cardiff in Division 2. And 2 other games, I'll give you to those in a moment. In comes Mike over the wicket bowls, driven by Haynes, straight to backward point, and there is no run. Northamptonshire, just down the M1 from here, are struggling against Durham, 132 for 7. Still needing another 85 to avoid an innings defeat, so I think Durham will feel they've had a decent season, got to the final of the 50 over, and they've done pretty well in the county championship. At the Oval, Surrey are trying to avoid an innings defeat by Essex, Surrey 28 for 1. They're still trailing Essex by 250, but you'd have thought odds probably on a draw there. Then comes Mike Bowles, short delivery and all ducks underneath it. The through goes through to keeper Swindles, and there is no run. So end of the over. Sussex are 24 without loss, and what is a lovely afternoon here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, home of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Best weather of the match, really. Lovely and sunny. Good batting wicket. Absolutely no reason why Sussex shouldn't bat out these remaining overs and secure the draw. Although we have to keep reminding people they do only have 10 batsmen, which will give Leicestershire some encouragement.
109 behind as Alior raises his bat as Sikandar comes in and beats the outside edge. He leans forward on off stump, tries to defend. It just sort of went on with the arm, didn't deviate too much, played down the wrong line. Or he's probably still slightly jumpy after seeing Barnes shell a chance off him in Sikandar's previous over. Just the 2 slips, but also the leg gully for Abi Sikandar, bowling against Alistair Orr. In he goes and bowls a bouncer. Orr this time isn't going to have a hook at it, lets it go high over his shoulder as he went underneath it into the gloves of Harry Swindles. May make no difference at all, but they did drop Brown on 3 in the first innings, went on to make an undefeated 133. Leicestershire, and that was a key drop. They've been pretty good this season in the field in terms of not dropping catches, but a couple have gone down in this one. Sikandar is in, outside off stump, stands up tall or plays it firmly out into the offside. Evans fields at the second attempt in the covers. Just been glorious, the sunshine. It's absolutely baking us now, but there are a few dark clouds still around. But
it's warmer. I wandered out during the break between innings. It's a lovely afternoon for watching.
Yes. Huge difference as Sikandar is in, bowls full to Orr, who waits for it and then guides it out past Sam Evans. Callum Parkinson has to run wide from mid-off to field. So a comfortable single for Alior, moves on to 13, 25 without loss. The deficit just 108 now.
Clive Jacobs has been in touch on email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Clive.
Davis, having been at leg gully for Orr, goes to a conventional gully for Tom Haynes. Sikandar staying over the wicket to the left-hander, bowls outside off stump, driven, and he's got it through point for 4. may just have got a hand to it there. George Rhodes slowed it down a bit, but certainly insufficiently so to prevent it crossing the ropes. Evans jogs in pursuit. Haynes joins, or in double figures. He's moved on to 10. Actually, has he moved on to 14 now? Yeah, on to 14, I beg your pardon. Electronic a little bit slow on this occasion. Sussex 29 without lost, trail now by just 104.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Sussex have been positive here, and I think that's the way to go when you need to clear off a total. Just try and put the game to bed.
Sakande bowls a bouncer, just ducks underneath it, lets it go over his back essentially. There, Ali, or end of a relatively unthreatening over from Abi Sakande. 29 without loss is the score, and that is after just 5 overs. So Sussex 2 scoring at pretty much 6 and over.
They are indeed here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Richard Ray. Clive's in touch. He says, hello, Adrian. It seems that today was the day the wheels came off for this young Sussex attack. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I know Steve Finn will be with us next year, although the case for another paceman with nipping experience is also needed on the evidence of today's performance. I hope the youngsters will not suffer long term from this experience. Goes on to say, I hope the faithful stick with this youth policy, although today has made it a far harder sell. Says Clive. Thank you very much for getting in touch, Clive. Ben Mike's going to bowl the next over. The sun has disappeared behind a big cloud that's just drifting across the grounds. In comes Mike and bowls. Good delivery, pitching around middle and off. And forward comes Orr, plays straight back down the track. Mike fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. For those just joining us, Leicestershire racking up 492 for 4. Scoring 200 runs today, in fact 201 runs, but scoring at about 7 and over as they really got stuck into the Sussex attack. Particularly latterly Harry Swindles, who finished 69 not out, and Louis Kimber 59 not out. In comes Mike bowls and Orr drives pleasantly through the covers. He's going to pick up a single fielded out there by Sam Evans, and there is no run. So Sussex were left to make 133 if they were going to avoid an innings defeat. And they've had a slice of luck when Ali Orr was dropped by Ed Barnes. He was hooking. He was dropped by Barnes at deep square leg. Not a straightforward chance, but a chance I think he'll feel he probably should have taken. And Sussex, a batsman down at that stage, there would have been 14, effectively 14 for 2. Ali Orr put down when he was on 12. He's now on 14. Ben Mike is running in, and he glides into the wicket, bowls, and Haynes up on his toes, plays that 2 wicket again, fielded by Evans, and again there is no run. We've got another 47 overs to go after this one.
42.
42, I'm sorry. What's the matter with my eyesight? Let's readjust my glasses. That's better. 42.3 overs remaining.
The way things are looking like a handshake around about 10 to 5.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unless a couple of wickets go. In comes Mike bowls, and Haynes, and more runs here as he glides out. A favourite shot of his through backward point, picks up a single. I think Haynes to 15, the total to 31 without loss. I think we can rest assured that there's no way that Leicestershire will give this up until the arrears are cleared off, because you never know. One can lead to 2, and then a bit of panic sets in. And if Sussex were to score at 4 and over, well, if they score at, that would use up sort of 25 overs, that would get us to about 15 to go, something like that. So I think you're right. But certainly Leicestershire will keep trying here. They've been on top of this match, as in comes Mike over the wicket, bowls, and Orr. It was a quickish delivery, and Orr was rather given the hurry up, but he played it well to mid-wicket and picks up a single, because the mid-wicket fielder is fairly deep, and allowed Orr to come through for a single. So both batsmen now on 15. So 32 without loss, but we have to keep repeating that Chris Wright, who picked up 6 wickets in the first inning for Leicestershire, is not on the field of play, and therefore we suspect probably isn't going to bowl in this innings, and that's a big disadvantage for Leicestershire, as indeed for Sussex was the loss of Finn Hudson-Prentice. In comes Mike Bowles down the leg side, a good diving save by Harry Swindles to a ball that was way down the leg side. And Swindles gets a nice round of applause. End of the over. So 42 overs remaining to be bowled in the match. Sussex 32 without loss. Both batsmen are on 15 and the arrears. But Sussex is 101 as some drinks are brought out for the two batsmen by the young Sussex 12th man, who's Bertie Foreman, who certainly, there were one or two rather undistinguished pieces of fielding in the Sussex outfield, and certainly young Foreman wasn't one of them. He held two very good catches, and he scampered around and actually put one or two of his more senior colleagues, I'm not going to say to shame, but his enthusiasm was just what his skipper would have wanted. And, you know, he's now sprinting off the field with the water bottles as well, so I'm sure he's enjoyed the experience of experiencing some county cricket. 32 without loss.
Well, Parkinson hasn't brought himself on straight away, as some Leicestershire supporters would have liked him to do. In fairness, I don't think a ball has deviated off the seam throughout the entire game, really. But Leicestershire persisting with Sakande for the time being. Comes in and bowls down the leg side. A short ball that is hooked down to fine leg by Ali, or 4-4. Might just have gloved it a little bit, but was well wide of Swindles. Swindles didn't dive for it, crosses the ropes and up and over the advertising hoardings. The newly capped Lewis Hill retrieves it from behind the sight screen. Sussex move on to 36 without loss, now just 97 behind.
Sakandi doesn't quite look to be bowling as quick as he did when he was at Sussex. No. He certainly, I certainly think he when he was at Sussex, he bowled quicker than this. This is sort of a little above medium, really, and he was certainly quicker than that.
Yeah, it's a bit almost pedestrian as he goes and bowls outside off stump short, and it's steered away by Orr. It won't go for 4. Rhodes will drag it back 10 yards or so inside the ropes and get his throw away. Orr will pick up a couple, however, and move on to 21, 38 without loss. And the Sussex openers, as in the first innings, scoring at a very, very healthy rate. They put on in the first innings 106, Ali Orr and Tom Haynes, before Orr went for 40.
Sakandi
is in, bowls short, ducks underneath it, Orr then walks away towards square leg. Sun has come back out, briefly, because that dark cloud is heading overhead at the moment, but it's not a threat. There is plenty of light stuff behind it, and it's moving reasonably quickly as well.
Yeah, that is a horrible black cloud ahead over the ground, isn't it?
Sakande is in and bowls. Put a bit more into that one on off stump, but did not move a millimetre really from the straight, or with plenty of time just to block it out into the offside to Sam Evans. No run. 41 overs remain after these last two balls in Sakande's fourth over. None for 25 at the moment, 6.8. His run rate in terms of runs per over conceded. Davis goes from leg gully to gully as Sakande is in, and then bowls on leg stump, plays it straight through along the ground through where Davis was. It means that Hill has to run around from long leg out towards deep backward square, and 2 runs comfortably taken by Orr. Moves on to 23. Orr was one of the characters in Catch 22 as well, wasn't he? Who, in the end, he used to drive everybody mad, but in the end I think he managed to bail out, and as Sakande is in and bowls, pulled by Orr, out towards Barnes, along the ground all the way, and he takes one. He managed to paddle to Sweden in his little dinghy. He ditched and paddled to safety in Sweden. End of the over, 41 without loss, giving Yossarian hope in the end. Catch 22 a favourite of yours?
No.
Sorry, one.
That's all right. I was just looking now. I was distracted by Callum Parkinson, who I think was waving in the direction of Ed Barnes, because I think Abby Sakandi has been pretty expensive, hasn't he? 4 overs for 28. He's going at 7 and over.
Hasn't asked many questions, has
No,
he?
and
Really?
he just got a little pat on the shoulder there from the script to say, thanks for now. And I don't think it'll be long before we'll see. Yeah, I can see Parkinson warming up. Maybe one more over from Ben Mike, and because Sussex have made a good start, 41 without loss, as in comes Mike and bowls. Short delivery, the ball ducks underneath, the ball goes through to keeper Swindles. A big grin from Ben Mike. So we're just ducked underneath that ball through to Swindles, and there is no run.
It's interesting. Oh, he often does this. Ben Mike kicks at the crease as though it's the crease's fault. He's bowled a certain kind of delivery, but it's interesting how many short balls the likes of Mike and Sikander, maybe they're bowling to order, but how many they bowl compared to Wright, who bowls very few short balls.
Yeah.
Just essentially tries to swing it or push it across and hit the top of off stump.
Mike in again, bowls wide of the off stump, not taken cleanly by Swindles. Low down to his left, and a bye taken by Sussex. Tom Haynes calls his batting partner through. One more to the total, 42 without loss.
Niall O'Brien, obviously kept here for a number of years, said it was a terrible ground to keep wicket on because sometimes of the uneven bounce that just sometimes happen on the square. I know that Andy Ward, the groundsman, would like to dig up more wickets. They've dug up and sort of planted in, well, a couple of tracks.
Mike in again, bowls, driven away by Haynes, and he gets a single. It was a bump ball past the diving. Who's that at backward point?
Will Davis is the 12th man. Yeah.
So another run to Haynes, and at the moment, famous last words, Sussex seem to be fairly comfortably seeing their way towards a draw. Leicestershire will know that a couple of wickets could change everything, only because the Sussex tail is pretty long. They succumbed in the first innings. The minute these openers are holding things together, as in comes Mike Bowles, driven away by more runs, and that could be 4 runs. Driven away to the point boundary. And Alistair Orr picks up another boundary. No chance really for Sam Evans, who was in hot pursuit. Orr goes to 28 and Sussex to 47 without loss, and we're just in the 8th over. So attacking fields, as you would expect. Leicestershire trying to give themselves every chance, but at the moment it looks as if the winner of this game may well be the pitch. It really hasn't done anything to help the bowlers throughout, save Wright, who picked up those 6 wickets in the first innings. Mike waits.
Almost looks completely bare now, the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In the middle.
He's on his way, bowls, and all looks to clip that one away on the long side, but it's a good take down the leg side by Harry Swindles. And there is no run. Tea on this final day is always taken at a set time, isn't it?
So 10 past 3.
10 past 3, yeah, so we're... What?
Not too bad. No, we're not too far away from it.
14 minutes away on the digital clock on the scoreboard. That heavy cloud is drifting away, and as I say, never fear, because all around are brighter skies. And in fact, the city of Leicester is bathed in sunshine behind us. Mike in again, bowls to Orr. Good delivery, pitching round about middle stump. Interest there for Mike initially, but clipped away by Orr to mid-wicket. He picks up another single and goes to 29. It is the end of the over, the end of the 8th over of this Leicestershire innings. If you're just joining us, the Sussex are 48 without loss. They need another 85 to avoid an innings defeat. And after Leicestershire made 492 for 4 with centuries for Hassan Azad and Lewis Hill, Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles, then really getting after the Sussex bowling after lunch, both of them finishing with half centuries. So the lead, 133 that Leicestershire had But so far, Sussex have safely negotiated 8 of the 48 overs that they've got to face, and they've whittled those arrears now down to 85. And we do have that change of bowling.
Yeah, it's going to be a double change as well, judging by the fact that Azad is off the pitch at the moment putting on his pads, but Barnes going to replace Sakande, so it's going to be like for like in a way at the pavilion end, and I suspect Parkinson's going to come on at the Bennett end. So Barnes, having put down the only chance of the innings so far, difficult one, but he'll be looking to redeem himself as he goes in and bowls to Alistair, all outside off stump, and he fends at it. Bit of a nothing shot really, he's been positive throughout and he rehearses a sort of back foot cut, but that's not the shot he played, Ali, or he sort of pushed firmly at it off the back foot and it went past the outside edge, could easily have nicked through to Swindles there. Got away with it. Barnes turns. Is in and bowls 2 or swings back in, played in the air through leg gully. There is no leg gully. Davis is at conventional gully, runs on down to Scott Steele, who's on in replacement of Hassan Azad at long leg at the moment. 649 without loss, or on 230.
I thought Ed Barnes swung the ball more than anybody actually in the on the opening morning of the game. I thought he looked quite dangerous. So I'll just be keen to see this 3 or 4 overs off of Barnes.
If they get through to tea without losing a wicket, they'll be very, very happy and very, very confident of comfortably securing the draw. In goes Barnes, looking for the Yorker. He's driven for 4. He's over-pitched on that occasion. It was a full toss on off stump, and Haynes unfussily punched it away through a nice straight mid-off 4-4 to bring up the Sussex 50 off just 8.3 overs, and they have taken a substantial step towards securing that draw. Did we conclude it was 6 points for the draw in the end?
No, let me have a look.
I'm sure it is, rather than 4, but go on.
I
Let's say in the Playfair one.
I thought it was 8, but
You could be right. Cheapest, it's something we should know off the top of our heads, isn't it, really? As Barnes goes in and bowls slightly short of a good length to Tom Haynes, who guides it out into the offside. No run. Sun goes behind cloud. As I say, we are essentially set fair. On his back. Ed Barnes, as he runs in and bowled down the leg side, an appeal for a catch behind. There's obviously a noise of some kind as Haynes flicked at it, but bat on pad or ball on pad. No, not out, says umpire Ramage.
No. Tom Haynes looks suitably sort of miffed they'd even appealed, but then you would as the batsman.
53 without loss, Leicestershire. 3 more overs until tea, we reckon.
Yeah.
As Barnes is in and bowls, swings back in to Haynes, who's turning the face of his bat on that one as he defends the delivery on off stroke middle. Out towards Ben Mike at mid-wicket end of the over. Not a bad one from Barnes once he's settled into his rhythm, but not a particularly threatening one, and Leicestershire's captain Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, is now going to bring himself on from the Bennett end. There has been nothing for the spinners throughout this match, and given that the heavy roller was on the pitch not so very long ago, No reason to suppose there's going to be now, really, but you never quite know. Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Might just squeeze it in between overs while Leicestershire set the field. Yeah, and Sussex are 53 without loss, I'm afraid, in their second innings. Leicestershire declared on a mammoth 492 for 4, a lead of 133. They gave themselves 48 overs to bowl Sussex out for a second time. But what we didn't know but do now is that the leading wicket taker for the Foxes, Chris Wright, who took 6 wickets in the first innings, not available to bowl in this innings. He must somehow have picked up an injury, perhaps during the warm-up, and that is a crucial blow to the Foxes' chances. So too is the pitch, which is playing without any sort of problems as far as the batters are concerned. Alistair Orr is 34 not out. Tom Haynes is 20 not out. Haynes goes leg before wicket. I beg your pardon, Orr goes leg before wicket, went back, and that one just went on with the arm from Leicestershire's acting captain. So just a little bit of hope shortly before tea for the Foxes. Sussex are 57 for 1.
Well,
little bit of turn, do you think?
Maybe a little. All looked disappointed.
Let's have a look at the replay. He was on the back foot, wasn't
Yes,
he?
he was.
It might just not have got up too much. Really, because I was doing the update, get a too clear a look at that one, so immediately turns to his computer to.
Well, it almost came out of the blue, Richard,
replay.
didn't it? It
did.
You know, Sussex looked to be going on really quite comfortably, and you always wonder whether it was it was like a last throw of the dice, really. But an important wicket just before tea.
Potentially. Waiting for the replay to come up. 76 behind still, Sussex. So it was a very more than useful opening stand. 57 in less than 10 overs.
Yep.
9.2 overs. We haven't had a replay, which is somewhat disappointing.
Now, you'd have to say that this is the crucial bit for Sussex. If these two stay together for the next 20 overs, Sussex are home and dry, I think.
Parkinson is into Brown, over pitches really on leg stump, and it's just calmly turned away by Brown towards deep backward square where Sakande is the fielder. Wasn't a full toss, but it was a fairly easy one to work away. Almost a half volley on leg stump. Wicket will come up on the video highlights, won't it, in a moment or two. Over the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls to Haynes, who's forward, carefully defending back up the wicket to Callum Parkinson. 4 minutes until tea, so he should obviously get one more in after this. Parkinson is in, he's turning that one into the leg side. Haynes out towards mid-wicket where Davis is the fielder. Parkinson is in, bowls, gives it a bit of air, but again Haynes is in control as he turns his wrists on that defensive push out into the leg side and takes the final ball of the over. Deals with it comfortably enough. A wicket though for Parkinson, 1 for 5 from 1 over for him.
Well, we certainly get another over in before tea, Richard. We might even get 2. Depends how quickly Ed Barnes gets through this over. But as I say, the door is just slightly ajar here for Leicestershire, but only 38 overs left to be buzzed. Say only 38. But the very experienced Ben Brown, wonderful 100 in the first innings. Tom Haynes, well past 1,000 runs for the season. Sussex will be hoping that these two can see Sussex through to claim the draw. But there's a bit of work to be done as in comes Barnes running in over the wicket bowls, and Brown with an exaggerated leave outside of the off stump through to keeper Swindles. And there is no run. Attacking field as you'd expect, 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. What a lovely afternoon, Richard. Lovely blue sky.
Gorgeous though, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Beautiful. We lost a whole day yesterday and an hour's play this morning because of the rain. In comes Barnes, bowls. Brown is hit on the pad. That's a loud appeal, but I reckon that's drifting down the leg side. Yeah, from this angle, and it didn't look as if it were going to hit the stumps.
Well, maybe it's as well it's the end of the season, because it looks as though Orr was actually caught behind.
Oh, right, okay.
Waiting for the... Here we go. Finally come up the replay. Yep.
Oh, well, look, caught
Back
low
foot,
down.
defensive shot, little faint tickle, caught behind.
Caught by Swindles. And comes Barnes right up in the block hole. That was a good delivery. It was a good job that Ben Brown jagged his bat down on that delivery, because he would have been absolutely plumb in front. And Brown goes down and does a little bit of gardening. Yes, apologies. Well, I was sort of still hunting around on the rules website for the points. But in the meantime, Barnes is back to his mark. I don't think we will get another over in before tea, because the clock has now clicked over to 3:09. And Ed Barnes is racing in over the wicket bowls. That is down the leg side, and Brown just plays quietly into the onside, and there is no run. The sun is sort of going in and out. Bits of cloudos drifting across the ground. But Ed Barnes does walk back to his mark at sort of a military pace. He's already there and turns literally down in front of us, number 62 on the back of his shirt. And runs into bowl to Ben Brown, who's on 1. Sussex 58 for 1, he's in on bowls. Oh, Brown very nearly plays on. Wow, that only missed by a whisker. I think Ben Brown almost changed his mind when he played this shot. He looked like he was going to play it, then he looked like he was going to take his bat away. He hit the inside edge, and that could have gone anywhere, and it very nearly went onto his stumps. That would put a few jitters around the dressing room if Sussex were to lose another wicket right on the stroke of tea. The clock has drifted round to 3:10, which is when tea will be taken. Barnes runs away from us. And bowls, and Brown forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. I think that should be tea, and indeed it is, because the players are making their way off towards the pavilion. Maiden over from Ed Barnes. So the state of play is that Sussex are 58 for 1 at tea. Effectively, we have to say that's 58 for 2, because Finn Hudson-Prentice will not bat, having broken his hand. So Sussex still needing another 75 to see themselves to safety. To be honest, on what still looks a good track, that ought to be comfortably within their compass. But a couple of quick wickets and a youngish batting lineup, Leicestershire will still feel they're in with a little bit of a chance. Now, a round of applause. I know not what for.
No, it's almost impossible to hear the
It is the PA announcer.
PA from in here. It's okay when you're out on the ground, but not so much from in here.
Yeah. Anyway, the players are making their way off the ground. Richard and I think will have a breather for a couple of tea, but I think we are heading
Check
towards
our
it.
eyesight after that
Yeah,
missed
well,
call of the
Well, I think it's
or dismissal. Apologies again about that.
I think it's perfectly understandable. We'll have a cup of tea and be back with you in 20 minutes' time.
I was looking at these points, which I can't find anywhere. I'm sure it's 8. This season. Calculations. There's notes. Playing conditions. Any condition? Yes.
I think it's quite high up somewhere, wouldn't you?
What's the These regulations. You're right, you suffer.
Yeah.
Well, what's still going around Derby, Kent 285 and 222 declared. Derbyshire 156 and Require 341 are 183 for 9. Lords, Middlesex 144 and 247, Worcestershire 171 and 119, Middlesex led by 101 runs. Northampton, Durham 400, actually Northamptonshire was the first 183, Durham 400, Essex next, Northamptonshire 156 for 7. Finally, the overall Essex score 39, Surrey 161 and following on are 60 for 1.
Points, Rich.
It is, okay. So, 16 points for Leicestershire. If everything's on shore, 16 points versus 13 points. Really?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, crikey, son. Yeah. Let's quickly do this. faced how many overs, Richard? 30? Leicestershire faced how many overs? Can only get 201.
Well, we reckoned 30, didn't we? Because there were 48.
There were 80.
So there were 80 to bowl.
Yep.
2 lost. So
Yes, 78.
So 2 lost for the change of innings in the end.
Yeah.
So yeah. So they faced 30 overs in adding 201.
Ridiculous.
Just under 7 runs over. Right, here's the news. All right. He pulled his hamstring just enough when he took his first wicket and got through, but pulled up sore yesterday.
It is a short question, successful effect on the effect which was announced. We have work to do.
Something else that may be of interest to you. This is with great pleasure that the Leicestershire Cricket Society Committee announced the restart of their monthly meetings, always on a Thursday evening, starting at 7:30. On Thursday the 7th of October, the first guest speaker is ex-England and Essex all-rounder now journalist Derek Pringle. There are 2 more ground speakers in the coming winter.
They've said it a couple of times.
Leicestershire County Group head coach Paul Nixon. On the 2nd of December, Warwickshire County Group sports director Paul Hargraves. As I say, all meetings start at 7:30 on Thursday. Non-members are welcome to be £5 charge to join. Annual subscription remaining at £20, which is admittedly incredible.
He's given himself a chance.
What promises to be another excellent season of speakers. We hope that all members will renew their membership batsman John. That's the Leicestershire Cricket Society.
Everybody likes it, do they? Oh no, that's the harsh reality of county cricket, isn't it? But as you say, he's probably done things the right way round. He's got his degree, he's obviously bright. I just said, right. So, yeah. I agreed he's going into the season as well.
Well, we won't finish properly.
We won't. I mean, Sutton, at the end of the season, Sussex and Derbyshire have got one win between them all season.
It'll probably be a cracking game. Yeah, Derby, haven't they?
One game all season. They're not hanging on here, they're on 91 behind.
Derby Bliss.
Batson's back on the side, Critchley's still on the side.
Oh yeah, it's good. He's their main man at the back.
Ryan's a decent
Which Derby got 100 against us.
Dominic Bernard removed as foreign secretary.
The slightest difference.
And
And it's going to be bloody fine.
well, I tell you what about it, since John Williams. I think Williams I heard him interviewed.
Oh, has he gone as well, the education?
Yeah. Well, I heard him interviewed today, a few weeks ago, and it was to do with the A-Awards. And the bloke asked him a question.
His own results.
Well, he gave an answer, and I thought, who's the guy with the glasses? This presents today, used to be on telly. Anyway, at the end of the question, he said, it's all very well, and he said, would you please mind answering the question? But Williamson started again, and again he corrected him. He said, thank you, but it's really not relevant. And I just remember listening to the answer, and I was thinking, gee, this is a very poor reflection on our politicians.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground for the final time this season. The final session on this fourth day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentators. And Sussex about to resume in their second innings on 58-4-1. 75 behind Leicestershire still on innings. Leicestershire having declared midway through the afternoon on 492 for 4, leading by 133 and giving Sussex 48 overs to bat out, or themselves 48 overs to bowl them out. Sussex one down before the start of play. Finn Hudson-Prentice unavailable, having broken a bone in his hand earlier in the game. But Leicestershire without their leading wicket taker Chris Wright, who I found out, have been informed by Leicestershire, has a sort of hamstring niggle that he picked up taking a wicket in Sussex's first innings. He managed to get through that rest of that first innings, indeed do more than that, pick up 6 wickets in the innings, but unfortunately he is not available to bowl. So the 1 wicket has been picked up by Callum Parkinson, but Parkinson has taken himself off having taken that wicket.
That's odd.
Ending for the Foxes in this final session from the Bennett end. Comes in and bowls outside off stump. A foolish delivery. Tom Haynes leans forward, steers it out into the offside. Fielded out there by George Rhodes, and there is no run. Adrian pops next door to update BBC Radio Sussex. There are 36.5 overs left to be bowled. If all are bowled, I'd be a little bit surprised if they were. We are set very fair, that said, weather-wise, but Sussex should be able to bat this out. In goes Mike and bowls on off stump. Good delivery. And well played by Haynes in defence, firmly. Back down the pitch on the offside. The newly capped Lewis Hill, his gold fox on his cap glinting in the bright sunshine. Congratulations to Lewis Hill and Chris Wright, who during the lunch interval were awarded their Leicestershire caps, the first two Leicestershire players to receive a cap since Colin Ackerman 2 years ago. Mike is in, bowls slightly shorter of a length this time, very straight though, and hits quite high up on the bat there of Tom Haynes as he defends that one very correctly, and then he shakes his right hand. It jarred a little bit because it wasn't quite off the middle. Beautiful afternoon here now at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Seems a shame. There are more matches to come here. The England women notably will be playing a fixture, but Leicestershire finish their season at Worcester next week. Mike is in full again, looking to drive Haynes, but it might just have swung back in at a touch, so he ends up steering it out towards mid-off. Now, that is a warning for Ben Mike running down the wicket. That is very clearly an official warning. One finger held up. Update coming now. Well, not much has happened since AD, except that the players have had a cup of tea and perhaps a biscuit or piece of cake or something like that. A little bit of energy, and they start the final session of the County Championship season here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, because Leicestershire will finish their season next week against Worcestershire. Sussex resuming then on 58 for 1. They haven't added to that score as yet. Ben Mike has opened the bowling for the Foxes in this final session of the match from the Bennett end. Tom Haynes has 20. Ben Brown has 1. They are the key batters as far as Sussex are concerned. If Leicestershire can break this partnership early, ideally get both of them out, then you never quite know. But remember, they are without Chris Wright, their leading wicket taker, who we have since learned has picked up a little bit of a hamstring injury in Sussex's first innings, during which he picked up 6 wickets and is therefore unavailable to bowl in Sussex's second innings. A huge blow for the Foxes' chances on a flat wicket. Chances, that is, of enforcing victory. It looks then as though the game is heading for a draw with 37 overs remaining. You never quite know though, AD, you never quite know. Sussex 58 for 1. Back with you online. Haynes just played out the last ball of that Mike over, firmly out into the offside. And it'll be Ben Brown on strike now to Ed Barnes. So it won't be, Parkinson hasn't swapped him round, having wangled a wicket. And he's solitary over pre-tee. He is sort of vaguely stretching and rolling his arms, so presumably he won't be long before he's back on. Barnes is in to Brown. Nice shape to that delivery. A little outswinger, but well played by Brown, who just waited and then lifted his bat over the line of the ball as it swung away outside off stump. Let it go through to Swindles. And there is no run. Umpire Ramage now down this end. Umpire Newell, who issued the official warning to Ben Mike at the Bennett end. Not hurrying Leicestershire at the moment. Callum Parkinson has wandered across to talk to Ed Barnes. Ben Mike getting involved as well. It's usually Chris Wright who's involved in such discussions. But Wright obviously off the field at the moment. Leicestershire not quite as inexperienced as Sussex, but not very experienced without Wright outside off stump. Again, a little bit of shape to it. Waited on the back foot, Brown, and just dabbed it down towards gully where Will Davis fielded. There's no run. 75 still behind Sussex. 35.4 overs they have to see out if they're all bowled. Barnes is straw hair reflected in the sun, is in and bowls to Brown. Slightly short, the outswinger, so Brown can play that little short-armed wristy pull that he favours. Does so successfully. Out it goes to a wide long leg, deep backward square where Lewis Hill fields in front of the electronic scoreboard. And Brown picks up a couple, moves on to 3. Adrian's back with us.
Yeah, so no Callum Parkinson after tea, which that's a little surprising because he's picked up the wicket, but perhaps they're just going to give the seamers 3 or 4 overs and then I'm sure Parkinson will be back into the attack. As until Rich has been saying, Sussex effectively 2 down, and these two very much the senior batsmen in this side, as in comes Barnes and bowls, and Brown smashes that away. That's a lovely shot. A swinging half volley from Ed Barnes, and Ben Brown belted that away through the covers for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. Finished on 133 not out in the first innings. That's a beautiful way to go to 7 in this innings. Has to be said, he was dropped in the first innings on 3 by Harry Swindles.
A huge moment in the game,
yeah,
wasn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely it was. I mean, when you think that we've lost a whole day in an hour this morning, Sussex have certainly been the beneficiaries of the loss of time in this match. Barnes, sun has momentarily gone in. He's in over the wicket, bowls, another swinging delivery, and Ben Brown again plays, but this time to backward point. And fielded in there by Sam Evans, and there is no run. Brown rehearses the shot. 35 overs to go after this one in the match. So I'm rather squinting towards the scoreboard on the far side.
Parkinson really is warming up now, so maybe one more at the top end.
You'd have thought maybe, and fielders round the bat. I mean, there's nothing to be lost, is there? I mean, it really isn't turning, but you never know. A wicket here as in comes Barnes, bowls, and Brown is solidly playing it back to Ed Barnes, and there is no run. He sort of juggles the ball in slight resignation, I thought, there, Ed Barnes, after saying, nothing in this for me.
I heard a very good story about Ed Barnes yesterday, courtesy of Chris Wright, who was on BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show and the Talking Foxes podcast, which is available at the moment, just out there on your usual podcast provider. Barnes, who's batted extremely well since he came into the side, so much so he's right up there in the batting averages at the moment with 38.2, but he had to go off during his last innings. In goes Ben Mike and bowls outside off stump, and half forward Haynes just bottom edging the ball into the ground as he defended that one. Umpire Ian Gould decided after he'd been hit on the helmet and stayed out there and batted for a while. He said, well, I think you need to go off. But I think he was basically, Ian Gould, Leicestershire were rather surprised. Barnes seemed to be perfectly okay and did indeed ultimately resume his innings. And he was a little bit surprised to be ordered off, but the general feeling was that umpire Gould, who wasn't familiar with Ed Barnes, just in goes Mike and bowls. That one swings back in, thick inside edge as it's pushed out into the leg side in the end by Haynes, and it goes in the gap between Parkinson and Sakande at mid-on and mid-wicket, so a run is taken. That he just didn't know that's Barnes' usual demeanour, slightly bewildered, essentially. And nothing to do with the fact that he might be concussed or otherwise. I'm sure that's most unfair on Ed Barnes, who's had a pretty good season since he came into the side. Certainly Leicestershire have seen enough to consider him A, worthy of a place, and B, worthy of persisting with. As Mike back over the wicket to Ben Brown, straight delivery that Brown waits for, just plays defensively, turning his wrists on it and turning the bat face on it, playing it out towards Hill at mid-on, and there's no run. 67 for 1.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to drop us an email, and thank you to those of you who have throughout the game. As it looks like we're drifting towards a draw, but you never know with the game. A couple of wickets could just give us an exciting finale, but Leicestershire perhaps slightly beginning to run out of overs.
Be an interesting members forum on Monday down there on the south coast, as in goes Mike and bowls, goes past the outside edge with a beautiful outswinger, just capable of that every now and again. Ben Mike, a really good delivery that just swung past the outside edge of Ben Brown's defensive bat. Wasn't trying to force it away at all, Brown there. It was just a little bit too good.
Yes, I mean, looking at the batting order, if one of these were to get out, Ollie Carter would come in next, then Delray Rawlins, Jack Carson, and then so into that lower order.
Mike is in to Brown, who is defending. Good diving stop. Thick outside edge. Runs out towards Gully. Will Davis out there. Substituting for right. Makes the stop.
I mean, all the time that Sussex are in arrears, there's everything to play for here for Leicester. Once Sussex get into positive territory, then the chance of a draw are increased substantially. But at the moment, with Leicestershire won't want to give this up at the moment.
Oh no. You say bang bang. Never quite know. Mike in again to Brown, who's driving. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would like. It was a foolish ball. Hit it down into the ground. Bounced out towards Rhodes, who made the stop in the extra cover region. 67 for 1 remains the score. 66 the deficit, so halfway towards wiping it out. Sussex. The loss of Ali Orr. Caught by Harry Swindles off the bowling, given out, caught off the
yes
bowling of Callum Parkinson shortly before tea. Mike is in and bowling to Brown on off stump, defends it out into the offside. Rhodes field immediately raised his bat to his captain, Haynes, at the other end. Decent over from Ben Mike on that occasion. One went past the outside edge, genuinely beat the outside edge of Ben Brown's bat. Didn't take it.
Well, we are going to get another over of scene, because it is going to be Ed Barnes who's going to carry on in the sunshine here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray seeing you through the final 34 overs of the game. Of course, we may not get many if the captains decide. So they want to call things a day in round about an hour's time. But we'll have to see. Bit of work for Sussex to do yet, as Barnes is running in over the wicket bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays into the covers. And there is no run. Interesting field, because in an area where Tom Haynes scores a lot of runs, backward of square on the offside, there are two men. So there's a slip who's almost at second slip, a gully, almost a second gully, or a very close backward point, protecting that area. The sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as lovely late afternoon sunshine as in comes Barnes again. Bowls pulled away by Haynes, and I thought for a minute he'd been caught. He hadn't. My eyes deceived me there briefly. I thought he'd pulled that straight into the hands of Sam Evans at mid-wicket.
He did, but it bounced a couple of times first.
Yeah, I need to make a visit to Specsavers, I think.
Well,
We had to get one chance to have a look at it, but just for a moment I thought, oh crumbs, he's out. But Haynes remains in situ. He's on 21.
I've been called Oars, caught behind as a LBW. I have nothing to say.
Ah. Well, we only get one look. We don't get lots of replays as in comes Barnes again. Bowls wide outside the off stump, driven away, and that's a brilliant stop. I was talking about that sort of second gully or backward point, and is that Davis in there?
It is. Yeah, he's a very fine fielder.
My word. Well, I was looking towards the boundary, to be honest. I mean, it was hammered away by Tom Haynes. It was low to Davis's left. He got down and just sort of fielded it with no fuss, and he's just standing there with his arms folded as if to say, well, no big deal. But it was a terrific stop. Barnes, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Haynes drives down the ground to mid-off, fielded by the skipper, Parkinson. And there is no run. Come on, Barnesy, is the cry. 33 overs left after this one. Sussex effectively 67 for 2, needing another 66 to wipe out the arrears. Leicestershire fielders all encouraging Barnes, who's already back to his bowling marker and runs away from us. Number 62 on his back, he's in and bowl. Wide outside the off stump, and that's fortunate for Tom Haynes. He was looking to play that one away through points again. He got a thick top edge. The ball flew over the top of the fielder who's at second slip. It wouldn't have been a chance, I think, even with a first slip in, is my feeling. And it's raced away for 4 runs down to the third man boundary. But moral victory for the bowler. Haynes to 25 and Sussex to 71 for 1.
Azad actually ducked then. I think it was well above his head anyway.
Yes.
But Azad clearly lost that. Wasn't sure where it had gone, and he actually sort of ducked his head. I don't think, if he'd seen it from the face of the bat, he'd have had to be diving up to or leaping up to his right with 2 hands. But he lost it.
My feeling was it was quite a way over his head, but. In comes Barnes again, bowls, and Haynes works this one to that position in the gully. There is no run. They've certainly worked out that area where Tom Haynes scores a lot of runs. End of the over, 71 for 1. Brown on 7, Haynes on 25. There are another 33 overs to be bowled. We may not get that far, but we're going to get a bit of Parkinson. 62 overs is the 62 runs is the deficit.
Azad has run down to apologise.
Interesting. Maybe they thought it was a chart. I thought it was somewhere over his head.
He'd have had to absolutely seen it almost from the bowler's hand, so to speak, and then leapt up, but he just didn't, and he wasn't quite sure he ducked. Barnes, hands on hips. He's not been lucky so far this season in that respect. In goes Ben Mike and bowls, and off the back foot, punched away through the offside by Ben Brown. He's going to pick up 3 at least. It could be 4. Parkinson gets there, can't get there. He did get there, put his right hand on the ball, tried to flick it back, got something on it, but the ball just had enough momentum to keep going, and it ran over the ropes for 4. And Mike, as is his wont, kicks at the crease, kicks up lots of dust. He has been warned, Ben Mike, for running on the line. Implication being he might be so doing just to try and create a little bit of something for Callum Parkinson to bowl into from this end, but got away with it so far. Mike is in and bowls straight and turned wristily by Brown into the leg side towards mid-wicket, which means mid-on, who is Hill, has to scramble across to his right to make the stop. And such is the power of the sun now, for the first time for a couple of days, Adrian. I'm going to turn off the heater in here. Yeah, and it's nice. Might never get the sun does come right into the box. I'm a little surprised, only because Callum Parkinson has picked up the only wicket that he hasn't bowled since tea. I can't believe he's not going to bowl some more. I agree. Mike round the wicket, bowls to Haynes. Nice high right elbow from the left-hander as he defends firmly up to mid-on. Parkinson himself picks up. I'm sure we will see him pretty promptly.
I mean, the seamers are not bowling badly at all. I don't mean that. It's just that the openers look relatively, Sussex batsmen rather, look relatively comfortable against the seam.
They've been a bit better post-tea than they were pre-tea. Mike and Barnes,
I would agree,
rather than Sakande.
Yeah.
Sort of settled into a bit more rhythm, haven't they? But Mike is in and bowls. Haynes forces off the back foot, times it nicely through point. There is a deep point. Sam Evans is out there, so it is just the one for Tom Haynes. He moves on to 26, I beg your pardon. And Sussex on to 77 for 1, just 56 behind now. But the run rate is, Leicestershire have at least brought it down. It was sort of 6 for a long time at the start of the innings. It's now under 5. Mike is in to the right-handed Brown, who drives, gets a top edge, and he's caught. Catch. He's caught at backward point. Whether he just misjudged the pace of it might just have been a slower ball. It was wide and it was swinging, bounced a little bit. It was an odd sort of airy drive from Ben Brown, took the edge, and for a minute I thought it had flown down to third man. In fact, it went almost straight to Abhi Sikandar at backward point. He's a tall man, Sikandar, 2 hands above his head. He took the catch, so you never quite know. Brown, 133 not out in the first innings, is gone for 12, and Sussex are 77 for 2, effectively 77 for 3.
Well, that's was always the concern for Sussex, that if either of these two were to get out, that maybe Leicestershire might feel the door is slightly ajar with this very inexperienced Sussex batting lineup. Ollie Carter is the new man in. Delray Rawlings still to come. He's a very capable batsman. Jack Carson, who's got a top score of 87, but other than that, there's a lot of inexperience. Crocombe, Hunt, Tom Hindley, who's making his debut in this game. He looks a very capable batsman, but very little experience in that lower order. So Sussex, still got a little bit of work to do here. You'd still think there's absolutely no reason why they can't bat this out for a draw, but that's a blow. I thought it was a good catch by Sir Candy, actually. He's a tall man, but there's still a little bit of life in this.
Ben Mike, looking to make it 2-2, is into Carter. Gets a delivery outside off stump that he allows to go through. The end of a successful over for Ben Mike. 1 for 29 for him now from 7 overs. Parkinson's decision to give the ball back to Mike rather than bowl himself from that Bennett end then. Post tee is justified. He's cross with himself, Mike, for not making Carter play his first delivery. 32 overs remain in the match. Pitch is still flat. Ball isn't doing too much. Haynes is still there, but he'll feel the weight of responsibility a little bit more than perhaps if Brown was still out there.
Well, if Tom Haynes were to get out, I think there really would be some jitters. So, slip, and those two gully fields. Well, I don't call them, but it's certainly a gully and a backward point, but they're both in catching positions as Barnes is running in over the wicket in and bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays into the offside. And there is no run. The deficit's still 56, and all the time that's the case. Leicestershire will believe with another couple of wickets that they're in with a chance. Ollie Carter standing at the non-striker's end. The rest of the field, apart from those three, the slip and the effectively two gullies, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, then a deep square leg and a fine leg as in comes Barnes, bowls, and Haynes is wrapped. I thought for a minute it come off the glove, but it bounced, must have come off the thigh pad, I think, or the pad. It certainly looked high.
It was high, no question about it. Swung back into him a bit there, didn't it, Barnes?
It did, yeah. Well. And he was slightly trapped on the crease, was Tom Haynes, who comes down and does a little bit of gardening. Tom Haynes is not happy, actually, and there's a bit of controversy here. I think Tom Haynes is coming down and having a word, and I think the umpire is not happy about something that's been said.
Ben Mike is involved here, and it's not for the first time.
Well, Tom Haynes was very, very unhappy about whatever was said.
Parkinson's a bit miffed as well, and umpire Ramage has said, no, to Parkinson, you go back to your position.
Now Tom Haynes is carrying it on, is Tom. I mean, whatever's going on, and I think that's not good to see. Tom Haynes is standing now, and now both umpires are getting involved.
Saying, was he moving or something? Did he move position?
I suspect, and I don't know, that Ben Mike probably said something to Ben Brown. This is an assumption, but to Tom Haynes. But Tom Haynes has reacted, and just as the umpire came up and said, look, that's the end of it. And Tom seemed to be, whatever was said or whatever happened, clearly upset the Sussex skipper. And now both umpires have come and had a word. And Sussex disciplinary record, which isn't the best, it has to be said.
Well,
and Tom Haynes needs to put that.
Is a shocking disciplinary record.
Right.
So,
well, Sussex, just needs to not let this get ruffling Tom Haynes. That was all a little unsightly, I have to say, a little bit ugly, as in comes Barnes, bowls, and Haynes covers up and plays down to mid-off, and there is no run.
The Sussex dressing room applauded that, so they're pleased that Haynes got his head back on, so to speak, and said, don't get ruffled, don't let them get under your skin, Captain.
Well, umpire Ramage, I think, at this end, isn't it? Was very quick to intervene. But then it carried on, and then umpire Newell got involved as well, so it was all looked a little bit unnecessary and a bit ugly. Let's hope that's the end of it, as Barnes is in again, bowls to Haynes, who drives straight down the ground, nearly hits the stumps at the bowler's end. And there is no run. 77 for 2. Deficit is 56. Haynes on 26. Lovely sunshine, lovely late afternoon sunshine. Do we call it late summer or early autumn? Let's call it late summer. Doesn't sound quite so depressing. As in comes Barnes again. Bowls. That's a good delivery, swinging delivery. He's just making the ball do a bit here, you know. Ed Barnes. It's fielded by one of those fielders in those gully positions. And there is no run. And Tom Haynes coming down, does a little bit of guard. He just looks a little bit unsettled here, Tom Haynes. Ben Mike wanders over and gives sort of a little punch of the hand to Bowler Barnes.
I think it's the 21st. May the 21st is the first day of summer, isn't it? March 21st is the first, certainly March 21st, the first day of spring.
Right.
So it may be September the 21st, so I think late summer.
Barnes in again, bowls, and Haynes this time plays very straight into the covers. There is no run. I'm just going to keep a close eye here on what happens at the end of this over. Ben Mike is going to be bowling. Tom Haynes is going to be at the non-striker's end, so they're going to have to walk past each other.
They'll studiously ignore each other, but Parkinson has had a word with umpire Ramage, Leicestershire's captain, as he's entitled to do, maybe asking for what was the issue or guidance.
I'm sure it's something that the umpires will mention after the match, though.
The two captains are just talking to each other as Parkinson walks back up the wicket. Haynes has a quick word with him. Didn't look to be... Hopefully it was a moment that has passed.
Yeah.
But Ben Mike has a little bit of a track record, I'm afraid.
Right.
He's often involved. Parkinson waves at the Leicestershire dressing room. As Mike continues from the Bennett end, bowls outside off stump to Carter, who hasn't had to play at either of the balls he has faced so far. And again, umpire Newell comes out from behind the stumps and looks very carefully at Ben Mike's follow through. And he has been officially warned. One more warning and off he comes. And that would be it for the innings.
Was that the warning?
No, he had that earlier.
Right, okay.
He had an official warning earlier. So no, but he's come out for a second look. Mike charges in and bowls to Carter, gets a full ball, thick inside edge. He started to appeal. He was late down on it, but he squeezed it out, Ollie Carter, down towards backward square. Barnes came into field, so Carter has a single. He's off the mark.
This might be interesting. Mike to Haynes.
He's got Azad at sort of second slip. He has Kimber in the gully, and he has Davis in a catching position at either a second gully or a shortish backward point. You take your choice.
Yeah.
He has Evans out there on the point boundary. Round the wicket comes Mike and bowls to Haynes on off stump, and in swinger that Haynes just leans forward and calmly plays out towards extra cover. And there's no run. Jumpers being shed in the commentary box. My word. Heaters going off, jumpers being shed.
Yeah, wonders will never cease.
Midsummer, let alone. It was been pretty chilly for, well, all yesterday was pretty miserable, wasn't
horrible,
it? And
awful day, wasn't it?
This morning too. Anyone harbouring any hopes for Chris Wright will be disappointed to see him coming out from the dressing room in his training kit. In goes Mike and bowls. That one swings towards middle and leg, and it's easy for Haynes just to work out through the vacant leg side down towards Sakande, who is 3/4 of the way back to the square leg boundary. Haynes takes one, moves on to 27.
Glad to report that little bit of shenanigans between Mike and Haynes seems to have sort of passed away. They both walked past each other then, and there was nothing further to be done at the moment.
I don't know if it was a case of anything said, because Haynes was sort of indicating that Mike had deliberately moved,
right,
I think.
Whether
it was a little bit of gamesmanship in that respect. We'll try and find out, but these things tend to stay on the field, don't they? Mike is in, bowls very straight to Carter, who is solid in defence. Not a big stride forward, but he's leaning forward as he defends that one off stump.
No, you're right.
I'll ask the captain, but he'll just say, "Oh, just one of those
Yeah,
things."
yeah,
They
yes.
don't tend to.
Heat of the moment.
Yeah, no, it was nothing.
No harm
It was
done.
nothing.
The umpires may have a different view.
Yeah, but they won't tell us either.
No, we may not find out.
Match referee might, but only if it's reported.
Yes, we
something happens. But
yeah.
otherwise, I'm afraid we tend to have to guess, don't we? Mike is into Carter outside off stump. Good leave. Wasn't so very far away, but a good leave. Knew where it was just drifting away. Decent over from Ben Mike. 79 for 2. The runs have dried up for Sussex. He's very positive, isn't he? And
yes.
he scores his runs quickly. And in his absence, the runs are not flowing half as quick. Well, less than half as quickly. It was, 57 for 1 when Orr was out. It is now 79 for 2. 54. The deficit, 30 overs remain.
Well, I think Callum Parkinson will keep Ed Barnes going here for a couple of overs because he does look, for my money, he hasn't picked up a wicket, but he looks
He's bowled well, agreed.
The most dangerous of the Leicestershire seamers. Parkinson is now warming up as in comes Barnes bowls and driven by Haynes again, a ball that just shaped into the left-hander.
A slightly risky shot if one dips in a bit more, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's full of confidence, Tom Haynes, at the moment, isn't he? Rightly so.
Yes, he is.
The highest run getter in the county championship,
He is.
essentially. So
yeah. But he's bearing a responsibility here as well, and he knows if a wicket goes down here now that Sussex are effectively 4 down. And a lot of experience to follow, so it's really important for Sussex that Tom stays there and sees this out. Barnes again, bowls. Oh, Hayes is beat. And he really is asking questions here, Ed Barnes. That again swung into the left-handed Haynes, who let it go, but I don't reckon that was far away from the off stump.
You think? I suspect he might have had a little feel for that one. We might show it on the replay.
He is asking
but
questions.
He is. Yeah, with good delivery. Here we go. Yeah,
he played a miss.
Yeah,
he did have a play and a miss at it. Barnes with his tail up. Bowls and Haynes plays onto the onside. Picks up a single to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Ben Mike, who turns and makes as if to shy at the stumps, but Tom Haynes was very comfortably home. And I think Barnes will not be that upset that Haynes has picked up a single because he might well fancy a bowl here at the young 19-year-old Ollie Carter in at number 4. And he certainly hasn't got the ball to... I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not swinging around corners, but it certainly is shaping around out there.
He got a good one in the first dig, didn't he, Carter, from Sekande. The best ball Sekande bowled that just hit off stump, but he made a very good 40.
Yes, you're right. You just feel there's a little bit more pressure around now as in comes Barnes and bowls and Carter forward and plays into the gully region, and there is no run. So for the right-handed Carter, there are 2 slips in a gully, a point cover mid-off, a mid-on, and 2 men set back on the leg side, a deep mid-wicket who's about 10 yards in from the rope, and a fine leg who's all the way down at the far end of the ground, down to where the groundsman's hut is. As in comes Barnes, bowls. Carter lets that go, taken by keeper Swindles, and there is no run. 80 for 2.
Update, just going to squeeze in for BBC Radio Leicester. Barnes bowls, thick inside edge that just misses the off stump from Carter and runs down to Swindles behind the stumps. Well, okay. They decided to do the update themselves. Or did they? No, it's not. The cricket's petering out a bit. BBC Radio Leicester, having switched on the link to the studio, decided not to speak to us. There you go.
I would say I would disagree with the presenter.
I agree.
I think with 29 overs to go, this game is. It may well end in a draw, but I still think there's a bit of cricket. A couple of wickets go down here, and this could be a very tense last hour or so. And now we have got Parkinson in, and I'd imagine there's going to be men clustered around the bat here, Richard.
Indeed. Haynes waits. He's got a short leg and a slip ready now as in goes Parkinson. Bowls to him and drops the ball. I'm not quite sure what happened then. He maybe knocked it out of his own hand with his right hand, and it trickles to the short leg. Everybody looks a little bit nonplussed, not least Parkinson, who explains why he dropped the ball then. That was slightly disconcerting for Haynes, but Parkinson ready to go again. In he goes, and Haynes gets a full ball on just outside off stump that he just calmly steers out in the offside to Ben Mike, who's at extra cover. Ben Mike is the nicest, most charming chap off the field, but he's got a knack of getting involved in these controversies. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Mike has to run to his right to field on that occasion. Does so, picks up and athletically sidearms a throw back to Harry Swindles, but Ollie Carter had comfortably made his ground. And as you said about Barnes in his over, Adrian, I don't think Parkinson will be too unhappy to have the new right-hander to bowl at. He's looking to strain it away from him as he goes over the wicket to him. Round the wicket. Of course he bowls round the wicket to him. Carter goes forward and a little tentatively steers it out to backward point, and seeing that, they decide short legs should go in at Silly Point. Remarkably close to the wicket, Hassan Azad, as Parkinson is in, but Carter gets to the pitch of that one, almost buries it in the ground as he gets everything over that one, pushes it back down the wicket on the off side. Davis jogs in and picks up 81 for 2. Parkinson is in and bowls. Carter is forward again, slightly more outside edgy, but firmly into the ground again so that it rolls straight to Azad at Silly Point. Backward square leg, Evans is almost in a catching position as in goes Parkinson and bowls. Very straight. Carter back up the pitch to him. Davis interrupts the ball on its way to Parkinson because it's the end of the over. One from it. Parkinson then, the electronic scoreboard has decided to freeze into position. So Parkinson has bowled 3 overs, I think it is now. 81 for 2 is the score. 29 to Haynes and a single to Ollie Carter. But the bowler hasn't changed at all. So it certainly will be Barnes from this end. But there we go. Parkinson 2 overs, 1 for 6 now. That was his first post tee.
So the sun has disappeared. As in comes Barnes, bowls to Haynes, who plays casually through the offside, picks up a single to the sweep on the cover man, who's Abhi Sakandi, which brings Carter on to strike. He's on a single. Tom Haynes goes to 29, 81 for 2. The arrears now down to 52, so Sussex are slowly working their way towards parity, but at no great speed, and Ed Barnes has now got 5 balls. He'll hope here at young Ollie Carter. He's a perfectly capable batsman, but 2 slips and a gully in place. And Barnes runs away from us. In the shade, comes in and bowls. Carter is forward. Again, a little bit of shape from Ed Barnes. And Harry Swindle's got plenty to say from behind the stumps as well, encouraging his bowler. I just noticed as well at the end of that previous over that Swindles came up to his skipper and just had a word, maybe a suggestion of a field placing change, or see, Leicestershire still fancy they got a chance here, you know. Come on, lads, is the cry.
3 or 4 we go here, says Swindles. Yeah.
Comes Barnes again, bowls, let go by Carter. Good leave outside of the off stump, although Well, I say it is a good leave.
Yeah.
Swindle really has got a lot to say, hasn't he, behind the stumps? Obviously, you need that, keeper who's, chirpy behind the stumps, getting everybody, on their toes.
Saying, in his autobiography published not so very long ago, Paul Nixon talked about some of the methods he used when he was chirping away behind the stumps, and what he said and what he tried to do.
Barnes. Bowles. That was a delivery that Carter had to play. It was probably a little too short, and Carter played it comfortably enough to mid-wicket fielded by Sir Candy, and there is no run.
He said he used to watch the batsmen really carefully, and if they had a routine thing, he used to say things like, "Oh, you missed your second tap of the bat there," and things like that, just to try and or imitate them, the sort of the little sort of ticks that most batsmen do have. Things like that, he said he used to try pretty much anything to get under the batsman's skin.
Barnes bowls. That's a swinging delivery that Carter rightly has nothing to do with. It goes through into the gloves of keeper Swindles.
Without descending into sort of person insults and things like that, but just ways of, you've had a run of low scores or whatever, you might just be worried about your place or anything like that.
No, absolutely. I'm sure there are things, and things that can rile batsmen, and suddenly someone does something they wouldn't otherwise have done. Comes Barnes again, bowls up on his toes. Is Carter and plays defensively out in the offside. It's the end of an over which just cost the 1 run. Carter safely negotiating the final 5 balls of the over. Sussex 82 for 2. Carter on 1. Haynes on 30. The men out, Orr for 34. Brown for 12. There are 27 overs remaining in the day. The arrears are still 51 as far as Sussex are concerned. Sussex effectively 82 for 3. Strange, seeing people sitting around the ground, because people are very sort of socially distant, aren't they? People.
They are in the family stand for sure. There's a decent group down here, away to our left, in the sun now.
Yes, that's the place to sit, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But some at the far end are very happy just not to be in the sun.
People have their favourite
they do.
spots on the ground,
Absolutely,
don't they? Some people like to watch from side on, but I hate watching from side on. You get an impression of speed. For example, Cheltenham is a glorious place to go and watch cricket, but you have to commentate from completely side on, which is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah. Same at Horsham.
Yes. yeah, at least you don't have the
loos at Cheltenham.
The banging door of the loos behind you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely ground though, Horsham. I'd love to go back. One day, perhaps. One day.
Well, hopefully there'll be a 50 over there next year, which would be nice.
Parkinson is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Haynes, who's waiting for it. It does look as though it turned just a fraction back into him, but pretty slowly, and he had all the time in the world to sort of play it off the pitch. 82 for 2. Parkinson is in, gives it some more air, clipped past the diving mid-wicket, bounced. He clipped it down into the ground, and diving across, Davis couldn't get there. It trickled out towards mid-on, and Haynes, more than happy to take 1, moves on to 31, 83 for 2. The deficit then just 50.
Kent have beaten Derbyshire by 130 runs in this group.
Okay, are we last man standing almost?
Not quite.
Parkinson is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Carter, who now has a short leg and a silly point as well as a slip. Parkinson is in, bowls, tosses it up. Carter waiting, plays it down into the ground off the front foot.
2 games still going on at the Oval. Surrey 90 for 2, still needing another 188 to avoid an innings defeat. But similar to here, probably Essex running out of overs in which to take those wickets.
Parkinson bowls. Carter is forward again, no turn. Playing it off stump to Davis in the covers.
Not the case at Northampton, though, where Northamptonshire are 187 for 7, still trailing Durham by 30 runs. So that looks the game most likely where there could be a result.
Getting quite interesting there, isn't it, really? 3 wickets, 30 runs to get ahead. Parkinson goes in, bowls to Carter, who adjusts a little bit late there. He wasn't quite sure on length, arguably beaten in the flight, but played it comfortably enough off the pitch in the end. He's looking to get forward.
I think what those wins for Middlesex and Kent have done. Let's break off in a moment.
One ball to go in this Parkinson over. He's getting through it quite quickly. He tosses it right up, but Carter waiting. Leans forward, defends out into the offside. There is no run, just the single from the over, then 83 for 2. 26 overs remain, 50 the deficit.
Is that Middlesex and Kent will finish in the top 2 places in this group. I think they play each other next week in the final game of the season at Canterbury, but no matter if Leicestershire were to win this game, I think they probably can't overhaul Middlesex and Kent. The reason we're mentioning that is because Richard very kindly found out today that the prize money in the county championship extends as far as the top 2 teams in this 3rd division. So Middlesex and Kent will get a share of the pot, which I think Richard said was 1.5 million.
Correct.
Across the county. So
I forwarded that email, but
you.
it just says 2 sentences, 1.5 million from top of Division 1 to second in Division 3, which seems a bit tough on the
yeah. But
those at the bottom end who need it more.
So it looks like Worcestershire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Sussex are the teams who are going to miss out on the pot. So that's the way that's going to work. Ed Barnes is going to carry on. Final round of matches next week. Leicestershire going to New Road, Worcester. Sussex at home to Derbyshire. And Derbyshire still without a win all season in the county championship, as in comes Ed Barnes running into bowl to left-handed Haynes, and Haynes covers up, plays into the offside. And there is no run. 26 overs remaining in the match. The arrears are still 50. I suspect once Sussex get to positive territory, if there's still only 3 or 4 wickets down, we'll see the captain shake hands. But there's still a bit of work for Tom Haynes to do here. As the sun comes out brightly. Lovely evening here in Leicester. Complete contrast to yesterday evening when it was grey and miserable pretty much across the whole of eastern England down into the London area. Barnes runs away from us. In and bowls. And Haynes is hit on the pad. I think that's out.
Yep.
Yeah, he is given out. Tom Haynes is on his way. Ed Barnes does the trick. Tom Haynes was rather caught on the crease. And I think now there's every likelihood that we're going to see these final overs bowled tonight, Richard, because Tom Haynes and Ben Brown are both back in the pavilion, and now this fairly inexperienced Sussex middle order is going to be exposed to the Leicestershire attack. Sussex 83 for 3, effectively 83 for 4, 27 overs remaining, and I have to say for the moment it hit the pad, I thought that looked very out.
You used the word when you described a shot of Haynes' a couple of overs ago, casual, and it may be just a sort of impression, but that was slightly casual when he went back and, as you say, trapped in the crease. He may be a little bit tired, who knows, but looked disappointed to be given out. Maybe he thought it got a little inside edge or something on it, but certainly the ball was going on to hit the stumps. For me, we'll have a look at the replays. Height absolutely wasn't an issue, and Barnes a little bit of reward for what's been a really good spell for him. 1 for 17 now, and as you say, well, Haynes, Brown and Orr, who were the 3 key men of the first innings, all back in the pavilion now.
Well, Delray Rawlings, next man in, who's by his own admission had a very poor championship season, averaging just over double figures. A real opportunity here for Delray just to get his head down and get some runs. But he's an attacking batsman. He'll be looking forward to Saturday in the T20. But really, Sussex need him to see off these overs here. He was his birthday yesterday, but after this, Jack Carson, who, as I said earlier, made 87 earlier on this season, but really then and down amongst the Sussex tail. This game is far from over. Barnes on his way, bowls right up in the block. Oh, that's a good delivery to get first up, and well played by Rawlins to mid-on, and there is no run. 83 for 3, the arrears are 50, and the Leicestershire fielders with plenty to say in encouragement of Ed Barnes, and unsurprisingly, another wicket, and the cat really will be amongst the pigeons.
Oh, they must regret the absence of Wright.
Yeah. Barnes in again, bowls. Rawlins lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Swindles. And there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet at Rich M. Ray or at BBC Sussex Sport. Either of those will make their way through. And Leicestershire just with a...
Here's the LBW. Yeah, he was not quite sure what shot he was actually trying to play there. Firmly away on the onside, across the line.
Barnes in bowls, Rawlins forward and punches to point, and there is no run.
To have another quick look, Adrian?
Yeah, I mean, my first feeling was, I think that looks a fair shout, to be honest. My first impression was that it was out. I wasn't surprised to see umpire Ramage's figure raised.
He takes some we had umpire Ramage last week at Derbyshire, and he takes some persuading normally. Yeah. So
2 slips in place. Barnes is running in again, bowls, and Rawlins has hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 83 for 3, an over which saw the demise of Tom Haynes was LBW for 31. Sussex 83 for 3, a wicket maiden to Ed Barnes. Figures of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17, and it's just prompting a little sort of chat there between Swindles, the wicket-keeper, and Parkinson, the skipper. I think actually here that Leicestershire may be quite keen to get Delray Rawlins on strike, only that Delray likes to play attacking shots. It's not within his nature to defend, and they might just feel that they might be able to lure him into a full shot. We shall see.
Well, Carter has settled into purely defensive mode, hasn't he? So he can be surrounded, and is now, 2 slips, silly point, short leg. And the wicket keeper, as Parkinson is in, bowling to him on middle and leg, just defends it out to short leg. There's no run. The floodlight shadows extending right across this outfield now, obviously from the west side of the ground, as Parkinson is in. Quicker, flatter delivery, leans forward again. Carter looks in control out there at the moment. Carter, yes, it's purely defensive mode, but he's not been beaten yet. He hasn't got past the outside edge as Parkinson is in. That's a little bit more forceful, a defensive shot, and there's 1 or 2 sort of shouts of sarcastic surprise from the Leicestershire fielders. Parkinson in particular, he's a combative and occasionally abrasive cricketer, Callum Parkinson, like a good Lancastrian should be. They're trying to get into Ollie Carter's mind. He comes in and bowls to Carter, head right over the ball as he defends that one on off stump. Out it rolls to Will Davis. Overs ticking away for Leicestershire, 23 after this one.
Well, I don't think light's going to be an issue tonight, Richard.
Sorry, 24 after this one. As Parkinson is in, Carter's forward on middle and off. Davis again jogs into field. No. We're going to be, it's the best stroke afternoon of the match, isn't it? Evening of the match. We've had to call things off early on days 1 and 2. Didn't play day 3 at all. But potentially could go the distance on the final day. In goes Parkinson bowls. That one does turn, but from well outside off stump, turns further away. So if there is any turn, it's not in the right areas. That one, but definitely did spin away from the bat of Carter, but Carter wasn't trying to play a shot. Just let it go through. End of the over. 4 overs, 1 for 7 for Callum Parkinson. Sussex have settled purely into defensive mode. Will Davis throws the ball to Barnes, who absolutely wasn't looking. He was handing his cap, had his cap out, almost caught it in his cap by accident. Gives Davis a slightly old-fashioned look. Ben Mike goes to pick it up.
Well, certainly Harry Swindles has got plenty of advice or recommendations for the skipper behind the stumps. But what could Ed Barnes do? 24 overs left. Sussex 83 for 3, or effectively 83 for 4, as in comes Barnes bowls to Rawlins, who plays his one to the onside. Picks up a single, does Rawlins. That'll make him feel a little better. Although I suspect that Ed Barnes would have quite liked to have bowled to the new batsman rather than Ollie Carter, who's been in 27 balls for his 1 run. Not that that matters, of course.
First innings, Delroy Rawlings was caught behind off the bowling of right for 4. I'm trying to remember what sort of shot he played. Defensive twitch.
It was during that lovely little spell that Chris Wright bowled, wasn't it? Whatever morning it was, Monday morning. Barnes is in, bowls, and Carter defends solidly, plays out into the offside, no run.
He's last man out on the first day, Rawlins.
Right. Yes, I don't remember the dismissal either.
Carter went with a score on 291, and Rawlins with a score on 302. They came off at 310 for 4.
Oh, so it was the first day.
Light, so it was the
was that Sunday? What day did we
last,
start?
yeah,
Started Sunday, didn't we? Yeah. Today's Wednesday, that's right. You tend to sort of forget what days we start and what days we finish with some of these matches. Barnes is in again, bowls to Carter, who had a little fiddle at that one outside of the off stump. That didn't miss the outside edge by very much. Taken low down by Swindles.
Practices the leave.
I think you'd have to say that these are the last 2 recognised Sussex batsmen. I'm not sure Jack Carson would thank me for saying that, having made a couple of half centuries this season. But I think if you're talking about, if you're picking batsmen, these are the last 2 recognised batsmen. That's not to say the others can't bat. And of course, Leicestershire will be fully aware of that. Tom Hindley has shown that he can bat, but this is the first time I saw him bat, and this will be different situations. In comes Barnes, and Carter plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded by Sir Candy. I can see Ben Mike is warming up down at mid-off. I wonder whether Ed Barnes maybe going to have a little bit of a breather.
He hasn't got too many options without Wright, really, Parkinson. He can go to Rhodes for a little bit of off-spin. But seam-wise, that's kind of it, really. Obviously, Davis is out there, but he can't bowl. Kimber bowls some gentle off-spin.
Another slip going in here, Richard. Or is it going to be a short leg?
Short leg.
Yeah, we are going to get, is that George Rhodes? Oh no, he's going in he's going in at 3rd slip, and he's going very close actually.
Which is why he's having to put the helmet on, George.
Yeah. Barnes in again, bowls Carter with a model 4 defensive shot to a well pitched up delivery, well played, well bowled. Played to mid off, fielded by Mike. It's quite tense. 84 for 3, maybe the end of the season. It may be a game that people are thinking, well, there's nothing on this game. What is it? But it's a game of first-class cricket, and Leicestershire have got the scent of a win in their nostrils, and Sussex will want to deny them.
Lewis Hill bowls a little bit of sort of gentle swing a la Haynes, but not as well as Haynes. Otherwise, there's nothing really.
Comes Barnes again, bowled. A nice swinging delivery that Carter meets with the full face of the bat, placed to mid-on. And there is no run. Lily is listening to us from Moulton in North Yorkshire.
Oh, hello, Lily. Lily Alumi.
Yep. I was at Headingley for 1 hour, 50 minutes of play, having travelled from Moulton. I'm enjoying the commentary. And she points out it is slow going for Sussex. It is indeed, Lily. Sussex are doing their best to bat out for the draw. 49 they need to wipe out the arrears. There are 23 overs left in the match. Sussex 84 for 3. But effectively 83 for 4 because 84 for 4 I should say, because Finn Hudson-Prentice will not bat, having broken his hand earlier on in the match. And these 2, pretty much the last 2 established batsmen for Sussex.
Delroy Rawlins has broken his bat, scoring his 1 off 5 balls. He's signalling to the dressing room to bring out another one.
Because the afternoon updates tend to be a little more prompt.
If they remember us at all, which it isn't always the case. 99% of the time they remember we're around. Gorgeous, gorgeous afternoon. As Parkinson goes over the wicket to Rawlings, who's prodding forward without getting to the pitch of the ball. He covers it, but it's not convincing. He wanders out and prods a little uncertainly at the pitch. It's surprising they haven't got a silly point in Leicestershire as well as the short leg. Parkinson is in. Rawlings slog sweeps, but it hits him on the pad, misses it outside the line of off stump. So it was just Parkinson who went up for the appeal. Umpire Newell turns his head, answers the negative. Slight air of desperation about that Rawlings shot as Parkinson is in, bowling to him, defends rather more convincingly. Little poke at the ball, turns his wrists on it, pushes it off middle, out towards mid-wicket, where Davis picks up. Parkinson is in and bowling. Rawlings is forward again, playing the ball off the pitch without getting to the pitch of it. Out into the offside it goes. No great turn for Parkinson. Of course they have Sakanda. They could go back to Leicestershire seam-wise as Parkinson is in. Another big slog sweep and he misses again. Comes off the pads of Swindles, I think, onto the leg stump. Knocks off a bail, but back foot firmly in his crease for Rawlings. Parkinson is in. Rawlings is defending that one and then stepping off and marching towards the pavilion for a replacement bat. Atkins comes on with 4. We've got 4 to choose from. Delray Rawlings hands Atkins the broken bat. Doesn't take long in choosing Parkinson, who's down that other end having a word with Rawlings, who studiously ignores Leicestershire's captain as he walks past him and goes to speak to Ollie Carter. So Barnes is being taken off now. Really good spell from Ed Barnes. We picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes. Abhi Sakande is being brought back on. Can he summon up something special against his former county? Leicestershire need him to do so in the absence of Chris Wright. Past the half past, so we'll see if there is an update. Ollie Carter, who's got 1 off 32 balls, has settled for resolute defence and nothing else as Sakande is in to him on off stump. He leans forward, pushes it out off stump to Ben Mike, who's at extra cover. No run. They're scratching here, lads, just scratching. That's clearly a derogatory term as far as county cricketers are concerned, I assume. Rhodes takes off the helmet at short third slip, throws it to Hassan Azad, who was at backward point, marches to backward point, and Hassan Azad goes in at short leg. So no third slip now, 2 slips gully and short leg as Sakande is in, very full and firmly down into the ground from Carter. It bounces out off his inside edge, I think onto the pad and then out into the offside. Rhodes comes in and fields, and there's no run. It does look as though Sussex are kind of ignoring the deficit now, just going to look at try and bat out time. Sakande is in, slightly deceived on length there. Ollie Carter was going to plunge forward, decided to go back in the end. It might just have come back in a bit to him. Took a thick inside edge down into the ground. Leicestershire like that. They congratulate Sakande. More of the same. It's the general thrust of the advice to their bowler. Sakande is in, and it's turned off his legs that time. Carter's going to pick up a second run. Is it going to be a third? Yes, it is. 86 for 3. Carter onto 3. Here comes the update. They're nibbling away at the Sussex second innings. They have picked up a potentially key wicket, that of the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, who went leg before wicket to Ed Barnes. A lovely swinging delivery into the left-hander, trapped him leg before for 31. Made the score 83 for 3. They've moved on to 86 for 3. Ollie Carter is 3 not out off 36 balls. Delray Rawlins 1 off 11. Gives you an indication that Sussex have settled purely for defence. Leicestershire, though, are severely hampered in their attempts to bowl out Sussex for a second time, because they are without Chris Wright, the man who picked up 6 wickets in Sussex's first innings. He also, it seems, picked up a little hamstring niggle, and he is not fit enough to bowl. Huge loss for the Foxes on a flat track, but they are still working hard trying to pick up these wickets. If they can pick up 1 or 2 more, then Sussex's lower order is extremely inexperienced, and they collapse like a pack of cards in their first innings. So this game is not all over. There are 21 overs left to be bowled in the match, and Sussex are 86 for 3. They're 47 behind still. It's all about wickets, though, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. End of the Sakande over. 5 overs, none for 30 for him. Callum Parkinson will continue from the Bennett end. Comes in, bowls over the wicket to Rawlins, who is forward, pushing the delivery out into the offside, picked up by Evans, who's got pads on underneath his whites. No run. Parkinson is in. Back goes Rawlins. Defended back down the pitch on the offside. We're still getting the feed if anybody's listening at BBC Radio Leicester. 86 for 3. Parkinson is in and bowls. Defended by Rawlins on off stump. There is no run. Try and lose the feed if we possibly can. Parkinson is in and bowls. Rawlins slog sweeps. He's connected with this one. It's in the air, but just over the man at deep mid wicket. It was about 10 yards inside the ropes. I think it's George Rhodes out there. Did it go all the way? Umpire Newell is asking for guidance. Everybody's looking.
Definitely didn't go for 6.
And the signal is for 90 for 3. But it was in the air for a long time, slightly risky.
Well, very risky.
Rawlins, with a man out there.
It's the 3rd time he's played that shot, isn't it? He missed out twice in the previous over.
In goes Parkinson, bowls again to Rawlins, who is forward, pushing it into the gap at backward point. Out towards backward point it goes, and the single is taken.
So, end of the over. 91 for 3. Now, 2 slips, silly point, and a short leg in place for this next delivery.
Parkinson in over the wicket. Carter drives, but not convincing, and it's stopped by Parkinson in his follow-through, diving away to his left. 91 for 3 at the end of the over. Carter has 3. Rawlins has 6. There are 20 overs remaining.
So, I think the light is going to be good. I don't think there's going to be any help with that for as far as Sussex are concerned. So I think we're going to very much get these overs in. 20 overs remaining. The first of which is going to be bowled by Abhi Sakande from the pavilion end. 91 for 3. Carter on 3, Rawlins on 6. So Ray Rawlins maybe just a little fortunate in that previous over. Certainly had the deep mid wicket beyond the boundary, he may well have been caught. As it is, he remains. He's on 6. Ollie Carter, 3 off 39 deliveries as Secunda is on his way from this. The pavilion end in bright sunshine. Bowls to Rawlins, and Rawlins that sort of hit him. We didn't play a shot, so I'd be surprised if they're allowed to take that run. Let's just wait and see as the throw comes in, and it's given us a leg bye.
He was trying to evade it, wasn't he? In a way, he'd sort of ducked slightly, so not playing a shot true, but trying to evade. So you're okay.
Yeah, so it was a leg bye. 92 for 3. So 19 overs left after this one. The arrears down to 41. 2 slips in a gully, a short leg. Then there's a point extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. So Candy is in again, bowls. Good delivery, pitching round about middle and off, drawing Carter forward, and Carter plays into the offside, and there is no run. The sun disappears momentarily, which actually we shouldn't complain, but it just brings a bit of relief into the commentary box, because it gets pretty warm in here when
in a good summer, when the sun is coming in the side window, as it does in the sort of final session, it can become a bit of a greenhouse.
In comes Secunda, bowls, clipped away by Carter, down to fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about coming back for 2. I think there probably was 2 there, to be honest, but settling for the single. Carter goes to 4, 93 for 3. You could do a little blind up on your window there. I do really like this commentary box. There's sort of everything you need here. There's some shelves and, you know, plenty of PowerPoints, and it's a great commentary position.
Yeah, we're absolutely not complaining at all. But, the sun hasn't shone in there much, in that side window much this season.
Secunda in and bowls to Rawlins. Rawlins plays this nicely. That was a confident-looking shot. Clips it to a wideish mid-on, where it's fielded by Ben Mike, and Rawlins picks up his 7th run. Sussex 2, 94 for 3. Probably the important statistic is the arrears, which are now below 40. They're on 39.
Yeah, just 19 overs now.
Yeah.
Running out, Leicestershire. Need another breakthrough, and need it soon.
Come on, Abby, is the cry from the field. As Carter waits, and Secunda, the ex-Sussex man, is on his way right up in the block hole. Good delivery by Secunda, which is dug out by Carter, and there's a puff of dust as he plays that shot away into the offside. And again, there is no run.
But you're right, it isn't the Secunda who was brisk at Sussex, is it?
No, to me, he's bowling a little above medium pace. He doesn't look to be bowling with that same zip that he did. He's in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's not a great delivery, taken by the tumbling Swindles at the end of a Secunda over. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 32. He took the catch that dismissed Ben Brown. Abby Secunda has a little word with umpire Ramage as he makes his way back to his fielding position. There's a bit of a debate going on now at the far end with skipper Parkinson, wicketkeeper Swindles.
Well, Hill is the senior man out there now, really, in terms of experience.
Yeah.
So he's having a
word,
he's
isn't
chucking
he?
a few, yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 wise men up there
Wilson.
trying to plot Sussex's downfall.
Well, Parkinson, his options are limited.
I would have my mid-wicket right on the fence here for the for Delray Rawlins, who does hit a long ball. I think that position just off the fence is a bit no man's land.
Well, it's 1-2 in whatever, isn't it? So,
Yes.
you know, why not be? It's like you said with in the Leicestershire innings, when mid-wicket was cleared, but it didn't go for 6. Parkinson over the wicket to Rawlins, who is sweeping, but he's on top of that one, and it goes behind square down to Secunda at wide long leg, and he jogs the single.
Very briefly at Northampton, for those that are interested, Northampton's 201 for 8. Still trailing Durham by 16 runs, so that's a good game. Down at the Oval, the game between Surrey and Essex drawn. Surrey 113 for 2 in their second innings, so all over at the Oval.
Parkinson is round the wicket to Carter, puff of dust as he looks to drive the full ball. Not cleanly, and it rolls out to mid-off.
Poor season for Surrey, though, Richard.
Yes, it is.
You know, the bottom of the second division of the Championship. They didn't qualify for the last 8 of the T20.
Parkinson bowls. Forward goes Carter in defence. And I understand that Surrey and Alex Stewart are very keen to return to a 2-division county championship. But given the way that they have been have played this season, well, they'd certainly be in the second division if they were, and
It would be.
I don't think they have much to say, really. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Carter. Nothing there for Parkinson. Nothing. And he looks a little, not despondent, but a little downhearted as he waits for the ball to come back to him. 1 for 13 from approaching 7 overs now. 18 after this one. Remain as Parkinson is in. Quicker delivery goes back. Carter, dangerous game, but played it okay off the pitch. He didn't really get up, and Parkinson tells him so right off the stumps. He played that one deep in his crease. 4 off 47 balls. Stubborn, obstinate, determined innings from Ollie Carter, who... That's a nicer shot, a nice stroked drive out to mid-off, and Parkinson sarcastically, I don't like to see that, actually, sarcastically applauds Carter. It's a little bit unnecessary. Carter, he knows what Carter's trying to do. Carter's job is simply to stay there.
Yeah,
so he can't be blamed for not attacking the bowling.
No, I agree, and Callum Parkinson did have a word with him as he walked down the wicket, so Ollie Carter just needs to put that to the back of his mind.
Oh, hopefully water off a duck's back.
Yeah.
For Carter, but he is young, and it might. I'm sure he won't let himself be affected. He pointedly ignored Parkinson.
18 overs remaining. Arrears are still 38. I don't think we'll get any sort of a shaking of hands until these arrears are wiped out.
Well, you can't, can you? Effectively,
No.
Because it would be effectively a declaration behind.
In comes Sakandi bowls, and Rawlins plays that in the air. Now let's wait for the umpire's signal. Was that ballooning off the thigh pad, or was it bat onto thigh pad?
Let's have a look.
Umpire
Ramage says it was bat inside edge onto thigh pad.
It was a run. The ball rather ballooned in the direction of fine leg. Not near any fielder, but nonetheless a moral victory for Sakandi. Rawlins to 9, 96 for 3, arrears down to 37. And Sakandi again. 2 slips and a gully go down as Ollie Carter waits, and a ball pitching round about middle and off. Good delivery, draws Carter forward, but Carter plays with his head right over the ball, foot to the pitch of the ball. Plays it down the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. So just 2 games going on now. This one, and a little way down the road, down the M1. Not far to Northamptonshire from here, would it be, Richard?
No, 30 miles, 35 miles, something like that.
Durham.
Less maybe, actually.
Closing in on victory maybe against Northampton. You imagine the weather is probably similar down there, so comes Sakandi bowls. Oh, he's hit him on the head.
Ducked
No,
into it.
yeah, he did duck into it, and that means that we'll get a break here, and you heard the clunk. He did duck into it, did Ollie Carter. He took his eye off the ball.
Ooh, that hit him hard.
It did hit him hard, and Joe, often with these things, and Joe, I wouldn't be a bit surprised with this, as if he doesn't come off just for a little while. John, the physio, is going running on.
We should say he's standing and looks fine, examining his helmet and everything like that, but sometimes there's a slightly delayed effect, isn't there?
No, that was, and you heard that was a really loud crack.
Wasn't it just?
John, the physio, will be going through the protocols. They're looking at the helmet, but John will be more concerned to make sure that Ollie Carter is okay. I have to say, very easy to say from up here, but he took his eye off the ball.
He did, I'm afraid.
He turned his head, and I say it's easy to say. We're up here and Ollie Carter is down there, but that's kind of the golden rule, isn't it? Not to take your eye off the ball.
It sounded horrible, that.
Yeah, and we were saying that Abby Sakandi's bowling, something above sort of medium pace. If that had been someone quick, that would have been really nasty. So Ollie Carter is having a drink.
Spare helmets have been brought out just in case.
Yeah, I could see it's young Bertie Foreman who's brought it. He just wants to be in the action, doesn't he?
He's
Running out.
He's busy. He's enjoyed his...
He has?
His 3 days being busy, I think.
Well, as you say, Ollie Carter looks okay in that he's still standing, hasn't sat down. They're examining the helmet to make sure that that's okay. He's having a drink and he's putting on...
A new helmet.
I think he is putting on a new helmet, so it looks like he's going to be okay.
Delray wants something.
Delray does want something. I don't know whether he wants a drink or a
towel, perhaps, just to...
Delray Rawlins, so after this will be heading off to Birmingham. The Sussex squad, I think, travelling up to Edgbaston tomorrow in advance of finals day at the weekend. Delray will certainly be part of that side, but work for him to do here. I think, you know, the pendulum is swinging now in favour of Sussex securing the draw. As someone sprints off the field, is that George Rhodes who's running off? Looks to me like he might be going for a quick loo break. Who knows? Bit of discussion going on out there in the middle. Jamie Atkins is out there now. Not sure if he's bought another helmet, but there's certainly, John is just making sure that everything is okay with Ollie Carter. And it is a fairly lengthy delay in the sunshine. So we were speculating how long we might be here for. Now I think Carter's going to be okay. He's putting on his helmet, and the physio just having a word with the umpires and saying, "Yep, I think he's okay." Well, I'm sure he's saying he is okay because think would mean he's coming off.
Yeah, and he certainly won't want to do that.
No.
And he's not coming off. Happily, all is well for the time being. At any rate, as I say, there can sometimes be a slightly delayed effect, but...
No, absolutely. I'll never forget, I think it was Liam Norwell who was hit when he was playing for Gloucestershire, was hit at Hove 3 or 4 seasons ago and carried on batting. And I remember after the game, our former colleague Bob Hunt interviewed him, and he didn't remember anything about it. And, you know, that's delayed concussion, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Colin Ackerman was hit on the forehead, fielding at slip. Stayed on for half an hour, had to go off. I was starting to feel unwell and headaches. Missed the rest of the game and the next.
Yeah.
Earlier this season.
So, a lengthy delay, but fortunately Ollie Carter looks okay. Hit flush on the helmet. Ducking into a short delivery, and in comes the Candy again. Bowls, and this time Carter, to his credit, is right in behind that delivery, and he plays it into one of the 2 gullies, or a backward point, perhaps is probably more accurate description of where the field is set. Yes, 2 slips and a gully, backward point, mid off, and there's a close-ish mid on, a close mid wicket, and a short fine leg or a short backward square, little ring of fielders there as Sekandian bowls. Short, pulled away by Carter, and runs here for Ollie Carter. It won't go for 4, it's rather dribbling out towards the boundary. Lewis Hill is in hot pursuit, and they're going to come back for 3 runs. So that took a bit of courage for Carter, having been hit on the helmet. He kept his eye on that one and pulled the ball through mid-wicket for 3 runs. Come on, Adrian. And Carter goes to 7. 99 for 3 as the chorus gets going over on the far side. A little bit of singing.
Has to be 16 overs in the last hour, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that'll be about right, actually. 8 minutes to go until 5 o'clock.
Sekandi around the wicket in bowls. That's a rather wasted delivery down the leg side, and Rawlins could have tucked it down towards fine leg. He rather missed out through to Swindles, and there is no run. So a rather long over is safely negotiated. Abhi Sekandi 7 overs, no maidens, and 0 for 36. Sussex 99 for 3. 17 overs remaining in the day. The deficit is 34. Carter on 7, Rawlins on 9. Just to reiterate, Finn Hudson-Prentice won't bat for Sussex, so Sussex effectively 99 for 4. But time just starting to ebb away for Leicestershire.
Yeah, actually ignore what I just said about the last hour, because it's minimum overs, isn't it? So, plus we would have finished at 5:30. In goes Parkinson bowls, and Carter is forward, defending out into the offside. And there's no run, just minimum remaining. 17 or 16.5 now. Sussex within sight of the finishing line in terms of securing the draw, you would have thought, but work still to do. It's just not turning for Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Carter is studiously, correctly forward, getting to the pitch of it.
I think probably that Parkinson is probably thinking that Delray Rawlings, who plays a more expansive game, would probably prefer to be bowling to him.
Parkinson is in. Oh, a no ball. Goodness me. Parkinson has bowled, just pushed out into the offside by Ollie Carter, but 2. And their Sussex 100 is up. Well, having started at an absolute rate of knots, 6 runs plus per over, in goes Parkinson, tosses that one right up, but Carter's forward and defending that one. The last few runs have taken a long time to come as far as Sussex are concerned, but they kind of switched once Orr and Brown and Haynes were out to pure defence. As Parkinson is in, forward goes Carter. Claws from Azad. Parkinson gestures at Azad to leave silly point and go in at leg slip. And Davis, who was at second slip, is going in at leg gully, sort of short backward, leg gully, because Parkinson is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Carter. He bowls to Carter, who is unfazed. He's forward in just the same manner as before, defending off middle and off, out to Rhodes, who went sprinting off and has clearly come sprinting back on at some stage. Parkinson is in, bowls, Carter's forward, defending out into the offside. End of the over. No ball in it means that it is not a maiden over. It doesn't count against Parkinson, then, does it? 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. And 101 for 3, 32 the deficit. 16 the number of overs remain. 7 the number of wickets. No, 6. I keep forgetting about poor Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Well, Abby Sakandi is going to come in from the pavilion in momentarily. The sun has gone behind some cloud, which is quite welcome here in the commentary box. Probably not for the spectators, as Sakandi is going to come in around the wicket to the left-handed Delray Rawlings with 2 slips of the gully bowls, pulled away by Rawlings, and that's going to be 4 runs. 2 short from Abby Sakandi, and Delray Rawlings pulling that one away through backward square leg for 4 runs. And I was just thinking here, you know, that if a couple of good overs here from Rawlings, who can hit a very long ball, gets Sussex into positive territory, and it makes the draw even more likely. But that wasn't a great delivery by Abby Sakandi. Deficit down to 28, Rawlings to 13. And Sakandi runs away from us. In and bowls, and that's another poor delivery down the leg side, and Rawlings is very happy just to let that one go. I certainly think that Ed Barnes and Mike have posed more of a problem than Abby Sakandi, who's now coming over the wicket.
This is true, yeah.
To bowl to the left-handed Rawlings, who waits. Sakandi is in bowls. That's a much better delivery. Pitched up. I say it's a better delivery. I mean, slightly perverse. It's then driven for 4 by Rawlings, but it was well pitched up. And Rawlings getting that one right at the meat of the bat and drilling the ball down the ground for 4 runs. He goes to 17.
Yeah, better direction, but it was half volley, wasn't it? That spider that built that web about 3 days ago has finally caught a fly.
He has.
Well done.
Yeah, he's done a good job, hasn't he?
Patience.
Yeah.
Like Bruce's spider.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
How about the Bruce?
There he goes. So the arrears down to 24. 2 boundaries in this over to Rawlings, who's gone to 17. Sakandi again bowls short, and there's going to be 4 more runs. That's going to be leg byes, I suspect. I don't think that came off any bat. And indeed they are signal leg byes. So 12 runs have come off this over so far. And
it's ordinary stuff, isn't it, from Sakandi?
It is, sadly. Yeah, I say sadly because I'm sure he's a young cricketer who was down at the Sussex, left the county a couple of years ago now. I think at the end of Jason Gillespie's first season in charge. It may have been the second. Has been struggling to find a county. I think he's got some sort of a contract, hasn't he, till the end of the season, but it's, you know, you're looking to make an impression here, and sadly it's not quite happening for Abby at the moment. Runs away from us, in and bowls to Rawlins, who drives firmly. That's going to be 4 more, 16 off the over. Again, over pitched and just driven down the ground. And the deficit is whittling away here for Sussex. Lovely shot by Rawlins. He goes to 21. And the arrears down to 16.
It's halved in this over, isn't it?
Yeah, 16 have come off this over. 12 off the bat. And 4 leg byes. And Rawlins, who's in need of runs going into finals day on Saturday, will be glad to get the ball into the middle of the bat and getting his feet moving. And they were 2 nice shots, albeit to balls that probably deserved to go for 4, to be fair. Sekandian again, driven again by Rawlins. This time he doesn't time it to mid-off, and he's frustrated with himself. It's the end of Sekandi's over. He looks rather disappointed. Abby Sekandi gets thrown his cap by skipper Parkinson. 1-1-7 for 3 are Sussex. So 15 overs to go. The arrears are now just 16 from a Sussex point of view, and I think we are very much entering draw territory now. Leicestershire would need 2 or 3 very quick wickets here as the clock ticks around to 5 o'clock.
He's got to go back to Michael Barnes, essentially.
Yep.
Try and make something happen. It's almost the last throw of the dice for Leicestershire, waving at
they want more helmets.
Yeah, well, maybe George Rhodes is going to have a... Well, he's going to go in close for this Parkinson over. Not that Carter has once chipped the ball in the air. It just hasn't bounced or turned for Parkinson at all throughout the entire game. Nothing there. So although Carter will be completely surrounded by 2 slips, silly point, leg slip and short leg once the helmet comes out for George Rhodes, he's standing waiting, casting a very long shadow now. Gorgeous evening.
Yeah, it is beautiful. I think it's set fair for tomorrow as well, the weather, and for the best part of Friday, certainly to the east of England. So that'll be nice. A bit more uncertain towards the weekend, though. My understanding is, for anyone who's any Sussex supporters listening who might be making the trip to the Midlands, that it's likely to be okay in Birmingham on Saturday. I'm sure everyone's pleased about that. You don't want a disruption of having to stay over on a Saturday somewhere.
So 5 close catches and the wicketkeeper surround Ollie Carter as in goes Callum Parkinson, bowls to him nice and straight. He's been accurate, Parkinson, just hasn't had any assistance, and Carter comfortably blocks that one back down the pitch on the off side. 7 off 60 balls for Ollie Carter. Ben Mike is starting to warm up. Parkinson is in. Carter is waiting for that one on off stump, leaning forward, angled back, stopped by Azad. And seeing that, Parkinson tells Evans to go across from short leg and stand at the most stupid of mid-offs you can possibly imagine. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and it's turned towards mid-wicket by Carter, picked up by Mike, and there's no run. Evans' shadow right across the pitch, and the shadow of the floodlight pylon actually right is probably more of a factor. It's right across the pitch in front of Ollie Carter. Rhodes has gone from leg slip to short leg as Parkinson is in and bowls, and it's defended on the pitch on the onside. Could be an update coming up for BBC Radio Leicester. They could do it themselves again. Let us see. Let us see. Anyway, they're in our ears. We'll see. Parkinson is in. Bowls. Carter is pushing it down into the ground. Sure, it went down into the ground, but everybody's looking as though it
I don't think
was
it was
a chance. But
no, I don't think so.
Swindles shouted in frustration, didn't he? But I'm pretty sure that was down into the ground. Parkinson is in. Carter defends. And there is no run. Overs beginning to run out for the Foxes as they try to enforce victory on what is a very flat track, and without their key wicket-taking bowler Chris Wright, who is unable to bowl because of a slight hamstring niggle. They did pick up a third wicket. Tom Haines went leg before wicket to Ed Barnes, the Sussex captain, a doughty 31, 83 for 3, and with one man unable to bat, there was still a little bit of hope for the Foxes, but Ollie Carter has dug in. He's scored 7 off a massive 65 balls. Delray Rawlins has been rather more positive. He's hit 21 off 27. Sussex have moved on to 117 for 3. They're still 16 behind, but just 14 overs now remain to be bowled in the match. And it is to be Ben Mike replacing Abhi Sakande. And that might be the last we see of Abhi Sakande, because I can't see him on this evidence playing next week against Worcester.
No, I guess the only thing might be that I guess if Chris Wright is unfit.
There's Davis, Griffiths, people like that. Walker, the young lad who they've signed from Glamorgan, who looks an interesting prospect, might get a game at the end of this season. Hasn't played yet. We haven't seen him yet.
So you or me, Richard? So Ben Mike running away from us, coming into bowls, and Delray Rawlins is in and bowls, and down the leg side, and Rawlins has nothing to do with it, taken by a diving Swindle. So 14 overs left, as Richard was saying, or 13 overs and 5 balls. Now the arrears are 16. And certainly the Leicestershire fielders, who were rightly giving plenty of encouragement to the bowlers a little earlier, the encouragement levels are certainly diminished a little as the overs start to slip away in the lovely sunshine here. And Mike is in and bowls, and Rawlins is the player miss, and he's caught behind, and Rawlins is on his way, and that's a poor shot, I have to say. And just as we think that this game is dying a death, a wicket goes down, and Rawlins nicks to Swindle's behind the stumps. I don't think that's a great shot, to be honest, by Delray. Didn't really move his feet. And another wicket goes down, so that's 4 down now. I might call that 5, and now you would say that Leicestershire are into the Sussex lower order, because that's the last of the recognised batsmen's gone. Rawlins gone for 21. And every time we think this game is dying a death, another wicket falls.
Really poor shot in the circumstances. Could have left it. Should have left it. But you heard the nick from here, from the effects mic probably.
A second wicket for Ben Mike.
Yeah. He just put it out there, but he went for the drive. What was it, foot outside off stump?
He didn't need to play it, did he?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So the new batsman is actually Tom Hindley. Now, when I said, I didn't mean it disparaging in any way, that Sussex are down to that he's the last recognised batsman. I don't know anything about Tom Hindley. I was speaking to a couple of people around the club over the last few days. He's a very fine batsman. He's a youngster, and he batted well in the first innings when he made 19, and a very competent 19. But he's young. He's only 18. And Leicestershire will still feel they're not out of this. I mean, I know there's only 13 overs remaining, but Sussex effectively 117 for 5. So pressure around here. And just as it looked as if the game was drifting towards a draw, we get another little sting in the tail.
Yeah, if they need to pick up a couple quickly, though, Leicestershire.
They do.
Really.
Yep, they do.
Now, Hindley acquitted himself admirably in the first dig, and then he pulled one, didn't he, from right, that Barnes plucked out of the air at square leg, 2 hands above his head.
Yes.
So we feel he kind of got himself out there. He's got quite an open stance, hasn't he?
So 2 slips on the gully. Ben Mike is in. Bowls to Little. That's an awful delivery down the leg side, and he'll be annoyed with himself, Ben Mike, because you've got the new batsman. What you want to do is make him play. And Hindley just very happy just to watch his first ball sail down the leg side, taken by a diving Swindles. In there is no run. The deficit's still 16. The only other game being played down the road at Northampton, just to keep everyone right up to date. Northamptonshire are now 9 wickets down. 2-2-1 for 9. They lead Durham by 4. So that game looking as if Durham could well be going to win. They did another wicket and then to knock off those runs. Mike running away from us. In and bowl short, and ducking underneath that is Hindley, taken again by Swindles. There is no run. Just looking to rough up Tom Hindley.
Keep believing here, boys, says Davis.
Well, big responsibility now on Ollie Carter to steer Sussex through. He's made 7 off 65 balls. As Hindley waits. And Mike runs away from us in and bowls, and Hindley right in behind that, plays it confidently enough out into the offside, and there is no run. The sun again is sort of half out, it's half behind and clouds away to our right as we look out of the commentary box from the pavilion end of the ground. As Richard was saying, light has been an issue here, certainly on the first 2 days when the floodlights were on. No floodlights today, lots of blue sky around, and I don't think Sussex can expect any help from the weather here. As Mike is in again, bowls right up in the block hole, and that's well played by Hindley because that was a good delivery right up in the block hole. Hindley played it down the track, fielded by skipper Parkinson at mid-on, and there is no run. So wicket maiden for Ben Mike. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. I just wonder whether Callum Parkinson might be thinking that perhaps he could have bought perhaps one of these seamers on a little earlier, because certainly they've posed more of a threat than Abhi Sakandi, who hasn't had the best time with the ball in this innings. 117 for 4. Carter on 7, Hindley yet to score. The 2 batsmen have a natter in the middle of the pitch. I'm sure that Parkinson will be very keen, if he can, here to give Ollie Carter the single. And to that effect, there's a long on and a mid-off who's conceding a single. The mid-wicket is also conceding a single. There are 5 men, though, clustered around the bat.
Your original in-out field, I suppose. In comes Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to Carter, who is a little tentative on that occasion, and it comes off a thick outside edge along the ground, and Davis fields at second slip. And
they're all
we're on the offside now as Rhodes moves across from short leg to very, very short gully as Parkinson bowls, and it goes towards short leg off a thick inside edge, but Carter is keeping it down. Rhodes, I suspect, would like a box in there. I don't know if he's got one on, and I think that's what he's indicating to the pavilion. He's got a helmet on, but that's the only protection he's got as Parkinson goes in, bowls to Carter, who is forward on off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs, but he's in control. Ollie Carter, it's been as dogged an innings as I suspect he's ever played, but it's been a very effective one. 68 balls he's faced now for his 7 runs. Parkinson bowls to him, and that should be his 8th one as he turns to mid-wicket. Mike comes bouncing in and picks up, but Hindley had responded immediately to the call. Mike doesn't bother to throw. So, what can Parkinson make of the left hand? He does now have, theoretically, some footholds to bowl into. That said, pitch looks pretty much unmarked, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Almost.
It does.
Other than around the crease area. So whether there'll be anything for Parkinson, I somewhat doubt, but the close fielders have split offside and leg side as in goes Parkinson and bowls to Hindley, who is half forward, deflecting it through the vacant sort of gully area towards Ben Mike, who's at backward point. No run. 1 ball left for Parkinson. They look quite keen, as you said, Adrian, to give Hindley a single here to get him, to keep him on strike. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Hindley, who plays and misses, and not taken cleanly, I don't think, by Swindles. Playing for turn that wasn't really there, perhaps. Just check the replay on that one. It's quite difficult for us to read sometimes when the batsman has his back to us. End of the over, anyway. Yeah, just sort of played and missed at that one. Played down the wrong line. wasn't that far from off stump either. 118 for 4. 12 overs remain, 15 the deficit, 5 the number of wickets Leicestershire need. An unlikely prospect, it has to be said.
Yeah, 60 balls, no, what, 12, 72 balls for Sussex to negotiate. But it is a long tail. Ben Mike is going to bowl the first of those 72 balls from this, the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully and a short leg. Keeping Ollie Carter company. I think probably Mike will be just very happy to give Ollie Carter a single here. As Mike comes in and bowls. Short pulled away by Carter, and there he's going to get runs, but he'll probably get 2. Lewis Hill is there, and probably, with due respect to Tom Hindley, I'm sure is a very capable batsman, I think that Leicestershire will be pleased to be bowling to the new batsman. He's only faced 6 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Tom Hindley. Carter goes to 9. He's faced 70 balls as Ollie Carter, which he's done his job. 2 slips and a gully still in place for the left-hander. A backward short leg as Mike is in again and bowls. Oh, he cuts, almost cut Hindley in half. That was a good delivery. And just for a moment, I was thinking of shying at the stumps there. Was that Will Davies? He's just, I think, a little annoyed that he didn't. I wonder whether Hindley had just wandered out of his crease a little bit.
It just bounced and swung back in a bit to him, didn't it? Beat the defensive shot, hit him on the back pad, well above the line of the stumps, but he wasn't quite sure where he was for a minute.
No.
In terms of his crease, anyway.
Yeah, Davies has got a little closer there in the gully. I think he was perhaps out of his ground. Mike again. In and bowls. Oh, that's a wasted delivery down the leg side, and that's he's bowled some good stuff and he's played some poor stuff, and now Harry Swindles has hurt his finger diving away to take that one, and he's grimacing and shaking his hand. He's dived away down the leg side.
He's really hurt himself.
No, he has.
His left hand.
Yeah, well, perhaps got it on the end of the finger. They jolly well hurt.
I've never kept wicket.
Right.
So
I have. I
filled it in the slips a few times, but never kept wicket.
Mike in again, bowls. Was a nice swinging delivery, and Hindley plays it well and pushes it out in the offside and picks up a single. And the applause you can hear is for the Sussex players who are down to our right-hand side, down in the changing what is generally the dining room here at Grace Road, or to call it by its sponsor's name, the Uptonsteel County Ground. So we would normally have our lunch in normal non-COVID times. We have been well catered for here, though. The lunch is bought up and it's been splendid every day, as I said earlier on. So thank you to the people at Leicestershire for looking after us.
So when you were keeping wicket, you got a few on the ends
I just did dislocate a finger once, actually, and I was a bit of a baby about it, really. I didn't like, oh, yeah. In comes Mike. Over the wicket, bowls. Carter lets that go, and Swindles, I don't know whether he sort of took his hand out of the way of that because he'd got one end of the finger, but he didn't take it cleanly. And he still seems to be wringing that left hand, as Harry Swindles, and now he's taking his glove off again. So you were showing your finger. That was a dislocated finger, was it, Richard? In the field?
3 times, yeah.
Ouch. Yes, not that.
In the end, it just stayed in a funny... Sorry. People that I like showing it to people, but they always kind of look away and feel slightly ill.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not good at that sort of thing. In my teenage years, I dislocated my knee on several occasions playing football.
No joke.
And that is bloomin' painful. As in comes Mike over the wicket, bowls. Swinging delivery right up in the block hole. Well negotiated by Carter. And there is no run. End of the over. 120 for 4, Carter on 9, Hindley on 1. The important statistics, or 2 of them, are that there are 11 overs remaining in the day, and the deficit is now 13. The umpire's having a natter about something. I can't think what on earth they're talking about, because the light's good, but they're talking about something. Yes, and there was always somebody when that happened, Richard. There's always someone who I'm sure means well,
they tried to put
but
it
with
back
a knee,
in.
yeah, and they say, don't worry, look the other way, son, we'll sort it out. And I used to be hollering and screaming, and probably not with particularly good language, saying I'd rather they left it until the ambulance arrived, which invariably happened. But it's jolly painful. It's more the sight of it, actually. I think that. Anyway, that's a long time ago. 11 overs to go. Every time we say Leicestershire running out of time, they pick up a wicket. So I'm loath to say it again, but Sussex are inching their way towards a draw.
Parkinson is over the wicket to Hindley, who leaves, and it does bounce and turn back a little bit, not so very far from off stump. Parkinson wants Hindley to believe it shaved the off stump. Not sure it did quite, but he doesn't want to be leaving too many of those, Tom Hindley.
No.
So did you have a local anaesthetic in the end when they put your knee back in, or did they
the first
punch
time,
it back in?
The first time, actually, before the ambulance arrived, it actually went back in of its own accord after several minutes lying on the pitch.
Parkinson in again to Hindley, who is playing and missing, and again it's not missing the off stump by very much. He looks in a bit of trouble here, Tom Hindley.
He does, yeah. It's he's got fielders all around the bat. But on another occasion, just to be gruesome, finish the story, it wouldn't go back in, and I had to go to hospital, and they put you out and put it back in.
Literally knock you out,
yeah.
not just local.
No, yeah. It's back in my teens, so many years ago, but yeah.
Parkinson is in. Hindley is playing it. This one has to do so on off stump and just deflecting it out towards Ben Mike, who's at a fairly conventional sort of backward point position.
I think, to be honest, I was making a dreadful fuss as well, Richard. But it bloomin' well hurt.
Gas and air. As Parkinson is in, Hindley is just... Oh, he's bowled him! It's gone through him and bowled him on off stump. Well, it's been coming in this over. He's been leaning forward and playing and missing, Tom Hindley, and having done so twice earlier in the over, left a delivery that didn't miss off stump very much. He pushed forward very tentatively at that one and is bowled off stump. So each time we think that the game is drifting towards a draw, Leicestershire nibble away, and Parkinson picks up a wicket, punches the air. He has bowled Hindley for a single. Sussex are 120 for 5. They are still 13 behind. 4 wickets Leicestershire need. 10.2 overs remain in the match.
And I was thinking a little earlier on about how Sussex could get themselves out of this mess, and when Rawlins was batting, there was 16 off that Abby Sakandi over, and I was thinking to myself, well, if Sussex have a couple of overs like this, at least they get into the lead, and that's going to take more time out of the match, because there's going to lose overs. If Sussex are bowled out, there'll be 2 more overs lost as we have a change of innings. And I wonder if it was, and when Delroy was playing in a very attacking mode, I was thinking, well, perhaps that's the way to go. But now with, Ollie Carter's done his bit, 9 off 72 deliveries, but sort of a couple of lusty blows here may not go amiss here for Sussex.
Well, Jack Carson went second ball in the first innings. He had a loose drive, had a wide delivery from right, nicked off to Harry Swindles. I don't think he'll be playing a loose drive in this innings, but he is under pressure.
Oh, big time, absolutely.
He's surrounded by 5 close catchers, and Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Parkinson is going to go around the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls. Well, he's pushing out into the offside. He is going to be positive. He's going to pick up at least 2 there as Barnes goes back towards deep extra cover and fields, and 2 taken by Jack Carson. 122 for 5. The deficit now 11. It is not much, that 11, and
no.
as Adrian is saying, once Sussex get ahead, those runs have to be scored, so you can take 2 overs off the overs remaining for the change of innings.
Indeed, yeah.
As Parkinson is in, looking for the Yorker, squeezed out, got in all sorts of trouble there, didn't he, Carson? Managed to get down on it just in time. End of a lovely over from Callum Parkinson. 2 for 18 for Leicestershire's captain. If the Foxes were to go on and win this on this track without Chris Wright and with just 48 overs, then it would be without Chris Wright and with Abby Sakandi not bowling very well, it would be some achievement. I still think it's just beyond them on this track, but you never know.
Well, this is the wicket, isn't it? This is the wicket that they'll feel that if they can get Ollie Carter out, then they've really got a chance. So it's going to be Ben Mike. He's going to be bowling to Ollie Carter. And he's on his way over the wicket bowls, and Carter is forward, punches that to mid-off, fielded by Sakandi, and there is no run. Lots of blue sky around. The sun has just gone behind a cloud, but I don't think Sussex. I mean, the sun. Yeah, the sun does start to go down. I mean, it's only about 7:30 at this time of year. It's pretty dark, but I don't think Sussex are going to get rescued by the light here tonight. Absorbing stuff. In again comes Mike Short, pulled away by Carter, and is that caught?
I think it bounced before him. Did you catch? Oh, you caught that, says Rhodes, but no.
No, it
was Azad, I think.
It was
Is it under?
It was
pulled. Azad is usually at first slip. So
it was pulled by Carter. There's a fielder at
Sam Evans.
Right. To describe his position, he's almost at sort of a. What would you say that?
Leg gully, really.
Yeah. I think that's a very good description. It was pulled by Carter. Just for a moment, I mean, I didn't see the ball come off the bat at all. I just saw Carter play the shot. It was fielded by that leg gully, as Richard described it. But for a moment, I thought Carter had been caught.
He didn't take it cleanly, I think, in the end, Evans.
In comes Mike again over the wicket bowls. Bouncer taken by Swindles. And there is no run. So the three batsmen to come. Henry Crocombe. Sean Hunt. And Joe Sarrow. Hunt was out first ball in the first innings. Crocombe made 7 and Sarrow a duck.
But Sarrow hung on for a while.
He did hang around for a while. Remember. Yes, he did.
He had a lot of runs turned down by Ben Brown.
You're quite right. He did. Mike in bowls right up in the block hole, and Carter has been completely unruffled.
Yeah.
He's faced 76 deliveries now for his 9 runs.
I think while he is there, Joe Sarrow will be okay. He won't have his pads on.
No.
Put it that way. He'll be okay at the moment.
Yeah. Mike is back to his mark. And runs away from us. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls. And he's caught! And he's on his way! And Ollie Carter is caught by that fielder at leg gully. He got away with it with the previous shot that he played. But this time he plays it in the air. He can't believe it, but I'm afraid he's rather given that away. And Ollie Carter is gone for 9, caught in that leg gully position. And credit to Leicestershire, you have to say, because they set the trap, they set the field exactly for that shot that Ollie Carter played. He's defended so well for so long that his innings comes to an end. Wow.
That was not a great shot by Carter, but you're right, Adrian. I mean, it was well bowled by Mike. It was up there at around about the sort of armpit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But you kind of almost have to wear it in those circumstances rather than get a bat on it. You just let it hit you almost, which is not easy to do. And Carter is walking off very, very slowly.
Well,
so
122 for 6. Call that 122 for 7 because. As far as, I mean, unless Hudson Prentice wants to sort of bat with a plaster cast in his arm, I mean, Ollie Carter's dragging himself off the field. He can't believe the shot that he's played because the trap was set. He'd got away with it earlier in the over, but Ben Mike fed him that delivery, and Carter couldn't resist.
Crocombe. And I bet Joe Sarrow is probably slightly nervous now.
I bet he's putting the pads on. The catch was taken by who?
Sam Evans.
Thank you.
At leg gully. And actually, it was a pretty straightforward one, having, we think, spilled 2 balls earlier. Not an easy one. That was a really nice, comfortable one, and he was perfectly positioned. So, Ben Mike, 3 for 32. Parkinson, 2 for 18. 9.1 overs to go.
So, I don't think we were really expecting this.
No.
Sussex should have been able to bat this out, and they might still well do. But in comes Mike over the wicket, bowls to Crocombe. He's hit on the pad. There's an out, but I reckon that's out, and he's given out. And Ben Mike has got 2 in 2. Henry Crocombe is LBW first ball, and Sussex now in all sorts of trouble. 122 for 7, effectively 122 for 8. With Finn Hudson Prentice, as we understand, not going to bat. And Mike has come back. He's picked up his 4th wicket. It's been an inspired bowling change and an inspired spell of bowling. And all of a sudden, Leicestershire are going to fancy their chances here.
Yep, I'm afraid he was plumb. Back foot, about knee roll. He was deep in his crease, Crocombe. He's tall, but it hit him about the knee roll, as I say, and it was going nowhere else other than onto the stumps. And Ben Mike has 4 for 32, 2 in 2. And Leicestershire, well, on this track with a severely depleted attack, yes, against a young and inexperienced side, a young and inexperienced sort of lower order, but they're still performing miracles here on this track, really. Not all over yet by a long chalk. 9 overs remain. Jack Carson is 2 off 2 balls. He's been joined by Sean Hunt, who has yet to score. Hunt has looked exhausted over the last 3 days, frankly.
Totally. Yeah.
But he has got to summon up some energy. Adrian's going to pop. Are you going to pop next door?
Yes, I am in a mo. Yes, I think I better go now.
It is half past on the nose as Parkinson is in, and forward solidly goes Jack Carson, defending out into the offside. Picked up by George Rhodes at extra cover. Leicestershire sniffing the most unlikely of victories. He sends Rhodes back. He's interested in giving Carson a single here. Parkinson is in. Carson is forward, plunging a little bit, thick outside edge, down into the ground. Reaching to his right is Hassan Azad at silly point and making the stomp. 1-2-2 for 7, 11 the deficit. Parkinson is in, bowls, forward goes Carson, back down the pitch and then walks away towards square leg, refusing to engage with Parkinson. Walks back to his mark. 3 dot balls in the over so far. Parkinson is in, back foot this time. Puff of dust as he defends that one out into the offside. The puff of dust from the feet deep in the crease. And 4 balls having been bowled. Now Leicestershire looking to keep Carson down at this end if at all possible. Single saving field plus close catches. Parkinson is in. Carson is defending. Back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. So 1 ball to go. Will Carson look for one? There's one behind square on the leg side if he dare try and fiddle it around the corner. Parkinson is in to him. He hits him on the front foot. His leg before wicket. He is leg before wicket and he smacks his pads in frustration. Up went the finger from umpire Newell. Parkinson has bowled a wicket maiden. Leicestershire are 1 wicket away from victory. Assuming that is that Finn Hudson-Prentice doesn't come out to bat, I'm sure that he won't. Well, once again, the young Sussex tail not able to put up too much resistance. As in the first innings, it was a rather different situation then, with Ben Brown at the other end. But now the 2 last men are at the wicket. Here comes an update for Here comes the update. You don't know, and you hear 2 wickets in the last few overs. Henry Crocombe, leg before wicket to Ben Mike. First ball after Ollie Carter was dismissed by Mike, caught by Sam Evans in the gully for 9, made off 76 balls. 122 for 6 when Carter's wicket fell. Crocombe's made it 122 for 7. And as you come to me, Jack Carson has just gone leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson for 2. 122 for 8 then. As far as we're aware, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who who has a broken bone in his hand, will not bat. The Foxes are 1 wicket away from the most extraordinary victory on a very flat track and without their leading wicket taker in this innings, Chris Wright. Ben Mike has 4 for 32. Parkinson has 3 for 18. What a way this would be to end the county championship season at Grace Road. 122 for 8, Sussex. Ben Mike goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of the bat and almost the winning wicket. 122 for 8 remains the score. Applause for Ben Mike, who beat Hunt all ends up there. Hunt leans on his bat, affecting a nonchalance that I suspect he is not actually feeling. Sean Hunt at one end, Joe Sarrow at the other end. 122 for 8. 1 wicket will do it for Leicestershire, we think. I can't imagine that Hudson Prentice will bat. Mike is in, bowls, Hunt defends. He's managed to squeeze it out past Gully, who dives away to his right, can't get there. Backward point, runs back and fields. And the single is taken. Brings Sarrow down on strike. And Joe Sarrow acquitted himself pretty well in the first innings. He will not back away. Neither will Sean Hunt. 7.4 overs remain for Leicestershire to take this wicket. Bright sunshine floods across Grace Road. It is not going to be a question of bad light. Ben Mike turns, runs in, bowls to Sarrow wide, and Sarrow can let that one go through outside off stump. Steps away. There is no run. Long shadows being cast by the players now. Parkinson talking with his senior players after just about every delivery, wondering about the close field, and Ed Barnes is asking for guidance. Davis at Gully has something to say as well. Leg Gully, Evans is in there. Forward square. It's not an unconventional field with the exception of Leg Gully, to be quite honest. 2 slips and a gully and a leg gully are the close fielders for Sarrow. As Mike is in and bowls, hits him on the pad, but it's high and was going down the leg side, so there is no appeal from Leicestershire. Mike just turns and calmly walks back. Sakande is at mid-off, polishing the ball. Mike looking for what would be his first fifer of the season. In fact, he's got his best bowling figures of the season, which in an innings which were previously 3 for 50. Now 4 for 33. Can he make it a fifer? They've posted a third man. They've taken the second slip out, put him down to third man, Leicestershire. So just the one slip as Mike is in, bowls what he thought, what Sarrow thought was going to be a bouncer. Started to duck. It actually wasn't a bouncer, but it was wide of off stump and swung further away into the gloves of Harry Swindles. So 5th ball, a docked ball. They clearly prefer the idea of bowling at Sean Hunt. Parkinson wants to bowl at Sean Hunt rather than Joe Sarrow. They want to keep Sarrow down at the non-striker's end as Adrian returns. Mike is in, bowls to Sarrow, very straight, but Sarrow meets the ball with a very straight bat. Back down the wicket it goes to Ben Mike. Docked ball to finish the over, but it means Sean Hunt will be on strike to Callum Parkinson with 7 overs to go, and the old heart is beating a little bit faster now, Adrian, I've got to admit.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, that little collapse, Richard, Sussex lost 5 for 5 at one stage, and there's been
117 for 3 to 122 for 8. Yeah,
and there have been some low moments for Sussex in the county championship this season. Much talk around the club. They are playing young players, but you just wonder how much some of these young players' confidence may almost be getting eroded by the minute, because this would be a a defeat on a good pitch. Sussex should have been able to bat out this for the draw. I mean, there's nothing in this wicket. Can these two see them over the line?
Parkinson is in. Hunt is forward, playing it out into the offside, and there is no run. You're right. I mean, things haven't gone well though in the game for Sussex in terms of luck. Yes, Brown was dropped on 3, but the loss of Hudson Prentice was a big one as Parkinson goes in, tosses it up, edged, but into the gap by Sean Hunt. Runs out towards Sekande at backward point.
But you have to say, on the counter argument to that Chris Wright hasn't been able to bowl. He picked up 6 wickets in the first innings. He hasn't bowled in this innings.
Parkinson is in to Hunt, who is forward. He's tall. He's not taking a big stride, but he's defending on the front foot on that occasion. 6.3 overs, 39 balls then for these two to see out. Parkinson is into Hunt, who is forward, firmly back down the pitch to that straight delivery, 2 to come in the over, says umpire Newell to umpire Ramage. Tense now. People are standing all around the ground, leaning and standing in their seats as Parkinson is in. Hunt goes back, just comes down on it in time. Just in time. Puff of dust from his feet as he went back deep into his crease. Dangerous game, but he has gotten away with it. 10. That's the only, 10 is the deficit. If they can get past that, wipes 2 overs off. Parkinson is in. Hunt is forward. Back down the pitch. He has seen out the Parkinson over. A maiden over for Parkinson. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 18 for the Leicestershire captain. Can Sussex hang on? Can Leicestershire enforce victory?
We're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex, 5 Live Sports X. Wherever you're listening, this is a cliffhanger which we really didn't think. Let's not forget we lost a whole day's cricket yesterday because of rain. And we lost an hour this morning as well because of a wet outfield. But Leicestershire have completely dominated the day, scoring 200 in 30 overs to set up the declaration. It looked as if Sussex was safely on their way to securing the draw. But they're now battling to save the match.
Ben Mike goes in and bowls outside off stump. Joe Sarrow reaches for it a little bit, but he gets to the pitch of it, drives it out into the offside, picked up at mid-off, and there is no run. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Final knockings over the county championship season here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Leicestershire would so much love to finish with a victory. Would be their first of this sort of second tranche of championship games. Ben Mike is in. Bowls to Sarrow, who plays solidly on off stump, pushing it out to point, and there is no running. As I was saying, he made a duck in the first innings, Sarrow, but hung around for quite a long time, and there were plenty of runs turned down because he had Ben Brown going very nicely at the other end, an unbeaten century in the first innings for Brown. So Sarrow can handle himself with the bat. He showed that. He hasn't had the greatest of games with the ball, which is why he's picked, but he could make a little bit of a name for himself here by hanging on. Mike is in. Bowls to him are very straight, but Sarrow, not much foot movement, but he's behind it, pushing it out into the offside. 5.5 overs to go. The floodlight pylon shadow right across the ground. It is massive.
Yes. Right
across the ground and into the Milligan Road.
Well, Sussex will get no help here. Light on the last, certainly the 2 days full play we've had, has come in around about 5:30. That's not going to happen tonight because the sun is out, lovely blue skies. Just a quick email has come in from Graham, who's listening over in Alberta. We were talking about Finn Hudson-Prentice's broken bone, and he says, can we say hello to his daughter Tabitha, who's just broken her collarbone? That sounds very painful. Graham enjoying the game all the way from Canada.
Mike is in and bowls a bouncer to Sarrow that bounces so high it goes not only above Sarrow's head, it goes high above Harry Swindle's head and will run away for 4. Oh, that's tough. 4 byes. That was almost, well, it wasn't quite wide, I suppose, as it went over Joe Sarrow's head, but no way Swindles could get anywhere near that. Rockets away to the fine leg boundary for 4. The deficit now is just 6. if they get past that deficit, remember, 2 overs off for the potential change of innings. So, well, we could have a situation where Leicestershire need a few runs and have 1 over to get them, something like that.
Well, that's why I thought that was a slightly poor delivery, well, a very poor delivery by Mike, because runs could well come into this. If Sussex can just get their noses in front, that may be their saviour.
They're just 6 behind now as Ben Mike goes in, bowls to Sarrow onto the leg stump, and he just turns his wrists on that defensive shot, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. He's got a bat on just about everything so far, Joe Sarrow. And as a consequence, what's he faced? 8 balls now, and Leicestershire haven't looked really like getting him out. Sean Hunt has looked a little less secure against the left arm spin of Callum Parkinson. So 1 ball left in the over. Sikandar has retreated to deep square, and Pointer's gone back as well. I can't imagine they want to give him a single here as Mike goes in and bowls from it just over the top of the stumps. He beat Sarrow there, all ends up, and the ball went over the top of the stumps. Ben Mike cannot believe it. Leicestershire cannot believe it. Sarrow survives, 127 for 8. 5 overs remain in the match.
Well, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex, 5 Live Sports Extra, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray. Just a quick reminder of what's happened elsewhere today in the First Division. Warwickshire winning convincingly at Headingley much earlier today by 106 runs. It really does set up the finale of the County Championship, which you can hear right across the BBC next week with our online commentaries and here on 5 Live Sports Extra, with Hampshire going to Aigburth to play Lancashire in the final round of matches. Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire still with chances of winning the County Championship. It's going to be a terrific end to the season and a terrific end to this match. Just 5 overs remaining. The arrears are just 6 runs. And Leicestershire just needing 1 more wicket. Will we understand Hudson Prentice not going to bat for Sussex?
He fractured a knuckle in the first innings facing the bowling of Chris Wright. Parkinson is in to Sean Hunt, who slightly across the line and not too much foot movement, but manages to push the ball away out to mid-on. 4.5 overs. 29 balls for Sussex to see out. The game going to the very end. Parkinson in again to Hunt, who plays it down into the ground solidly enough, bounces up to Hassan Azad. That's silly mid-off. Very, very silly mid-off. There's also a silly point, a slip and a short leg. Parkinson is in and bowls. Hunt is forward, leaning forward. Again, not a big stride. Playing the ball off the pitch. There's no bounce or turn there for Parkinson. It is an essentially flat track. Leicestershire have kind of made this happen almost by force of will, but also as a result of the Sussex lineup's inexperience. Parkinson is in, Hunt is forward again, pushing the ball back down the wicket to Parkinson on the off side. 2 balls to go in the over. 26 balls left in the game. 1 wicket needed for Leicestershire. Parkinson is in and bowling. Hunt digs it out on leg stump. It was a foolish delivery, so no real chance for the ball to turn. Not that there is any turn for Parkinson. Have to emphasise that. Sussex lose this, they will be pretty disappointed. The inexperienced lineup notwithstanding, one feels, on this track, and with the loss of an entire day and an hour to the weather. Parkinson is in. Hunt defends. He's kept out another over. Another maiden over for Callum Parkinson, but didn't get past the outside edge, didn't really threaten to dismiss Hunt in that over. Hunt 1 off 14 balls. Sarrow yet to score, just 4 overs remaining, Adrian.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, Leicestershire 492 for 4 in their first innings. Sussex in arrears by 133, needing to bat 48 overs. At one stage, they looked to be fairly safely negotiating the draw. At one stage, 77 for 1 before Ben Brown was out. But then the slide began, and Sussex losing 5 for 5. And now these two hanging on. Can they survive the final 24 deliveries? To see if they can, here's Richard Ray.
Ben Mike is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Sarrow down the leg side. Wasted delivery, 23 to go. Dot ball.
I can't see from here, Richard, whether Hudson Prentice is... I mean, I'd be amazed if he does come out to bat. I mean, his left hand, he's walking around in a sling for much of the day.
Do you think if there was one ball left and he was at the non-striker's end or something like that, but I don't see there being a run out or an over left.
No.
Mike is in past umpire Ramage and Bowles looking for the Yorker, waiting for it is Sarrow, reading it just calmly, digging it out, playing it out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Abi Sakande. And again, there's no run. 22 balls remain in the game. What can Leicestershire do? They have a slip, they have a gully. I'm surprised it's just the one slip, really. Third man and long leg are out. Sakande is at a fairly conventional mid-wicket. Hill, capped at lunchtime, is at mid-off. Sam Evans is at leg gully, so we've got Azad at sort of second slip. Will Davis in the gully and Evans at leg gully. In goes Mike and Bowles very straight. I thought that one may be going through for a minute, but it didn't. Sarrow got there. There was no great foot movement, but he reached out and got pretty much the middle of the bat to it. I thought that was through.
Well, that was hitting off stump. He played that very late towards mid-off. I mean, to be fair, these two have played very straight and defended stoutly, but that was a good delivery from Mike, making the batsman play.
13 deliveries Joe Sarrow has faced, and he's played them all pretty competently, with that exception of the last ball of Mike's previous over, which went over the top of the stumps. Mike is in again to Sarrow. Bowles very straight again, but Sarrow, he's trying to hit the stumps, but Sarrow strokes the ball back down the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder. 2 balls to go in the over. 3.2 overs, 20 balls for these two to survive and save the draw for Sussex. And that would be something. That would be something for them to take back down to Hove. Not many of them will be heading to Edgbaston to take part in the Sussex side that plays in finals day on Saturday. Arguably slightly controversially. Mike is in to Sarrow, straight again, but he's going to pick up a run here as he strokes the ball out towards mid-wicket. Sakande pursues it but doesn't pick it up. It's Parkinson moving across to his right, Leicestershire's captain in this game, who picks it up. He's captain in place of Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's club captain, who is absent. Mrs. Ackerman having given birth recently. Congratulations again to the Ackermans, but I bet he's watching and listening with his heart in his mouth at the moment. 1 ball to go in the over.
Yeah, and that single reduces the arrears to 5. So just to say, if Sussex could get into positive territory or even level, and then a wicket goes, we would lose 2 overs for the change in innings. So I just wonder whether there's a thought here of the batsman thinking, you know, a couple of lusty blows here and get Sussex into positive territory. It could be something worth considering, but at the moment it's full-on defence from these two.
Mike, to finish his over, is into Sean Hunt. Hurries him, but Hunt is solid behind it, pushing the ball out to mid-wicket. They've survived. Another over, 3 remain. 18 balls to survive for Sussex in the persons of Sean Hunt and Joe Sarrow. They've each faced 15 balls. They've each scored just 1 run. Leicestershire, are they beginning to run out of ideas? What can they do here? I can see Alex Carey, Leicestershire's strength and conditioning coach, running on with a drink for Eddie Barnes. Whether he's going to be passing on a message from the dressing room, didn't look like it, did it?
No,
really?
It didn't. It looked like
a genuine
yes,
drink.
It did look like he needed a drink.
And Barnes isn't rushing to have a word with his captain, having had that drink.
So very quickly, elsewhere in the Championship, people joining us all the time this evening on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Kent have beaten Derbyshire by 131 at Derby. Gloucestershire beating Glamorgan by 10 wickets. Middlesex have beaten Worcestershire at Lords by 101 runs. The game between Northamptonshire and Durham was drawn, as the game between Surrey and Essex. Warwickshire beating Yorkshire by 106 runs. The race for the Championship carries on next week. But this is all about Sussex. Can they survive 18 balls?
Parkinson is in. Bowles to Sarrow, defends it back down the pitch. No problems down the pitch it goes to Parkinson. 17 balls remain. 5 the deficit. I don't think that's on Joe Sarrow's mind at the moment, as Parkinson is in, tosses it up. Sarrow, is he caught behind? He's caught behind. Leicestershire have won. Parkinson sprints off, pursued by the Leicestershire fielders. Sarrow cannot believe it. Leicestershire are in a huddle. They have pulled off a quite extraordinary victory. Just a few moments ago, it seems, Sussex were 117 for 3, no problems at all. Well, they are 128 for 9, and I'm afraid that Finn Hudson-Prentice isn't coming out to bat. Leicestershire, I can confirm, have pulled off a truly extraordinary victory.
Well, they certainly have, and you have to say well bowled Leicestershire, who never gave up. They were attacking on this final day. Certainly Lewis Hill and Hassan Azad set things up nicely, but then quick runs today from Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles, a lead of 133. In all honesty, Richard, on a good pitch, Sussex should have comfortably seen out 48 overs, and they looked like they were doing so.